Chapter 119 Flowers in the Storm. Chapter 119 Flowers in the Storm. Chapter 119 Flowers in the Storm. Lin Ming placed the armor on the inscription platform, and then stepped 10 feet back. He gripped the spear in his hand and held it out. Everyone present watched Lin Ming, wanting to see exactly what it was he would do next. To destroy the inner structure of an inscription symbol by brute force, it was best to use an engraving knife. This was because the structure of the inscription symbol was like a spider web. Lin Ming had taken out such a large spear. How would that possibly be convenient? At that moment, Lin Ming pointed his spear, flicked his wrist, aimed at the inscription symbol and fiercely thrust it out. The piercing, howling sound of the spearhead was heard throughout the room. Not only that, but the spear thrust also contained an indomitable momentum. It continued forth like a galloping horse, followed by a surge of unrelenting, Buddha-murdering rage and a violent, killing anger. This spear could easily pierce through a steel plate. The middle-aged man's eyes jumped. He subconsciously wanted to say stop, but at this moment, Lin Ming instantly withdrew the spear. That terrifying momentum was also restrained at that moment. The spear point was just above the armor, but it hadn't actually pierced it. The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but the words caught in his throat. He stared with wide eyes at Lin Ming's spear point, startled. What kind of abnormal control of strength was this? To thrust a spear forward with momentum like a herd of horses, and yet still be able to instantly restrain it so that the momentum did not overflow, yet the spear point still stopped at the exact right location. It had to be said that this was a heavy long spear made from dark purple elastic iron. Its weight should be no less than 800 genes. Just who was the young boy? With such strength at this age, this definitely wasn't a nobody. But though this youth had astonishing spear skills, just what was he planning on doing? A spear thrust, and the spear point suddenly stopping, but this spear didn't actually damage the inscription symbol in the armor. How was this related to inscription technique? Did this young boy actually just want to show off his impressive spear skills? Let alone the middle-aged man, even Wang Xuanji did not understand the meaning behind Lin Ming's spear. He could only marvel at Lin Ming's spear skills, but because he also knew Lin Ming's identity, he didn't find this too surprising. At this moment, Lin Ming thrust out his spear a second time. It was the exact same as a moment ago. The spear would stab out with nigh unstoppable momentum, and then just as it was about to contact the armor, it would suddenly stop. Next, Lin Ming began to repeatedly and quickly thrust out his spear. The spear thrusts were becoming increasingly fast, and the momentum grew with each stab. Gradually, this momentum rolled into a strong heavenly wind, but Lin Ming's spear point was still like a delicate falling raindrop. This was another spear skill of the Foundation spear technique, Flowers in the Storm. The middle-aged man was becoming increasingly alarmed with each growing second. This young man only looked to be around 15 or 16 years old, and yet he already had such strength at such a young age. The only one he could think of with such strength who also used a spear would be that dazzling youth of the 7 Profound Martial House that had recently become the rising star of Sky Fortune City. It shouldn't be. Lin Ming already had such abnormal, heaven-defying strength. If he also had such insights into inscription technique, then it would be too preposterous. He would simply be the reincarnation of some demon king. What was this young man doing? Lin Ming had already continuously thrust out his spear for several dozen breaths of time. The number of times his spear thrusted out should have been several hundred by now. With such high-speed spear moves, and the over 800 gene penetrating rainbow, it was quite a heavy load on the muscles. If not for his solid foundation and freakish strength, as well as the fact that true essence had already thoroughly tempered his body, then he would have already damaged his muscles. Slowly, Wang Xuanji discovered the profound and mysterious principles that were implicit within Lin Ming's every thrust. He used his soul force to probe the armor, and to his disbelieving amazement, discovered that true essence infiltrated into the armor with each stab. And what made Wang Xuanji most surprised was that when he had used his soul force to track that infiltrating true essence, he found that the foreign true essence flowed along the structure of the inscription symbol and with a strange and unfathomable power began to actually disintegrate these structures. How was he doing this? Wang Xuanji drew a deep breath. He was too shocked to speak a single word. With each attack, the true essence turned into fine silk threads that flowed within the structure. To him, this was already unimaginable, but then those fine silk threads actually disintegrated the inscription symbol structures with an inscrutable and enigmatic power. How could such slender streams of true essence have such a mystifying might? Lin Ming was, of course, using the chaotic virtues combat meridians, flow like silk technique. Not only did chaotic virtues combat meridians focus on overwhelming strength, but it focused even more on controlling strength. Strength training's flow like silk was a method of controlling strength. The so-called strength referred to the strength of the human body. This also included the force of true essence. After reaching the small success of flow like silk, this silk-like true essence would be at one's command. But this silk-like true essence didn't really have much of an effect. Because the tiny true essence threads didn't have much offensive power, in order to give it striking power, there was only one way. That was vibration. Wang Xuanji discovered that this strange strength which was disintegrating the inscription symbol structures was exactly this true essence vibration. This vibration was able to ignore defense, and be transmitted internally into any object. The true essence would turn into countless filaments, and each filament would vibrate as it passed through an object. As this vibration acted on every little structure, these tiny threads would create a truly terrifying amount of destruction. This was why when Lin Ming had thrusted out his spear at a stone column on the martial stage, that column had been instantly pulverized into an immeasurable number of small stones. This was because Lin Ming's cultivation of flow like silk was not thorough. The true essence silk threads were too few, and the frequency at which they vibrated was too low. If he managed to achieve the perfect stage of flow like silk, then the filaments of true essence threads would number in the trillions, and once these countless threads entered into the particles and molecules of an object, the frequency of vibrations would rise to a new, alarming level. In that situation, if the spear thrust touched the stone column, then that stone column would simply turn into fine dust that would scatter into the wind. Of course, Lin Ming was still very far from such a distant realm. If he actually managed to ever reach such a dreamlike boundary, then he would be able to eliminate every trace of the inscription symbol within the treasure without damaging the treasure at all. Rather than as it was now. With so many spear thrusts, the treasure must have sustained some damage. Wang Yuhan also realized that Wang Xuanji's face was colored in shock. She could not help but use a true essence sound transmission to ask, "Grandfather, what is Lin Ming doing?" Wang Xuanji sighed a lonely breath and said, "Use your soul force to feel the inscription symbol structure of that armor, and then you'll know what he is doing." Wang Yuhan wondered what sort of discovery she would make by probing the armor with her soul force. She sent out her soul force and penetrated into the armor. Although Wang Yuhan's soul force was relatively weak, she had a vague feeling of what was occurring inside the armor. Surprised, she covered her mouth. "Grandfather, how is this possible?" Wang Xuanji shook his head and could only said with a rueful smile, "This is also the first time that I am seeing this technique. I could only guess that this effect is from a special kind of true essence manipulation method. This manipulation method is able to turn true essence into countless tiny threads, and each thread in turns is controlled to vibrate against the inscription symbol structure and disintegrate it. This is extremely demanding of one's control of true essence. I cannot begin to imagine how this is done." Wang Yuhan no longer inquired further. She only diligently closed her eyes and felt the energy changes within that treasure. This time when she looked, Those filaments of true essence were like the intelligent gossamer threads of spider silk that broke apart the inscription symbol structures. She could only feel a convoluted, esoteric feeling. It was like a large door had been placed in front of her that contained all the myriad of infinite mysteries of the world. However, no matter how hard she tried to look, she could not see clearly. To have the feeling of all the mysteries between heaven and earth at her fingertips, but still be unable to touch them, this caused Wang Yuhan to be excited but also unbearably anxious. After a little less than half an incense stick of time had passed, Lin Ming had already let out 600 or 700 spear thrusts in a single breath. Although he had amazing physical strength, and he also had the true primal chaos formula supplementing his true essence, there was still a light sheen of perspiration on his forehead. At this time, Lin Ming finally stopped. He withdrew his spear, turned his right hand, and the penetrating rainbow disappeared back into the spatial ring. As for the treasure armor, besides some superficial white marks on the surface, there weren't any other damages. He had finally finished. Although flow like silk was incomparably exquisite, the structure of the inscription symbol and the armor had already blended together as one. Lin Ming had inevitably damaged part of the internal structure of the armor. This part was the true essence array that the refining master had placed within the treasure at its creation. This kind of damage would not lessen the defensive capabilities of the armor, however. In the future, if a martial artist concentrated their true essence in the armor, there would be some hindrance. But even so, it was enough for Wang Xuanji to be surprised. If it were an alchemy master who was familiar with controlling fire that had done this, it would still be impossible for them to achieve such an effect. After eliminating the old inscription symbol, Lin Ming didn't immediately start on drawing a new one. Instead, he sat in meditation and revolved the true primal chaos formula, restoring his true essence to its optimum condition. The true primal chaos formula had a very formidable effect in supplementing true essence. As soon as an incense stick of time had burned, Lin Ming had already made a complete recovery. He took out a piece of paper and began to write a list of materials that were readily available. Recently, Lin Ming had been in constant contact with Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique network, and as such, was already very familiar with the names of various materials. It was a different situation from when he had confused the materials from the Sky Spill continent and those from the realm of the gods. After he was done writing up the list, he handed it to the young reception lady of the Inscription Association and said, "If I could trouble you to prepare the materials from this list." "Oh, of course," the young reception lady responded as she received the list. At this moment, Wang Yuhan hurriedly said, "I'll go together with you." She was now Lin Ming's assistant. Getting materials ready was one of an assistant's key jobs. The Inscription Association was home to the largest and richest reserve of materials in the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even if Lin Ming had listed a few difficult-to-find materials, they would still be very easy to prepare. The inscription symbol that Lin Ming planned to create today was a simplified version of the Icefrost Guard. This type of inscription symbol was used specifically for armor. Not only could it increase the true essence gathering speed of martial artists, but it could also provide a slight boost in strengthening the defense. If this was the original version of the Icefrost Guard, then one could also use the inscription technique Ring of Frozen Ice. This technique would activate during an attack, and would send out a freezing circular wave of true essence, which would affect an opponent's movement speed by drastically reducing it. However, the original Icefrost Guard required a number of materials that were very rare and precious. There were several materials that not even the Inscription Association would necessarily be able to find. Not only that, but today was Lin Ming's first attempt at drawing the Icefrost Guard. If he tried to draw up the far more complex original version, then he would have a greater risk of failure. Hence, he decided to draw up a simplified version. With Lin Ming's current cultivation and level of technique, The simplified version of the Ice Frost Guard was relatively easy. 15 grams of star rock ground into powder, and mix that into half a cup of third-level vicious beast blood. Mix well. Take juice extract from crushed black bone grass and add that into 3 times the amount of cold spring water. Lin Ming sent Wang Yuhan a true essence sound transmission and rapidly listed out the materials he needed and how he needed them processed. Many of these material preparation instructions were exceedingly complex and detailed. Chapter 120 Ice Frost Guard. Chapter 120 Ice Frost Guard. Chapter 120 Ice Frost Guard. Lin Ming sent Wang Yuhan a true essence sound transmission and rapidly listed the materials he required and how he needed them processed. Many of these material preparation instructions were exceedingly complex and detailed. However, Wang Yuhan had a deep history of inscription technique learnings, and her memory was quite keen. Lin Ming spoke what would seem like an endless string of unintelligible garble, but Wang Yuhan only nodded and said, "Understood," before proceeding to prepare the complex materials. Wang Yuhan was very skillful at processing the various materials. Each time a material passed through her hands, it was like a magician that was working his magic with smoke and fire. The materials changed to a glossy color, and this tedious procedure, under Wang Yuhan's dexterous and pale fingers, was filled with a beautiful aesthetic sense like passing clouds and flowing water. In terms of processing materials, Lin Ming felt that Wang Yuhan's skill at this task was above his. The majority of inscription apprentices' first contact with inscription techniques was with handling and processing materials, but Lin Ming had actually skipped this step and gone straight to the top. Assisted by Wang Yuhan, Lin Ming's inscription symbol plan proceeded much more smoothly. Lin Ming began to revolve the overbearing soul tactic, and with a turn of his hand, a drop of chilly deep blue liquid rose into the air. Lin Ming began to wave his fingers, and the drop turned into a series of strikingly brilliant rainbow lights. As the first foundation line was drawn, Lin Ming waved his hand again, and a second drop of liquid floated up. The stunning rainbow light shined once more, but this time, a faint afterglow from the first foundation line was left behind in the eyes of those watching. Wonderfully stunning runes appeared in the air one after another, as they constantly superimposed on each other. In the times that the runes flowed into the air and mixed, Lin Ming rarely failed. Wang Yuhan had already finished processing all the materials, so she was standing on the sidelines staring with her large and beautiful eyes, unblinking as she stared at Lin Ming's every move, lest she miss even a single detail. But to Wang Yuhan, it was impossible to learn a foreign inscription creation method by only watching. Inscription techniques involved a very fine and complex control of soul force, and not only that, but if there was even a single slight error in the foundation symbols or lines, then it would cause a massive change in its effects. These details were things that could not be seen with one's own eyes. Wang Yuhan naturally understood these things, but she still hoped that through watching, she would be able to obtain some inspirations. Of her grandfather Wang Xuanji's skills, she had already learned everything that there was to learn. The only things that he couldn't teach her were due to her low martial arts cultivation. However, Lin Ming's inscription technique was different. It was from a completely different school of thought from the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Beyond that, it was a much more mysterious and profound technique. While she did not dare to dream that Lin Ming would teach her these mystical inscription technique methods, it was still a rare opportunity to look in from the sidelines. As time passed bit by bit, Wang Yuhan became increasingly startled. Lin Ming did not even pause for a second in his drawing process. It was as if each movement was born out of his most basic instincts, and each movement was fluid at his fingertips and without any hint of hesitation. These actions may have seemed simple, but Wang Yuhan was an expert who had been exposed to inscription techniques since birth, and she could tell that in these random drawings of Lin Ming, there were 7 or 8 changes in the intensity of soul force. These rapid changes were so fast that unless one went through a long and grueling period of practice, it was simply not possible for them to be imprinted in the body's reflexive memory like this. As a quarter-hour passed, there were already several dozen runes that were floating in midair, and became an increasingly complex inscription symbol as they layered upon each other. Generally, only a senior inscription master or even a truly accomplished elder of inscription technique would be able to draw this. A beginning inscription master simply didn't have the true essence reserves to support such a demanding process. But Wang Yuhan wasn't too surprised about this. Lin Ming's strength had already touched upon the realm of a martial artist at the large success of bone forging stage. In consideration of that, to have such a thick and pure true essence was nothing unusual. After another quarter-hour passed, there were more than 70 symbols that had accumulated in front of Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming finally withdrew his hands, and all the glittering airborne symbols began to coalesce and converge upon each other like rays of shining light that were drawing together. For a brief moment the inscription hall seemed as if it was filled with a number of wondrous stars, and eventually, they all blended together into a single symbol. Lin Ming added a single stroke, and the inscription symbol turned into a flame-shaped pattern, and gently fell like a feather onto the armor. With a chi-chi sound as the symbol touched down, a flame mark appeared on the armor. At this moment, something amazing occurred. There was a slight jitter as if the armor were shivering, and then with the flame mark as the center, blue-colored waves began to proliferate and ripple outwards. The plain black war armor gradually began to change to an ice-blue color. Wang Xuanji's eyes widened. Could an inscription symbol actually change the color of a treasure? In his lifetime, Wang Xuanji had read an immense number of ancient texts. He knew that in these texts there were certain inscription symbols that because they had a rich, strong power and affinity towards one of the 5 elements, once that inscription symbol was placed on a treasure it could change its color. For instance, a fire attribute inscription could cause a treasure to be burning red, an ice attribute inscription could cause a treasure to be icy blue, and a metal affinity inscription could cause a treasure to glitter. However, this was only records that were in the ancient text. Because Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique was limited, although there were some inscription symbols that contained a hint of elemental power, such as the water parting symbol, or the gold bell symbol, Wang Xuanji had never heard of an inscription symbol that could change the color of a treasure. Today would be his first time witnessing such a miracle. The middle-aged martial artist only saw that his armor had turned a frosty blue. He didn't know the reason why or what it meant. At this time, Wang Xuanji excitedly stepped forward and took the armor in his hands. He let his true essence flow into the armor to feel the effect of the instruction symbol. With this test, Wang Xuanji took a deep, disbelieving breath. The true essence gathering effect was increased by 30%. On a normal treasure, a 30% increase wasn't too impressive. However, this treasure had been slightly damaged. If the treasure was wholly complete, then the increased effect range would have been at least 36%. Even if Wang Xuanji had personally drawn up an inscription symbol himself and placed it on an untarnished treasure, the best he could manage would be 42%. 36% to 42% was only missing 6%. This Lin Ming was only 15 years old. But in terms of inscription accomplishments, in comparison to himself who had been steeped within the art of inscription for nearly 100 years, was there only such a small disparity between them. This caused Wang Xuanji to feel a deep sense of frustration. And not only that, but this inscription symbol that Lin Ming had drawn had also spontaneously created an icy layer of cold, protective film around the armor that was able to increase its defensive capabilities. Although the increase was not too high, it was still extremely rare for an inscription symbol to produce 2 different results together. In Sky Fortune Kingdom's School of Inscription Techniques, there were no more than 30 different kinds of inscription symbols that could accomplish this, and the value of each was more than 3,000 gold taels. He was a monstrous genius of inscription, while simultaneously having been able to comprehend a martial intent. His perception of the Tao of martial arts could only be called heaven-defying. There were simply too many dazzling halos that were concentrated on his single body that even the gods would be jealous. Wang Xuanji tossed the armor to the middle-aged martial artist and said, "Give it a look." The middle-aged martial artist poured his true essence into the armor, and a moment later, a pleasantly surprised expression crossed his face. As the owner of the armor, he was naturally familiar with the condition of his armor. "Satisfied?" Wang Xuanji casually asked. "Satisfied. Satisfied." The middle-aged martial artist quickly nodded. He looked at Lin Ming, and this time there was a touch of respect in his gaze. The middle-aged martial artist was not an inscription master, and didn't have much of an understanding about inscription techniques, so he only knew that this young boy was amazing. But amazing to what extent, he didn't have a clear idea. "This is President Wang's apprentice? A famous teacher has a truly outstanding disciple. Terrific! Extraordinary! My apprentice?" Wang Xuanji said with a self-deprecating smile. "I'm not able to teach such a fierce apprentice. President Wang is too modest. However, this little friend is truly the most talented young inscription master that I've ever seen." The middle-aged man said a few words of flattery. After all, he could tell that Lin Ming was an inscription master with an overabundance of talent. Flattering him would only benefit him in the future. However, at this point, Wang Xuanji said in a tepid tone, "If you have nothing else, then you may go." The incoming words of flattery that the middle-aged man was about to say caught in his throat. He embarrassedly smiled and said, "Then I will not disturb you. I will come back another day to give thanks." The middle-aged man apologetically smiled and then left. At this moment, Wang Xuanji was not in a very good mood. He had painstakingly invested all of his efforts and care into Wang Yuhan, in the hopes that he could raise Wang Yuhan into the most preeminent inscription master that the Sky Fortune Kingdom had ever seen. However, he did not know where the hell this little boy Lin Ming had come from. Seeing him in action simply caused Wang Xuanji to feel a great sense of defeat. Let alone Wang Yuhan, in a couple of years, even he might be surpassed by this abnormally devilish boy. He had spent the greater part of his life studying inscription techniques, but was he really so inferior in talent? Wang Xuanji's heart inevitably produced such a thought. Lin Ming did not know what sort of thoughts Wang Xuanji was contemplating. He took a short rest, and then prepared to solve the second problem. The second client was an aristocratic family's young son, around 20 or 30 years old. He already bore witness to Lin Ming weave his wonderful inscription technique, so after seeing Lin Ming call him, he hurried over and talked about his problem as he laid out a pile of materials. Seeing this pile of materials, Lin Ming was quite happy. These were all rare and precious materials. His choice of becoming a guest inscription master was right. With so many rare and precious materials at his disposal to practice, his inscription technique would be able to progress by leaps and bounds. Before long, he would be able to draw up the body inscription symbol. For the entire afternoon, Lin Ming solved a number of different problems. In order to avoid interfering factors, Lin Ming was given a separate room at the Inscription Association. After he obtained the materials, the door would shut, and only Lin Ming and Wang Yuhan would be inside. Wang Yuhan was responsible for preparing and processing the materials, and Lin Ming would then begin to draw up the inscription symbol. Drawing inscription symbols was very consuming of one's soul force and true essence. A low-level or intermediate inscription master would usually be completely exhausted after drawing just one inscription symbol. A high-level inscription master or an elder inscription master would usually be able to draw up 2 to 3, or sometimes even 3 to 4. But Lin Ming, in this one afternoon of time, had continuously drawn up 5 different inscription symbols. and now, he was even planning on creating his sixth. This gave the already apprehensive Wang Yuhan even more worries. She was only responsible for handling materials, and that was taxing enough on her true essence reserves. It left her feeling weak. But this Lin Ming fellow was just a tireless machine. In fact, after each inscription symbol drawing was completed, Lin Ming did have a very high rate of consumption. After every one he would begin to revolve the overbearing soul tactic to nourish his lost soul force, and he would also revolve the true primal chaos formula to supplement his true essence. Chapter 121 The Vanished Blood Symbol. Chapter 121 The Vanished Blood Symbol. Relying on his pure soul force and deep reserves of true essence, Lin Ming was able to continuously persist throughout the entire afternoon. During this time period, he reached the limit of his ability several times. But this was also a method of practice. Without being pushed to the limit, it would be difficult to progress. When his true essence neared complete consumption, Lin Ming never begrudged himself to pull out a true essence stone and then enter into the ethereal martial intent state. Under the state of ethereal martial intent, the true essence throughout Lin Ming's body would spontaneously move at a pace several times faster than normal, with a near-perfect path of circulation. Under this cultivation state, his advancement was very fast. Gradually, the sun began to fall down below the western horizon. The light that once peeked into the room began to dim down. Wang Yuhan lit a lamp. Seeing that Lin Ming was still sitting in meditation and regulating his breathing, she hesitated several times as she debated whether or not to disturb him. After a while, Wang Yuhan could not bear it anymore, and she finally said, "Mr. Lin, we should eat a meal." "Oh? Yes, of course you eat first. Just bring me back something nice. I'm almost done adjusting my condition, and then I will finish this inscription symbol drawing first." Drawing another one. Wang Yuhan was at a loss for words. This would be the seventh one. To draw up 7 inscription symbols in the afternoon, and not only that, but each one being very complex, with dozens of symbols and lines that needed to fuse together, not even a top-level inscription master would be able to persist through such a task. Wang Yuhan no longer compared herself to Lin Ming, but placed Lin Ming as a level of character similar to her own grandfather. Shaking her head, Wang Yuhan headed down to have dinner. After eating dinner, she came back, and sure enough, Lin Ming had begun already drawing the 7th inscription symbol, and was almost halfway done. Wang Yuhan moved to the side and set down the plate of food that she had brought up. She quietly watched every movement of Lin Ming, earnestly committing them to memory, and occasionally she would even subconsciously reach out her hand and follow Lin Ming's movements. Although she knew that even if she copied these movements, it was to no avail of discerning the deep mysteries within them. As time slowly passed, Wang Yuhan looked at those gorgeous and brilliant inscription lines, and then turned to Lin Ming. She watched as his fingertips danced in the air, and shimmering lights followed his incomparably smooth control of true essence. She also saw the fine beads of sweat that covered his face, and his incomparably focused expression. Gradually, Wang Yuhan entered a state like she was lost in a trance. Her vision unconsciously moved from Lin Ming's face to his fingers and back again. At that moment, she felt like she had been infected by the young boy's dedicated focus. Wang Yuhan finally snapped out of her daze as Lin Ming let out a light "foo" sound. The several dozens of inscription symbols and lines began to condense into one, and with that sparkle of light, Wang Yuhan managed to regain her composure. She was somewhat flustered and her pretty face blushed. 7th. Lin Ming let loose a long breath and completely collapsed back into his chair. Now, he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Mr. Lin, the food is getting cold." "Oh." Lin Ming propped himself up and received the plate of food. He took big gulping bites as he ate. Wang Yuhan was sitting somewhat cramped at the side, quietly gazing at the hourglass in the room, watching the sand fall, grain by grain. In the foundation lines, when drawing up the rock pattern, it is better to add a fold-shaped structure. Lin Ming mindlessly remarked after finishing half of his meal. Wang Yuhan was slightly stunned, and then felt a great happiness followed by an overwhelming exultation. Lin Ming was teaching her inscription techniques. This kind of inscription technique was from beyond the borders of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and moreover its degree of exquisiteness and subtlety far surpassed anything that the Sky Fortune Kingdom School of Inscription could ever hope to achieve. By now Lin Ming had recovered some of his true essence. He readily drew out a rock line pattern in the air, slowing his tempo as much as he could so that Wang Yuhan had time to clearly see the changes in soul force. In particular, when drawing that folded pattern, he lowered the speed to a bare minimum. Lin Ming knew what the driving reason was behind Wang Yuhan's request to serve as his assistant. She had accompanied him for an entire afternoon, helped a great deal, and also expended much of her own true essence and soul force. Yet, the things she could learn were extremely limited. She was a girl who was also the beloved granddaughter of the Inscription Association's president. Such a proud girl had actually dropped her reservedness to act as his assistant for this afternoon. If Lin Ming didn't return the favor, then he would have felt bad about himself. Therefore, in the free time that he had while eating his meal, Lin Ming continuously taught Wang Yuhan several foundation lines. Although just learning these basic foundation lines was far from being able to use them in any sort of practical application, Lin Ming believed that with Wang Yuhan's aptitude towards inscription, along with her unceasing efforts to strive towards greater heights of inscription technique, that she would inevitably be able to derive a great deal of inspiration from this in the future. "Thank you, Mr. Lin," Wang Yuhan said with a heartfelt expression of gratitude. "I want to thank you instead. Will Mr. Lin be coming back tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? I should come back sometime in the afternoon. In the morning I have to practice at the 7 Profound Martial House." Because of the core disciple test, the 7 Profound Martial House had promised that Lin Ming would be able to use the 7 major killing arrays for 10 full days. Time at the 7 major killing arrays was extremely valuable. It would be a waste if he didn't use it because he was practicing inscription techniques instead. "Can I also be your assistant for tomorrow?" Wang Yuhan asked with anticipation. Lin Ming brightly smiled and said, "Of course you can." That evening, Lin Ming returned to the 7 Profound Martial House and began to digest what he had learned by practicing today. In the afternoon, Lin Ming had spent 3.5 hours to draw up a total of 7 inscription symbols. The materials for these inscriptions were all precious. Lin Ming had many faults in drawing up the inscription symbols, which caused some of the materials to be wasted. However, he hadn't yet encountered a situation in which the inscription symbol would go out of control and then collapse with an explosion. As long as the whole thing didn't come tumbling down in a fiery explosion, some errors could be tolerated. According to the regulations of the Inscription Association, customers had to pay the reward with materials. The total price of the service was twice that of the materials used. Sometimes they also needed to pay certain fees for services rendered. Of the materials that were left over, 60% went to the guest inscription master, and 40% went to the Inscription Association. Lin Ming took a few materials that he could use for himself and exchanged the rest with the Inscription Association for points. "At the rate I'm earning points, I'll probably have enough points after 10 more days to buy some of the materials I need from the Inscription Association. As for the rarer materials, I'll need to wait until my inscription technique improves further, and only then will I have a chance of getting them. The materials for those 2 body inscription symbols are just too difficult to collect. Through the process of earning points, I can also cultivate. I've been creating inscription symbols continuously and using many different types of materials. Not only is my inscription technique progressing quickly, but even my soul force is slowly growing. The true primal chaos formula is also improving. I can feel that I'm faintly approaching the small success stage of the second layer. I hadn't actually thought that I could practice so many things in a single manner. My consumption of true essence stones is really fast. In just one day I've already used 3. This is simply burning money away. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, true essence stones, according to their degree of purity, ranged between 500 gold taels to 1,000 gold taels. The true essence stones that the 7 profound martial house handed down to its disciples were probably the most inferior kind, at 500 gold taels. But the more than 100 true essence stones that the Crown Prince had gifted to Lin Ming actually belonged to the lustrous top-grade pure essence stones, which had a value of 1,000 gold taels each. True essence stones were very scarce in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. It was extremely difficult to find a massive amount of them. In turn, it was difficult to trade true essence stones for gold. Even the wealthy aristocratic families would find it difficult to afford such an expensive price. 4 or 5 true essence stones together was equal to a treasure. Lin Ming had over 200 true essence stones on hand, and he used them every day like he was eating candy. There weren't many people in the entire Sky Fortune City that were able to do as he did. I'll probably use up the true essence stones I have in 2 months. I'll have to have the Crown Prince help me buy them. At worst, I'll just reimburse the money. After becoming a guest inscription master, Lin Ming found a way to cultivate that was also able to make money. He estimated that in a single month he would be able to make more than 200,000 gold taels without a problem. Of course, this was on the premise that there were enough rich martial artists that were seeking his services. A normal guest inscription master would be able to perform 1 or 2 tasks every day. This was because even if they could continue to do more, they would not be in an optimal condition to do so, and it would be difficult to draw a perfect inscription symbol and thus harm their reputation. These inscription masters usually worked 20 days every month. It was a good result to make 20 or 30,000 gold taels at the end, assuming that they did not fail. But Lin Ming was able to draw up inscription symbols 7 or 8 times a day. In 1 month he could work the entire 30 days. He was simply a freak of nature. After he bathed himself, Lin Ming stayed in the bathtub and entered into the ethereal martial intent state. He let the true essence in his body revolve on its own as it followed its perfect path of circulation. Like this, Lin Ming sat for 2 hours. Because the true essence circulation continued at high speed, the water in the tub began to heat up and give off a white fog. Soon, the entire bathroom was filled with a dense cloud of water vapor. Every time Lin Ming let loose a breath, his breath stirred a whirlpool in the air. At midnight, Lin Ming awoke from his ethereal martial intent state. The countless tiny units in his body began to stir, and the vibrating true essence overflowed from his body like a gushing tide. The mist in the room suddenly disappeared. However, because the mist had been in the room for a long time, the entire room was dripping wet, and even Lin Ming's clothes were soaked. As he stood up from the bath, Lin Ming inadvertently glanced at the purple-gold flexible armor that the Crown Prince had gifted to him. With a glance, Lin Ming suddenly froze. "This is..." Lin Ming grabbed the purple-gold flexible armor. He looked at it, startled, and felt a great shock in his heart. How did that Peak Hotian master's blood symbol that he had drawn with his own blood essence disappear? Today, he had been to the Inscription Association. For safety concerns, Lin Ming had worn the purple-gold flexible armor. It was fine then, but after taking a bath, he discovered that the blood symbol had disappeared. It was more accurate to say that most of the blood symbol had disappeared. There was still a tiny corner of the blood symbol that remained, but even that was already completely blurred. This vague feeling, it was similar to ink being soaked by water. Could it be that the mist from the bath had infiltrated into the blood symbol and ruined it? If so, then that Peak Hotian master was simply too horrible and unbelievable. Or, had the Crown Prince been cheated? Was this flexible armor itself a fake? No, that couldn't be right. When the Crown Prince had given him this armor, he had personally proved it with his own soul force, and had truly found that it contained the vital blood essence of a formidable master. Moreover, it was written with a supremely exquisite technique in the flexible armor, penetrating it, and had already become part of the treasure. That blood symbol was just like an inscription symbol that was placed on a treasure. Only by using some sort of special method, for instance having an alchemist use fire to burn it away, or using the flow-like-silk technique like Lin Ming did, could one remove it. Otherwise, it was basically impossible to separate it without completely destroying the treasure. So what the hell had just happened? Chapter 122 – The Magic Cube Reappears. Chapter 122 – The Magic Cube Reappears. Chapter 122 – The Magic Cube Reappears. Lin Ming could not understand. Was it possible that sometime today, someone had tried to ambush him with some secret, arcane ability that was blocked by the blood symbol, and thus the blood symbol disappeared? That should be impossible. If someone really did have such profound abilities, and they could cause the blood symbol to disappear in a situation without him knowing, then it would have to be someone that was at least of the Xiantian stage. But that kind of person could simply kill him with a flick of their finger, and those major characters weren't people that Zhu Yan or the 10th Prince could possibly hope to request. Lin Ming really couldn't understand what was going on. Instead, he decided to put away the flexible armor and then go to bed. That night, perhaps because of the overconsumption of his soul force and true essence, Lin Ming slept very soundly. He blurrily stumbled in an endless realm of jet-black space that was incomparably vast. It was as if he was floating in the dark, starry night within the infinite cosmos. Countless fluttering transparent ghosts floated around him, and in these transparent ghosts were countless points of light, as if they were mirrors shining back on him. The points of light varied in size, from smaller than a grain of sand to spheres the size of his palm. They followed a strangely mysterious pattern of movement. At the center of all these bright lights was an orb of luminescent light, a foot in diameter. This orb of light emitted a dim, creamy white halo, which gave off a very warm and soft feeling. This was the space within the magic cube. Lin Ming was surprised beyond measure. How did he arrive back at the magic cube? After the first time that he had entered the magic cube had entered into his body and hidden there. He had been unable to summon it or even touch it again, so why was he suddenly able to enter into it today? Although this was a dream, after realizing that this was the space within the magic cube, Lin Ming's consciousness instantly sobered, but he was still unable to retreat from the space of the magic cube. Of course, Lin Ming was not prepared to leave now. His gaze fell on the soul fragments that shined like liquid stars. He looked at them with some excitement and even more solemnity. At first, it was a soul fragment that had brought him so many opportunities. Had it not been for that soul fragment, then even if he had comprehended an ethereal martial intent, then he would have at most stopped at the Hotian stage, and would have been unable to progress to the Xiantian stage. Without a doubt, these soul fragments contained an inexhaustible supply of buried legendary treasures. But they also contained a hidden murderous intent. If he was not careful, then Lin Ming's consciousness would be swallowed by the soul fragment, and he would forever be beyond redemption. Was every soul fragment an ownerless soul? Could there be certain fragments that still contained a spirit mark that hadn't been erased yet? A human soul was composed of two parts. One was its memory and the other was a spirit mark. If the spirit mark was erased, then only the memory would be left over and it would be an ownerless soul. An ownerless soul only had instinct, and didn't have intelligence. If the spirit mark was not erased, then the soul fragment would have its own independent consciousness. If he swallowed this kind of soul fragment, then Lin Ming simply had no way to deal with a soul fragment that had a spiritual mark. Even if he managed to suppress it, it might even cause him to have a split personality and be constantly disoriented. Lin Ming stood among the vast, starry black space for a long time. He was not in a hurry to do anything. He skeptically stared at the palm-sized, shining light fragments, not daring to go near them. As for that large ball of light that was dead center in the middle of all the other light fragments, Lin Ming definitely avoided it. He very much suspected that the large orb of light he saw was formed from that mysterious woman that he saw in the dreamland. This is... As Lin Ming gazed at that large ball of light, he suddenly discovered that there was something unusual about it. On the ball of light suddenly appeared a faint blush, as if it was colored with blood. Blood. This sudden idea turned Lin Ming's mind cold. The blood symbol on the purple-gold flexible armor was also formed by blood. He remembered that when he had worn the flexible armor, the location of where the magic cube was sleeping, hidden within him, was over his heart, which was probably the same position as that blood symbol had been. Was it possible that... Was the flexible armor's blood symbol absorbed by the magic cube? The magic cube had absorbed the blood essence of a peak Hotian master that had been in the flexible armor. This sudden dawning caused Lin Ming to feel incredulity. Perhaps it was precisely because of this absorption of blood that he was able to enter into the space of the magic cube once again. The magic cube was able to absorb blood essence. The discovery made Lin Ming happy and worried at the same time. He was happy because he had discovered some secrets of the magic cube. What he worried about was, this secret gave him an ominous and evil feeling. This magic cube was obviously not some friendly object. But anyway, now that he was back in the magic cube again, this was a prime opportunity. Of course, this also meant danger. Lin Ming stood in the magic cube's ocean of star space for a long time. Which one these soul fragments should he choose? With so many soul fragments, casually selecting one would just be testing exactly how much luck he had. If he obtained one that was useless, then it would have all been in vain. Lin Ming watched one soul fragment after another, but he was unable to see what was inside. These countless soul shards were like tens of thousands of jade stones. Some of these jade stones might have the purest quality white jade, and some might have nothing at all, and in some, there might even be a devil lurking inside. This soul fragment is too bright, it's too similar to the stars, I shouldn't touch it. This one is too small, it's even tinier than a grain of rice. The first time I was here I chose a soul fragment around this size, but now that my strength has improved, I should be able to choose a larger one, but just how much larger? Why is this red? This gives off a very demonic and evil feeling, as it was stained with blood. It seems full of evil spirits and dark influences. Perhaps this soul fragment's master. I'm afraid that before his death, he was most likely a murderous devil that slaughtered countless people. This type of person has too deep an obsession. I shouldn't touch this one. There's also a golden red color? What sort of principles would make a soul fragment a golden red color? Facing such an important choice, even the normally resolute Lin Ming became indecisive. If I had to choose one then, Lin Ming finally locked his eyes on a mung bean-sized soul fragment. This soul fragment wasn't too bright, and it also wasn't too large or small. He cautiously approached this soul fragment, and carefully made sure to avoid contact with any other soul fragment. As he approached, Lin Ming suddenly wondered what would happen if he probed the soul fragment with his soul force. With that in mind, Lin Ming attempted to revolve the overbearing soul tactic and use his soul force to sense the soul fragment. A martial artist's soul force and spirit mark were connected. If misused, it would be vulnerable to attack. If a soul was damaged, then it was very difficult to cure. At least, in the entirety of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, Lin Ming hadn't seen anything that could help repair a soul. Lin Ming's idea was to investigate the soul fragment with his soul force, and see if he could obtain some valuable information. It even might be possible to attempt to read some memories, and to take a look at these memories to see if they would be useful before deciding to swallow that soul fragment. However, as Lin Ming's soul force came into contact with that soul fragment suddenly turned into a stream of lightning that flew into Lin Ming's soul. Lin Ming simply didn't have any time to react. With a whish sound, the ownerless soul fragment had already submerged into Lin Ming's sea of consciousness, aimed at Lin Ming's spirit mark, and launched a violent attack on his psyche. Damn! Lin Ming hadn't expected this result. He just felt as if the tip of a knife was repeatedly and maliciously stabbing into his brain without hesitation. This kind of severe, body-gripping pain made his vision go dark, and he almost fainted on the spot. My cultivation is already so much stronger than before, but this pain is still so irresistibly overwhelming. It is such a small piece of soul consciousness, and yet it's actually so strong. The power of a soul had no relations with true essence. It only depended on the soul itself. Lin Ming had used the overbearing soul tactic during the long period in which he had used inscription techniques, and his soul force had naturally grown. But the ownerless soul fragment that he had chosen now was larger and brighter than the first soul fragment he had absorbed. So to swallow this soul fragment up was 10 times as hard. Lin Ming's sea of consciousness once again became a battlefield. The deep pain within his brain was just like countless insects that were chewing through his mind. A multitude of complex and confusing scenes emerged in his mind. Lin Ming grasped his head, bore the soul-wrenching pain, and revolved the overbearing soul tactic, holding fast to his quickly ebbing consciousness. With his previous experience, Lin Ming was much calmer this time. The head-splitting pain also caused him to fall into a dazed stupor, but Lin Ming knew that once he fainted and lost his self-awareness, then he would without a doubt die. As long as he was able to force his way through this period and exhaust that ownerless soul, he would win. However, this soul fragment's inherent soul force was far superior to the last one's. Lin Ming clenched his teeth, defending the last pure and bright bastion of his mind. The first time I did not know the overbearing soul tactic, and only depended on my heart of martial arts to endure. But this second time, my soul force is much stronger and my heart of martial arts is more complete. How can I lose here? Ha! In Lin Ming's sea of consciousness, there was a giant storm that was raging as the ownerless soul fragment constantly consumed itself in its battle with Lin Ming's spirit mark. Gradually, the shining rays began to dim down. The aching pain came flooding in like a limitless tsunami. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and could only hang on as this agony coursed through his mind. After an unknown amount of time, this aching feeling finally weakened as it began to slowly die down. By now, Lin Ming's whole body was soaked in sweat and cold to the touch. After a long time, that ownerless soul fragment had gradually lost its instinct and turned into complete pure soul energy, and then slowly integrated into Lin Ming's sea of consciousness. Opening his eyes, Lin Ming was surprised to find that he had already left the vast, starry space within the magic cube. He was back in his simple log cabin, staring at the wooden ceiling. Seeing such a familiar scene let him feel at ease. Reviewing the memories in his mind, Lin Ming felt another headache creeping up. This kind of feeling was as if he had gone through several days of sleepless nights, and thus his mind hurt. Array formations, array patterns, array diagrams, charms, this was probably an array master. After clearly examining these, Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. His luck was just bad. He had actually taken in the memories of an array master. An array master was truly strong, that was without question. One only needed to look at the 10,000 killing array, the 7 major killing arrays of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, the exquisite pagoda, and the sea jade platform to see just how inconceivably strong an array master was. One of the 7 founders of the 7 profound valleys was one who especially studied array methods. If he was able to create a massive array like the exquisite pagoda and sell it to the Sky Fortune Kingdom, its cost would be at least 10 million gold taels. However, it was impossible for Lin Ming to arrange this array. The major arrays of the Seven Profound Martial House were created through a collaboration of several Xiantian masters working together. The total quantity of true essence needed was truly terrifying. But without using such a large array, a normal array only had a very limited benefit. Although he was slightly frustrated, Lin Ming did not lose heart. This soul fragment had a very rich memory. It was not solely array methods. Moreover, about arrays, it may be temporarily useless to Lin Ming now, but that did not mean that it would be useless in the future. Chapter 123 Three Kinds of Martial Skills. Chapter 123 Three Kinds of Martial Skills. Chapter 123 Three Kinds of Martial Skills. In fact, in a sense, an inscription master was also one kind of array master. An inscription symbol could be called an array formation, except that the inscription symbol was on a much smaller scale and the total amount of true essence needed was also correspondingly low. However, for a large-scale array formation, one needed to be at least a Hotian stage master in order to begin studying it. Lin Ming took a cursory glance at these array formations in his mind. It seemed that not even a Xiantian master would have any hope in arranging these. If I want to learn array formations, I don't know in what year or what month I'll be able to do so. Lin Ming shook his head and completely sealed up all the memories. In the space of the magic cube, there were tens of thousands of souls. It was simply impossible to always choose one that was useful. It all came down to his own luck. After he placed away the array-related memories for the time being, Lin Ming endured further headaches and continued to read the memories of the soul fragment. True solar fire law, it requires godly strength to practice, and it is also incomplete, useless. Collapsing moon sinking star, this is a top-tier martial skill, but my cultivation is far from being able to use it, useless. Valiant dragon's roar, this is also a top-tier martial skill, but I still can't learn it. Lin Ming kept searching. The soul fragment's memories were very rich. However, there were very few things that were useful. The majority of cultivation methods and martial skills required a very high level of cultivation or power in order to begin practicing them. These are woman, feelings, sex, conspiracies. These are the life memories of a great person within the realm of the god. But these things are also useless. Lin Ming had sealed away the memories of the array formations. As for these life memories of the realm of the gods, Lin Ming simply discarded them all. Well, Lin Ming's heart jumped, and his spirit immediately rose and the headache he was feeling calmed down a little. Heretical God Force. Is this a martial skill? Cultivation method? Lin Ming sunk his mind into this memory, and to his surprise, the heretical God Force memory was fairly complete. Most importantly, if he wanted to cultivate the heretical God Force, it did not have any mandatory requirement for cultivation. Even someone at the body transformation stage would be able to practice it. The secret legacy manuals of the Sky Spill continent were divided into three different kinds. The first kind was a cultivation method manual. This was used for martial artists to accumulate true essence and enhance their cultivation. The cultivation method manual was the foundation of all, and was also the rarest of all the secret manuals. A sect didn't need to have good martial skills, but they must have a good cultivation method manual. The second kind were martial skills. Different martial skills would utilize the true essence and strength of human body in various ways in order to attack an enemy. The third kind were movement skills. These movement skills were similarly a utilization method to coordinate true essence with the strength of the human body, and thus enhance one's speed. But Lin Ming saw that this heretical God Force actually didn't fit any of those three categories. Using heretical God Force's mystical ability, it was possible to greatly enhance one's strength for a short time, and true essence would also increase. Heretical God Force was not a cultivation method, but it also wasn't a martial skill or movement ability. It was actually able to make a martial artist's martial skills stronger, and their movement abilities quicker. In that elder's memories of the realm of the gods, this heretical God Force was one of the rare auxiliary secret techniques. In all of those secret techniques, this heretical God Force is one of the most precious. Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised. Although most of the memories weren't useful, but if there was actually one that was incomparably precious, then it was worth it. Lin Ming continued to examine the heretical God Force. This secret technique was divided into 6 different stages. The first stage was able to enhance a human's strength and true essence by 50%, and the second stage could enhance one's abilities by 100%, the third 150%, and so on, until the final 6th stage, which could enhance one's original strength and true essence force by 3 times. Of course, 3 times the strength and true essence force also corresponded to 3 times the consumption rate of strength and true essence. But to Lin Ming, this wasn't an overly major problem. With the true primal chaos formula and a solid foundation of basic skills, his endurance had always been extraordinary. Although this heretical God Force is not a martial skill, in terms of its actual combat efficiency, it is much stronger than any martial skill. Even if I can only cultivate it to the first stage, I can increase my strength and true essence force by 50%. If I used my foundation spear technique with this, and also coordinated my momentum, then if I met Zhu Yan again I would easily be able to defeat him. And what is most abnormal is that this heretical God Force does not conflict with martial skills. If I open this heretical God Force state, then I would still be able to use a martial skill, and the martial skill's power would be increased. Solely with this heretical God Force, there was value in me choosing this soul fragment. Excited, Lin Ming began to sift through the rest of the memories, even though there weren't many left. Although there were still many cultivation methods and martial skills left, there weren't any that were complete or that were suitable for a martial artist at the body transformation stage. Lin Ming didn't keep his hopes up that he would find something. But just as he was about to finish skimming through all the memories, Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Top movement ability, Golden Rock shattering the void. This movement skill originated from ancient times, when a mighty and powerful being of the realm of the gods happened upon a cataclysmic battle between a golden-winged rock and a true dragon. That golden-winged rock had a height of several tens of thousands of miles, and its wings were like endless hanging clouds that hid the sun, moon, and stars. That mighty and powerful being had bore witness to the entire battle between the golden-winged rock and the true dragon. Afterwards, the golden-winged rock had shattered the void and disappeared out of sight. According to these images, that mighty one had retreated into meditation for 60 years, and finally created the movement ability known as Golden Rock shattering the void. To cultivate this set of movements, one had to start from the most basic stage of body transformation and go step by step until they reached the highest level. After one reached the perfect stage of this ability, they could travel 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye and roam through the endless void as if they were taking a leisurely stroll in the yard. To start practicing from the most basic body transformation stage was Lin Ming's good tidings. At his current stage, this was exactly the right time to start practicing Golden Rock shattering the void. However, it was a pity. The Golden Rock shattering the void movement ability was ultimately incomplete. The Golden Rock shattering the void consisted of 12 stages, but in the memories of the Elder's soul fragment, there were only 8 remaining. Losing 4 sections of the stages was by no means soul-crushing, as that mighty one originally didn't have the complete manual of the Golden Rock shattering the void movement ability. Otherwise, Lin Ming knew that the most precious secret skill would not be the heretical God Force, but the Golden Rock shattering the void. But still, Lin Ming did not feel any regret. Although it was incomplete, that wouldn't affect Lin Ming at the moment, because his cultivation was too far off to even think about practicing those later stages. He would only need to wait until he reached that realm before looking again. After he obtained the golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming kept looking through the few remaining memories. Lin Ming didn't think that he would find anything of value, but to his surprise there was actually a minor martial skill that he was able to practice. This martial skill was called the pulse-cutting palm. It did not require an extremely high cultivation, and it was also quite simple and easy to learn, but the corresponding power was not that high. Pulse-cutting palm would only be used when an opponent had consumed most of their true essence, and their strength was severely weakened. This was because in order to display the function of the pulse-cutting palm, one had to use a certain concealed energy to infiltrate true essence into an opponent's body using a special method. If the opponent's total remaining amount of true essence in their body was more than what was sent into their body, then that true essence would be consumed by the opponent. Just on this attribute alone, the pulse-cutting palm was far too tasteless. It could only be used to deal with a far weaker opponent, or someone that had already consumed too much of their strength and had lost the power to resist their enemy. But it stood to reason that in order for that mighty elder to retain such a weak and cowardly martial skill, the pulse-cutting palm had to have a certain special function. This function was that the infiltrating true essence could cut off an enemy's meridians and dry up their acupuncture points. This kind of destructive damage was virtually irreparable. The only possible method was using certain special and exceedingly rare materials that were in the memories of the mighty elder. But these valuable materials were only found within the realm of the gods. After a martial artist reached the bone-forging stage, they would begin to open up the meridians. Once all of the meridians were opened, they would be connected to the pores of their body, and true essence would be able to access the meridians and flow through them unimpeded. This was the pulse condensation period. However, if one's meridians were severed, then it was impossible to step into the pulse condensation period for one's entire life. Not only that, but their cultivation would gradually reverse, becoming worse with each day, until it was completely lost. Even a man's virility was closely related to their meridians and acupuncture point. For instance, conditions such as impotency were closely related to the meridians that passed near the kidney. If these meridians and body points were ruined, then it would greatly affect a man's virility, and they might even become sterile as a result. Even martial artists above the pulse condensation period, whose body's meridians had been completely connected, would not be spared from the power of the pulse-cutting palm. Their cultivation would fall below the pulse condensation period, and suffer the same fate as anyone else. This pulse-cutting palm could only be described as extremely insidious and ruthless. Without a doubt, the special aim of this martial skill was to maliciously harm others, because when dealing with an enemy that had already lost all their strength to resist, killing them would be simple. But in using this pulse-cutting palm, it would utterly destroy their martial art. And what was even more ruthless was that it would cause a man to lose all of their functions as a man. It was simply better to die than live in this pathetic state. This pulse-cutting palm is damaging enough. Although it cannot increase strength, it is an incomparably ruthless and sinister move to deal with others. Not only will it sever a person's meridians, it will also sever all their future descendants. To cause a martial artist to lose all their cultivation and their manhood, it is worse than killing them. If I have the time, then I'll study this. It will be useful for dealing with some enemies that I can't publicly go against. It will be much safer in the future if I ruin their martial arts. But for now, I don't have much time, so I'll put this on hold. Lin Ming completely sealed all the memories that he didn't need, and discarded all of the unnecessary life memories. After filtering everything, there was only the heretical god force, golden rock shattering the void, and the pulse-cutting palm. The special technique and movement ability were incomparably precious. As for the pulse-cutting palm, although it couldn't be considered so amazingly precious, it did have its own special role. Now there are only 4 months before Zhang Guanyu and I will fight each other. I was originally only going to draw the body inscription symbol and place it on my body, and continue perceiving the flow-like silk state through meditation. With the enhanced true essence gathering of the body inscription symbol and the help of my ethereal martial intent for cultivating, I should be able to break through to the altering muscle stage before the battle. But now I also have to practice the golden rock shattering the void, and the heretical god force. Although this secret technique and movement ability are formidable, if I do not adequately practice them, then they will not enhance my cultivation and only be a waste of time. Only 4 months left, my time is too tight. Break into the 10,000 killing array's top 10 in 3 months, defeat Zhang Guanyu in 4 months, defeat Taku in 5 months, and defeat Ling Sen in 6 months. Of these 4 tasks, entering into the top 10 ranks of the 10,000 killing array is the simplest. As long as I can rush through to the top 10 of the 10,000 killing array, the 7 Profound Martial House will award me a medium-grade human step-long spear treasure, the Heavy Profound Soft Spear. This is a medium-grade human step treasure, and it is also the rarely seen elastic spear. If I have it, then my combat prowess will rise much higher, and my chances of defeating Zhang Guanyu will be that much better. Although Lin Ming currently had the penetrating rainbow spear on hand, it was still a half-treasure after all. When concentrating his true essence into it, there was no smooth feeling. Chapter 124, Violent Wind Tunnel. Chapter 124, A Violent Wind Tunnel. In the northwest reaches of Zhou Mountain, there was a natural mountain valley. The entrance of the mountain valley faced the north, and spanned 1,000 feet. As it extended inwards, it became increasingly narrow. The entire mountain valley was in the shape of a funnel, and it continued into the hillside until the width was only about 10 feet or so. When gale winds blew from the north of Zhou Mountain, they were blocked by Zhou Mountain and formed a tremendous wind pressure and air current that flowed down the funnel-shaped valley. As it went inwards, and the mountain valley became narrower, the speed and pressure of the wind increased with each step. Before the 7 Profound Martial House was established, this mountain valley had been named Gale Valley. Inside the valley were large rolling stones that blew everywhere, and humans and livestock found it hard to stand firm. After the 7 Profound Martial House was established, the Xiantian masters, who had decided to use the local environments, set up a large array in this crazy wind valley. Not only did this raise the speed of the wind, but the wind current and direction became unpredictable. Undercurrents were everywhere, and there were even strong heavenly winds that could harm the body. This was one of the 7 major killing arrays of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. This was the Violent Wind Tunnel. The Violent Wind Tunnel was primarily used by martial artists to practice their stability and footwork. To a martial artist, solid footwork was the most basic, entry-level martial arts. To begin on the path of martial arts, one had to first practice their balance. Even Lin Ming, who had not received a formal martial arts education, had to begin by practicing the basic horse stance. However, Lin Ming came to the Violent Wind Tunnel today not to practice his stability, but to practice his movement abilities. To practice one's movement in the Violent Wind Tunnel was something that a common disciple would be unable to imagine. This was because no matter how fast one was, it was impossible to hide from the wind. No matter how astonishing one's speed in the Violent Wind Tunnel, the person would always be pinned down and hindered by the fast wind. To practice one's movement, a disciple would usually choose the boulder slope array of the 7 major killing arrays. The boulder slope had innumerable rocks flying around. A martial artist would use these to practice their dodging skills and movement speed. Before, Lin Ming had gone to the boulder slope to take a look, and saw that the boulder slope truly was a good place to practice one's movement. However, it was not suited to the golden rock shattering the void. When one practiced movement in the boulder slope, the truth was that the main aspect a martial artist trained was their reaction speed, strength, and true essence body coordination. If these points were practiced well, a martial artist would simultaneously have extremely quick speed and nimble movements. However, it was hard to find a movement ability that could achieve both extreme speed and flexibility. For instance, swan feather fall, heaven passing ladder, cloud hanging rope, and other such movement abilities stressed speed and light work above all. These skills were fastidious about keeping the body as light as a swallow. Once true essence was revolved, they could leap several dozens of feet high and easily catch a flying bird. This speed was very fast. But then there were movement abilities like 7-star drifting cloud, lost steps, 6-foot step, and 7 despairing step. These movement abilities stressed flexibility and dodging. For instance, in 7-star drifting cloud, one's feet traced the pattern of the Big Dipper, like treading on clouds, and their footwork was light like treading on clouds. After the large success stage was reached, one could take 7 steps at once, and it would be impossible to tell which step was first or last. Within these 7 steps one's speed would be able to reach the extreme. These movements focused on dodging. They were very effective in close-range fights. If a movement ability had a superiority in one movement aspect, then it could be considered a top-grade manual. If a movement ability could be superior in both aspects, then that would be a best-grade manual. However, that kind of movement ability would only be passed down to the core disciples of the 7 profound valleys. But after Lin Ming read the general outline of Golden Rock shattering the void, he realized that even achieving the pinnacle in both of these aspects of movement was still quite ordinary. The truth zenith of movement abilities not only needed to achieve the summit of both of these aspects, but most importantly, they had to integrate the concept and law into its movements. To be able to integrate one kind of concept perfectly into one's movement was already considered extremely precious and rare, even in the realm of the gods. But that mighty elder's Golden Rock shattering the void actually managed to integrate 2 concepts, the concept of wind and the concept of void. The Golden Winged Rock was also known as the 9-day Leviathan Rock. It was a wind attribute god beast that was the ancestor of 10,000 winds. The legends said that the Golden Winged Rock ate flood dragons as food, and its degree of formidability was similar to the true dragon and true phoenix. This wind attribute god beast's concept of wind was undoubtedly the best. As for the concept of void, that was instantly comprehended by the mighty elder that had created the Golden Rock shattering the void when he had seen the Golden Winged Rock pierce through space and enter the limitless void. The concept of void was an extremely illusory ideal. At the moment it was too far away from the current Lin Ming. He could only touch upon the concept of wind. And the best place to practice the concept of wind was of course the violent wind tunnel. What? Junior apprentice Brother Lin would like to enter the 7th level of difficulty? The deacon's senior apprentice brother, who guarded the violent wind tunnel, stared at Lin Ming with wide eyes. He thought that he had misheard for a moment. The violent wind tunnel was divided into 12 different sections, and the individual difficulties of each section could be adjusted. The 7th level was a difficulty that the Earth Hall disciples that were around rank 100 on the ranking stone would use. Now that Lin Ming had entered into the upper echelons of the heavenly abode, he should have started at the 10th level of difficulty. It had to be known that Zhu Yan had used the 10th level of difficulty to practice. The top 10 disciples of the heavenly abode often used the 11th level to practice. As for the highest 12th level, no one was actually able to withstand the raging winds inside. Even Ling Sun could only persist for an incense stick of time. If today Lin Ming had decided to enter into the 10th level of difficulty, or even the 11th, then the deacon would not have been so surprised. But what kind of existence was Lin Ming? He was a potential future core disciple who would challenge Ling Sun, Ta Ku, and Zhang Guanyu, and yet he had chosen the 7th level of difficulty. This really puzzled the deacon, so he asked, "Junior apprentice Brother Lin, the 7th level of difficulty is usually used by the lower order disciples. Is junior apprentice Brother Lin cracking a joke with me?" Lin Ming smiled and said, "I'm positive I want to open the 7th level, not a joke." "All right." The deacon's senior apprentice brother shrugged and opened the difficulty to the 7th level. After all, the time was his. It was his choice what difficulty he wanted to set. At lower difficulties he could also save true essence stones. After the path to the violent wind tunnel opened, Lin Ming instantly entered. As soon as he entered the violent wind tunnel, Lin Ming immediately heard the sound of roaring, rumbling winds as if there was thunder inside. Especially in nearby regions, there were some people who had opened the 10th level of difficulty and above. The fierce roar of that wind was like an army of 1,000 soldiers roaring as they charged forwards. Just by listening to that sound, one could imagine the horror inside. But Lin Ming was only at the 7th level of difficulty in the violent wind tunnel, and it was a relatively calmer environment. With his cultivation, he could easily walk in the violent wind tunnel. Lin Ming arrived at the middle area of the violent wind tunnel. This far in, the wind speed was modest. He stopped, closed his eyes, and began to fully feel the bone-chilling cold mountain wind as it blew upon him. The word concept sounded vague and intangible. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, if a martial artist wanted to comprehend the concept of wind, he would not know where to start. What was the concept? It wasn't something that one could easily grasp. But after Lin Ming swallowed that soul fragment, he had attained a clear understanding of what a concept was. Of course, to comprehend it, one had to rely on oneself. The concept was in truth a law. It was a force of nature. Once it was comprehended, one could control a core of power. In the wide world, everything had its own inherent laws. For instance, water would flow to the lowest valley, fire would rise to the highest peak. Yin and yang supported and restrained each other, and life and death and so forth. These were the most basic of laws. Extend the law deep into the soul and control the origin of all things. This was what a concept meant. For Lin Ming to comprehend the concept of wind, he did not need to resist the wind, but to harmonize and conform to the wind, and feel the power of the it. If Lin Ming utilized his true essence, coupled with his formidable physical strength and the support of penetrating rainbow, he would easily be able to resist the 10th level of difficulty and even challenge the 11th level of difficulty. However, these things held no significance for him. He had chosen the 7th level of difficulty. After coming to a complete stop, Lin Ming stopped resisting the force of the wind, and allowed his body to completely relax. Then, without any anxiety, he was sent flying by the fierce winds. Lin Ming continuously adjusted his body in the air, adapting to the wind and borrowing its strength. However, from the very beginning, he no way of crossing the threshold. Pung! Lin Ming heavily collided against the rocks. Even though his body was physically strong and he was protected by true essence, he still felt his dizzy as his blood surged inside him. Lin Ming stood up, integrated with the wind once more, and was once again thrown up by the wind, hitting the wall. He continued this experiment again and again, and hit the rocky wall again and again. Lin Ming had already lost count of how many times he had hit the wall. He suffered multiple bruises, and was covered with cuts and wounds. His face had multiple abrasions and his clothes were ripped to shreds. He was almost naked. It looked quite awful. Lin Ming had already informed Wang Yuhan that he would not be going to the Inscription Association today. In one breath he had made an appointment at the violent wind tunnel for 8 hours. He would use the entire time to feel the power and majesty of the wind. This was a completely masochistic method of cultivation. Even though Lin Ming had stocked up fully on medicines, he still ended up with such an embarrassing appearance. I really was negligent. I didn't think that my clothes would be ruined like this, and I didn't bring any spare clothes with me. Lin Ming forced a smile and shook his head. He prepared to ask the deacon's senior apprentice brother to fetch some clothes for him. At this point, it was approaching the afternoon. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was bored and in a very blasé mood as he sat in meditation. From time to time again he would pay attention to Lin Ming. Lin Ming had made an appointment for 8 hours, from morning until dusk. With such a long time, he had only opened the 7th level of difficulty. What was junior apprentice brother Lin thinking? Could he not handle a higher level? Or was he going inside to play? Playing around? No, that's impossible. Junior apprentice brother Lin simply doesn't have the personality of a 15-year-old boy. What is he doing in the violent wind tunnel? The deacon's senior apprentice brother thought about this for a long time and still did not understand, so he decided to forget about it. Those high-status people really give me a headache. Time in these 7 major killing arrays is just so precious. Many martial artists are reluctant to come even once every several days. Occasionally when they do come, they might even bring several companions with them, and each person would use half an hour. But then this junior apprentice brother Lin has 10 full days he can use every month. So he doesn't treasure such valuable time and made an appointment for 8 whole hours in one go. I can't believe he only opened the 7th level of difficulty. Even though we are both people, it still irritates me. Ah, so exasperating. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was sighing with emotion when at this time Lin Ming emerged from the violent wind tunnel and asked, "I'm sorry, senior apprentice brother, but could you help prepare me a spare set of clothes?" At the moment, Lin Ming was in less than rags. He was almost naked. If he practiced any more, there would just be no way for him to go back to his cabin. As the deacon looked at Lin Ming, who had suddenly appeared in rags and his dirty body covered with countless wounds, the deacon's senior apprentice brother could only stare dumbfounded, his jaw dropping low enough that an egg could be stuffed inside. He didn't respond for a long time, until he finally recognized that this young dirty man with a beggar's appearance was Lin Ming. This. Chapter 125 Masochistic Cultivation. Chapter 125 Masochistic Cultivation. Chapter 125 Masochistic Cultivation. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was totally confused. Were there monsters inside of the violent wind tunnel? No, that was impossible. The violent wind tunnel was used daily. How would there be monsters inside? Or had he made a mistake with the difficulty level? He turned around and looked at the Array Formations panel board. It was indeed the 7th level of difficulty. But, why would junior apprentice brother Lin's appearance be so shabby? What happened inside? Could it be that junior apprentice brother Lin's footwork technique was not steady? That was also impossible. He remembered on the martial stage that junior apprentice brother Lin had been steady like a towering mountain. It was impossible for there to be anything wrong with his footwork technique. In this case, Lin Ming simply couldn't explain. He said, "Senior apprentice brother, could I trouble you to reduce the difficulty by a level, and open up the 6th level of difficulty?" At the 7th level of difficulty, the wind velocity was just too fast. The time Lin Ming was airborne for was too short. Just as he was about to feel the origin of the wind, he would immediately smash into the wall. So he hoped to reduce the difficulty by a bit. To comprehend the concept of wind, he did not need to resist the strength of the wind. The force of the wind also did not matter. You want to reduce the difficulty? The deacon's senior apprentice brother was becoming a bit paranoid, but he hadn't figured out how to open his mouth and ask Lin Ming. Lin Ming once again entered the wind tunnel, and through numerous trials, he began to feel like he was starting to be able to sense the concept of wind. He wanted to use this opportunity to step into the threshold of the wind concept in one fell swoop. After his 8 hours of practice time had ended, Lin Ming had already hit the wall at least 10,000 times. If it wasn't for the top-quality injury medicine he had brought, the impact of so many hits would have already left him with several internal injuries. At this point, there wasn't a single spot on Lin Ming's body that wasn't bruised. When he swapped clothes and stepped out of the tunnel, the deacon's senior apprentice brother was completely confused. Standing by the deacon was a disciple of the heavenly abode. He didn't recognize Lin Ming in his current ragged condition. He only thought, which wonderful low-order disciple is this? You couldn't even think to open up a low level of difficulty? Was there a need to be so masochistic in your practice? Junior apprentice brother Lin, what in the world were you doing in there? The deacon's senior apprentice brother asked. Practicing. Lin Ming faintly smiled. Having given a perfunctory answer, he didn't wait for the deacon to ask him another question and left. The disciple that was still waiting there asked, Junior apprentice brother Lin? Which Lin? Lin Wu? That's not right, although Lin Wu is a little weak, he's not that bad. The deacon sent an ill-humored look at the disciple and snappily said, Junior apprentice brother Lin Ming. Lin Ming? Haha, senior apprentice brother, your joke is too funny. If that Lin Ming can actually end up like that in that level of difficulty in the violent wind tunnel, then I'll walk in reverse from now on. You can walk however you want to. Next time if you don't believe then look yourself. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was disinclined to bother with the disciple. He began to close the formation array. It was about time for him to get off work. After Lin Ming returned to his cabin that night, he prepared a boiled bathtub full of medicinal herbs. As soon as he stripped his clothes, he jumped in and soaked inside the bathtub for 2 hours. The wounds on his body began to slowly mend themselves. As he sat in the tub and meditated for the night, by the next day his flesh had absorbed the potency of the medicinal herbs and his bruises had disappeared. The cost of that bathtub full of medicinal herbs was around 7,000 taels of gold. Before, the amount of gold that he had spent on raw materials would have been enough for him to practice for 7 or 8 years. But presently, that bathtub of medicine had already been completely used up. This caused Lin Ming to sigh with emotion. If one wanted to cultivate martial arts but didn't have money, then no matter what talent they had it would be useless. Yesterday, he had gone through 8 hours of masochistic practice. Lin Ming had finally touched upon the concept of wind, but still hadn't managed to cross the threshold. He was still far from being able to grasp that wind concept. With such an esoteric and profound golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming hadn't expected to be able to cultivate it within a short time. Still, just practicing it a little was infinitely enjoyable. Today, Lin Ming did not go to the violent wind tunnel. He needed a period of time to let his body fully assimilate the experiences he had obtained yesterday. Therefore he lit a sound-transmitting talisman and passed a message to Wang Yuhan. Today, he would be going to the Inscription Association. In the past few days, a modest affair had happened in Sky Fortune City. The Zhu family had announced that because Zhu Yan had violated the family rules, his punishment was that he had been expelled from the family. Not only that, but the 10th prince, the Cloud Prince, had drawn a distinct line between him and Zhu Yan. This matter had been dealt with in a very low-profile manner. However, all the major powers had taken note of this event. Everyone knew that Zhu Yan and Lin Ming had a grudge between them, and some of the even more informed ones knew that this was related to Lan Yunyue. According to some reliable sources, Zhu Yan and Lin Ming were deep love rivals involved in a messy love triangle. They had many small battles, and their conflict became increasingly intense. At this point, the Zhu family had expelled Zhu Yan from their ranks, and the 10th prince had drawn a line with Zhu Yan. Just what was the meaning of this? Many people thought that the Zhu family and the 10th prince had done this in order to show a measure of goodwill towards Lin Ming. In order to woo Lin Ming to their side, they had directly expelled a talented person from their main family. But wasn't this just too crude and reckless? Although Lin Ming was amazingly strong, he was obviously close to the crown prince and on his side. If the 10th prince was unable to win over Lin Ming and had still expelled Zhu Yan, then wasn't this double penalty, simply giving an enemy one's own wife as well as losing one's own soldiers? What was the reason behind the 10th prince's actions? After Lin Ming heard this news, he also felt it somewhat incomprehensible. Did the 10th prince make this decision in order to show goodwill? Was it necessary? Zhu Yan was expelled from the family, and he also left the 7 profound martial house. I must be careful of him. He is living a gloomy life, but he knows how to bear the suffering. This would greatly strengthen his toughness. Later, he will certainly try go against me somehow. My strength is growing and I am not afraid, but my parents are in Green Mulberry City. I must inform the Lin family about this and have my parents protected. Unfortunately, I did not kill him when I could on that stage, and now I've left a future trouble. A cold chill crept into Lin Ming's eyes. Although he had not bothered pursuing when Wang Yigao and Wang Yanfeng had tried dealing with him using cruel methods, but that did not mean he was a soft-hearted person, especially when faced with the possibility that something could endanger the safety of his loved ones. Thinking this, Lin Ming sent out a sound-transmitting talisman to Sky Fortune City's Lin family branch, exhorting them about his parents' situation. That afternoon, Lin Ming had decided to go to the Inscription Association, which was why he had made an appointment with Wang Yuhan. As he was walking down the road, Lin Ming suddenly stopped. He had run into a person. Lin Ming already had an impression of this person. He was a pulse condensation period martial artist who worked under the Crown Prince, Liao Wenyuan. The Crown Prince had helped Liao Wenyuan in his career and had shown him kindness. Before Liao Wenyuan had gained fame and fortune, a young crown prince had helped him. That stroke of graciousness had been unforgettably valuable. That was why, even though Liao Wenyuan now had a title and a rapidly advancing career, he had still decided to enter into the turbid waters of the struggle over the throne, and was willing to assist the crown prince in ascending the throne. Mr. Lin. Liao Wenyuan cupped his fist in a polite greeting towards Lin Ming. Senior Liao is too polite. This junior should be the one bowing to Mr. Liao. Lin Ming cupped his fist and returned a courtesy bow towards Liao Wenyuan. Lin Ming didn't find it surprising that he met Liao Wenyuan here. These days, he had felt eyes on him as he walked down the streets, as if people were intentionally or unintentionally following him. But these people did not have any murderous or dangerous intent. They were obviously sent by the Crown Prince. Lin Ming's status was extremely sensitive. As soon as he took even one step out of the 7 profound martial house, there would be people immediately following him and protecting him in the shadows. It could be said that if the 10th prince wanted to kill him in Sky Fortune City, it wouldn't be much easier than killing the Crown Prince himself. The Crown Prince was apparently aware that he was often visiting the Inscription Association these days. Haha, I didn't think that Mr. Lin would know my name. To be truthful, I am a rather crude person and I'm not too comfortable with these courtesies. If you don't mind, I will be rude and call Mr. Lin, Brother Lin instead. Lin Ming smiled. Brother Liao's words are frank and straightforward. Truth be told, I also do not like etiquette and honorific. Haha, that's great. Brother Lin, today I came to especially look for you. You may or may not know, but Zhu Yan has been expelled from the Zhu family. Liao Wenyuan had sent these words via True Essence sound transmission. Lin Ming nodded, and also changed to speaking with True Essence sound transmission. You must be careful of Zhu Yan. I know, but I also find something strange. Why was the Zhu family so ruthless? This ruthlessness is because of Brother Lin. You have a possibility of becoming a 7 profound envoy or the Marshal House Master. With that status, whether it is the Zhu family or the 10th prince, they do not dare to annoy you. But to them, Zhu Yan will at most be a pulse condensation martial artist in the future. A pulse condensation period martial artist is an acceptable loss, so they drove him out. Later, Zhu Yan will hate you and try to assassinate you. If this happens, then Zhu Yan will take the blame and the Zhu family and the 10th prince will not be implicated. So it's like that, well, when it comes to the internal struggles of the large families and royal powers, not even family will be spared. Lin Ming had no interest in things like the royal power struggle and large family interests. Yes, that's why since ancient times a ruler must be crafty, otherwise it would be impossible for them to accomplish anything. Liao Wenyuan paused and sighed. He was thinking of the humanity and righteousness of the crown prince, who unfortunately had insufficient determination. Ah, that's right, Brother Lin, you had previously asked His Highness the Crown Prince to look for some materials. We have already begun to search for them. However, there are some things that the Sky Fortune Kingdom does not have. The Crown Prince has already sent people to the neighboring countries to look. The Huoluan Nation's trade fair has things from all around. It should be possible to find some materials there. But to collect all the materials, it will take a long time. As for the matter of the manor that Brother Lin wishes to return, His Highness the Crown Prince has said that he has already gifted the land to Brother Lin. How could he take it back? Brother Lin, please feel relieved about that matter. Huoluan Nation was one of the larger countries under the governance of the 7 profound valleys. Regardless of military forces, or the number of masters they had, all of it surpassed the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Huoluan Nation's trade fair was famous and very well known within the surrounding area of 100,000 miles. It was only that it was too far from the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even if one rode a snow dragon horse that could cross 2,000 miles in one day, it would still take a dozen or so days to arrive there. With the time it took to get to Huoluan Nation, coupled with the time it took to find the materials, and the fact that some materials couldn't necessarily be bought, it was wrong to depend solely on the Crown Prince to obtain the complete list of materials for the body inscription symbol. Lin Ming said with heartfelt appreciation, "Please thank the Crown Prince for me. I, Lin Ming, will always remember this favor." Haha, Brother Lin is far too polite. As soon as I ran into Brother Lin, I knew that Brother Lin was a man worth knowing. Rest assured, the Crown Prince has some savings that he's accrued over the years. He can easily bear the burden of buying some materials, but the one who has a burden is really Brother Lin. Brother Lin not only has amazing martial arts skills, but also has a thorough understanding of inscription technique. This really makes anyone feel disbelief. Brother Lin, you really make me want to throw away what I thought the word genius meant. Chapter 126, Zhang Guanyu Moves. Chapter 126, Zhang Guanyu Moves. Lin Ming smiled and shook his head. Brother Liao flatters me. It is only because I have a fierce master that I have such achievements. That's right, since Zhu Yan has left Sky Fortune City, then what happened to Lan Yunue? Did she leave with him? Although he already had nothing to do with Lan Yunue, Lin Ming still inquired. Zhu Yan might have gone crazy by now. He might take out his anger on Lan Yunue. Liao Wenyuan smiled and said, Brother Lin, feel relieved that Lan Yunue is all right, but she has already withdrawn herself from the 7 profound martial house. Presently she is still within Sky Fortune City. His Highness the Crown Prince has already sent some people to secretly protect her. Oh? Lan Yunue has left school. Lin Ming was a little stunned. The Crown Prince was really very thoughtful. He had even taken Lan Yunue into account. There truly was a substantial advantage in joining a major power. There were a lot of matters that he didn't need to worry about. There were naturally people that would help manage them. Liao Wenyuan said, That's about everything I have to say. I will walk first. Brother Lin, please continue whatever it was you were doing. Thank you, Brother Liao. Haha, that's what I should be doing. As he bid farewell to Liao Wenyuan, Lin Ming continued to walk to the Inscription Association. In order to buy the materials he needed, it was actually a bad idea to only rely on the Crown Prince. He had to look for another way. If I can draw up an inscription symbol that even the Hotian martial artists of the Sky Fortune Kingdom will want, then I can have the Hotian martial artists help me look. That way, it would be possible to find the materials I need in a shorter period of time. This was the plan that Lin Ming had thought of before, and was the only means he could think of. With the improvement in Lin Ming's inscription technique, he might just be barely able to create an inscription symbol that would move the heart of a Hotian stage martial artist. But this method would draw a bit too much publicity. Inscription Association. Mr. Lin. A pleasantly surprised Wang Yuhan said after seeing Lin Ming. She had already been waiting in the inscription room for some time. Miss Wang, I'm very embarrassed. There was a small matter, so I was delayed. Because he had entered into space within the magic cube, Lin Ming's soul force consumption was extremely fierce that night, and he didn't wake up early like he usually did. Then after that he went to the violent wind tunnel to practice, and time had dragged on a bit too long. There are already quite a few visitors waiting, Wang Yuhan said as she pointed towards the hall. Lin Ming looked. In the hall, there were already 7 or 8 people who were patiently waiting there. Usually at this time, there would only be 2 or 3 people. The last time, Lin Ming had repeatedly gone through requests. No matter whether it was repairing an inscription symbol or drawing one up, he managed to smoothly complete the task each time. And what was most pleasantly surprising to the martial artists was that the inscription symbols Lin Ming had drawn up had a much better effect than a normal inscription master. Usually to achieve this effect, only a few of the top inscription masters of Sky Fortune Kingdom, like Wang Xuanji, were able to do so. But what kind of character was Wang Xuanji? Most people simply could not move him. Even if they wanted him to, his price was not something that most martial artists could afford to pay. But Lin Ming's price for work was very cheap. His service wasn't actually much worse compared to those top-level inscription masters. As a result, many visitors had come because they had learned this. I heard that the guest inscription master is in his teens. I don't know whether this rumor is true though. A visitor thoughtlessly said. Today he had brought a medium-grade human step treasure. He had already had this treasure for over half a year, but hadn't found an appropriate inscription symbol. He did not even bother glancing at common inscription symbols, but the price for the top-tier inscription symbols were just too high and not to his liking. He cultivated cold attribute true essence, and therefore wanted an inscription symbol that matched his true essence attribute. And then yesterday, he had overheard that a new guest inscription master had come to the Inscription Association and drawn up an Ice Frost Guard inscription symbol. After being placed on, the armor had actually changed to an icy blue color. That was why before the dawn had even risen, he had lined up here and had already waited most of the day till now. However, he wasn't even the slightest bit impatient. The earlier he came, the earlier in line he would be, and he might be the first one that the inscription master helped. The first inscription symbol that an inscription master made was the best. This was because at that time their soul force and true essence were at their most abundant state, and it was also easier to obtain the best result. As the day dragged on, the chances of getting the best possible result would decrease. It's true, when my friend came, he saw with his own eyes that the inscription master was just a youth. What's wrong with the world? Is inscription technique not difficult to learn? He's already at this level. In a few years him surpassing Wang Xuanji would be as simple as eating a meal or drinking water. The children these days are becoming increasingly fierce. A few years ago there was Qin Xingxuan, and half a month ago there was a Lin Ming. Now, there's also an inscription genius. Where did this boy come from? Why have I never heard of him before? He shouldn't be someone from the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Our Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique isn't that amazing. In certain places in the mainland, there are families who engage in special occupations. For instance, array master families, alchemist families, inscription master families, refiner families, and so forth. These families have already inherited legacies of over 1,000 years, and they are much more formidable than the Sky Fortune Kingdom. They would screen the soul talent of each generation's outstanding descendants, and have a pair of a high-talent male and female marry. The child they give birth to would have the possibility of having a high-grade soul talent. Gradually, in these families, even having a 5th-grade soul talent isn't strange. In addition to their glorious and long history and the many inheritances and legacies that they have accumulated, their level of inscription technique must be many times more formidable than the average inscription master. A knowledgeable old man slowly said this as he stroked his beard. The truth was that nothing he said was a secret. Not only were there families with particular professions, but martial arts were the same. There were martial arts families with grandiose histories that had existed since ancient times. For instance, of the 7 profound marital house's current core disciples, besides Qin Xingxuan, the rest had come from martial cultivation families. Lin Ming was thought to be such a person by them. As the group of people was talking, a young receptionist lady came over and politely told them, "The guest inscription master has arrived. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. We may begin now." Allied Trade Association, Sky Fortune City Headquarters. In a luxurious room in the midst of a renovation, Zhang Guanyu reclined on a bed. In his hand he held a delicate eggshell-like porcelain bowl that was threaded with fine gold slivers. In the small golden bowl was a creamy liquid. This thick and fragrant liquid was milk. But it was not goat's milk or sheep's milk or something like that, but was a woman's breast milk. In most nobles' mansions they raised a number of wet nurses. These wet nurses would squeeze out their breast milk, and the nobles would enjoy this delicacy. Human breast milk was considered to be the most nutritious of all milk. Whether a baby grew well had much to do with breast milk, and how long they were on breast milk before they were weaned off. Because of this, it was popular within the aristocrats of Sky Fortune Kingdom to raise wet nurses in their mansions. Normally, the women that had the occupation of a wet nurse were those that had just had a child, or their child had died, or they were sold off. Most of these women came from the countryside, and usually only the women with poor appearances would come and be a wet nurse to help out with their family's expenses. The saying was that a woman with big buttocks would easily give birth. Therefore, the women that were able to squeeze enough breast milk were usually somewhat plump. In addition, they had mostly been doing farm work in the countryside since they were children. Their skin had already been thoroughly exposed to sun and rain and was rough. Most were not attractive. Zhang Guanyu, this person, had very loose lips. He felt that this kind of woman wet nurse seriously affected his appetite. Therefore the wet nurses he raised had to be pretty and beautiful women beyond all else. These kinds of beauty were usually the concubines of other wealthy individuals. Their age was usually 20 or so, and their looks were charming and pleasant. The Allied Trade Association had a huge influence. Some respected families would offer their concubines on their own volition in order to flatter Zhang Guanyu. But there were also some that were compelled by Zhang Guanyu. In those cases the families would have to obediently offer up their concubines. As for the children that these concubines had given birth to, the families could only have their own wet nurses replace them. Some concubines were in delicate health, and their breast milk was scarce. However, this didn't matter to Zhang Guanyu. In fact, Zhang Guanyu liked this kind. He felt that such breast milk was the sweetest, as well as the most rare and precious. Sometimes, a concubine that Zhang Guanyu had an appetite for would be directly sent to his harem. Zhang Guanyu had an interest in all the various flavors of beautiful women, even a person's wife was no exception. Have you found her? Zhang Guanyu lazily asked, slowly sipping on his bowl of breast milk. Informing the young master, we have found her. The one speaking was a middle-aged man of over 40 years old. His breath was long and his heartbeat was powerful. He was at the viscera training stage. We shall go, Zhang Guanyu said and tossed down the rest of the breast milk in the bowl. He excitedly licked his lips, his appearance quite fierce at this moment. Young master, to do this, the middle-aged man hesitated. Are you afraid to offend Lin Ming? Young master, Lin Ming has already risen to a core disciple's status within the 7 profound martial house. If he continues to rise in the future, and becomes a 7 profound envoy or the martial house master, if we have offended such a person, it would be very difficult to manage. Your meaning is I should lie down with both hands tied, and let him step on me? And even befriend Lin Ming? Is that right? Zhang Guanyu's voice suddenly cooled. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, Young master, this subordinate does not mean that. The 7 profound martial house has pushed me to stand against Lin Ming. It is impossible for me to live in peace with him. Do you want me to admit defeat? Even if I admit defeat, do you think Lin Ming will receive my kindness? The 7 profound martial house wants me to be Lin Ming's stepping stone, but what they do not know is I am not a stepping stone. I am a caltrop. Whoever steps on me will die. Zhang Guanyu's heart of martial arts was an arrogant heart. He could understand that some people were stronger than him from the start, but he could not bear to see a young man compared to him, and chase after him and then surpass him. Not only that, but Lin Ming was younger than him by 5 years. Because Lin Ming had stolen his thunder, he had already become extremely unhappy. Not only that, but the fight in 4 months would definitely attract the attention of everyone within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. If he lost in that situation, it would be a shameful disgrace. Zhang Guanyu's arrogant heart could not accept such a matter. The truth was, Zhang Guanyu had complete confidence in winning the match 4 months from now. But even if he won, he felt that Lin Ming would eventually surpass him. At that time, Lin Ming would challenge him again to defeat him. In this way, the result would still be the same. Zhang Guanyu had a premonition that once he was defeated by Lin Ming someday, then he would forever be surpassed by Lin Ming, and would be unable to stand up from this catastrophic failure. This would frustrate his arrogant heart. This knot he would never be able to untie. And that was because he could never surmount Lin Ming again. Zhang Guanyu absolutely did not want to see that ever happen. Chapter 127 Despicable Means. Chapter 127 Despicable Means. Chapter 127 Despicable Means. After having cultivated the divine acacia power, Zhang Guanyu's heart had a strong wish. That wish was to cultivate the divine acacia power to the peak of the 7th layer and achieve a long period of youth, the time where his young essence would never fade. Once he achieved this boundary, he would have several hundred years of youth. He would be able to play with all the various beautiful and worldly women in society, take them and plunder them. From the beauties of today to the beauties of several hundred years later, he would establish a massive harem that surpassed the royal family's harem of 3,000 beautiful women. Every day he would go visit his personal harem and wantonly engage in reckless fun with them. Thinking of this, Zhang Guanyu would be filled with burning desire, and his blood would bubble to the brim with a maddeningly ecstatic excitement. But with Zhang Guanyu's talent, to cultivate the divine acacia power to the peak 7th layer was easier said than done. He had just begun cultivating the divine acacia power. If everything went smoothly, and he picked the best beautiful women to cultivate from, there was a small possibility that he would be able to reach the peak of the 7th layer. But if 4 months from now, he was defeated by Lin Ming in front of the eyes of everyone, Then his spirit and heart would be suppressed and his yang essence would not flow smoothly. In that case, it would be very difficult to reach the peak of the 7th layer. So, Zhang Guanyu decided to completely and thoroughly defeat Lin Ming in the match 4 months from now. He would mercilessly trample over him so that he would never be able to stand up from his failure in his entire life. He would snatch everything from him, all the halos that surrounded him and all the beautiful women that admired him. His heart would be serene, his yang essence would flow unimpeded, and his cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. That middle-aged man said, "Young master, this subordinate is too dull-minded. But this subordinate only thinks that if you do such things, it will enrage Lin Ming. When the time comes, it will only deepen the animosity of an enemy." Humph! So what if I enrage him? You think I am going to admit defeat without a fight? But, no buts. Lin Ming is scary, yes, and the 10th prince does not dare to move against him. I have to respect the crown prince, but this does not mean that I must be servile to him. If others rode on your head, would you also lie on the floor and act like a dog? Since this Lin Ming wants to defeat me, then I will eliminate him. Young master is ready. The middle-aged man did not understand what his upcoming plans and defeating Lin Ming had in common. I ask you, what is most fearful about Lin Ming? The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, his perception, martial intent, and heart of martial arts. Yes, but the most fundamental of all these is his heart of martial arts. As long as I can break his heart of martial arts, then he will lose his martial intent. If he does not have his martial intent, then he will just be some garbage third-grade talent. Even if he has monstrous heaven-defying perception, his cultivation will be limited to below the pulse condensation period. What sort of achievements could he possibly have? As long as he doesn't become stronger, his halo will gradually disappear until everyone has forgotten about him. At that time, he will be nothing to but an ant. I'll crush him to death with a single step. He is under the protection of the 7 profound martial house now. It is impossible for me to publicly deal with him. I can only break his heart of martial arts. To deal with Lin Ming, it must be before he grows. Zhang Guanyu devilishly grinned, revealing a trace of his teeth. But that middle-aged man only felt sorrow in his heart. If he could defeat Lin Ming's heart, then that was of course good, but what if he failed? Then they would have seriously offended Lin Ming, and that might possibly affect the young master's future status in the Allied Trade Association. The Allied Trade Association would never appoint a successor that had offended a 7 profound envoy or the martial house master. However, Zhang Guanyu was paranoid by nature, and he practiced the divine acacia power, which strengthened his possessive instincts. How would he listen to his words? Many cultivation methods could affect a person's mind. For instance, cultivating the abiding Buddha mantra could cause one's thoughts to be stable and pure in heart. The golden bone forging divine formula would cause a person's qi and blood to be filled with yang energy and become indomitable. However, what the divine acacia formula did was cause a person's possessive instincts to grow stronger and stronger, and their thoughts would be increasingly extreme and violent. Young master, perhaps we should discuss this matter with the master. Zhang Guanyu's complexion immediately went cold, and he emitted a faint murderous intent. The middle-aged man jumped in fear, hurriedly saying, "This subordinate should die, this subordinate should die. Too much talk leads to error. All you have to do is your duty as a servant." Zhang Guanyu withdrew his murderous aura. This so-called master was naturally Zhang Guanyu's father. Zhang Guanyu knew that if this matter was known by his father, he would absolutely not be allowed to do so, because in the eyes of his father, the Allied Trade Association's future was far more important than Zhang Guanyu's future martial arts cultivation. His father would never run the risk of offending Lin Ming and going up against him. In his opinion, in the worst-case scenario, Zhang Guanyu would lose and that would be it. But as for Zhang Guanyu, no matter how large the influence of the Allied Trade Association was, it was impossible for them to give him several hundred years of youth and never-ending young essence. Only strength would bring him this. As long as he had strength, all the worldly possessions of the Allied Trade Association were nothing but floating clouds. Geniuses were confident. Lin Ming was confident and Zhang Guanyu was similarly confident. A truly proud talent would never recognize from the beginning that they were inferior to others. Otherwise, his heart would be blocked, and Zhang Guanyu would be more paranoid. Geniuses always thought that they were the protagonists of the world's future, and so they would fight. However, these fights must have casualties. Sky Fortune City, southwestern suburb. The Sky Fortune City Royal Palace faced south. The northern end of town was where most of the mansions of the nobility were, and it was a relatively prosperous location. The south of the city was deserted, especially near the suburbs, where it was quite deserted. In the southwest suburb, there were some low-rise houses. Although these houses had been here for years, they did not look old. It was just that under the rain, the dull gray tiles, blank white walls, and the shading from the trees did not have a fresh feeling. In the midst of all these houses, there was a new shop. The shop's original owner had returned to the countryside to retire, and had put his shop on sale. After the new owner took over, the shop doors were painted with fresh new tung oil, and the inside was spotlessly cleaned. There were even some flowers and plants that were placed around. It looked much more elegant. At this time, in the shop entrance, there was a young girl wearing a simple blue cotton dress. She was quite beautiful, with supple, tender skin. She gave off fresh and crisp feeling. She was fiddling with some cloths on the shelves. This girl seemed to be in delicate health, and the cloth she was moving appeared extremely cumbersome. However, the girl's skill was actually high, and she stacked the large and small fabrics neatly. This girl was Lan Yunue. Because her engagement contract had become invalid, Lan Yunue had left the Seven Profound Martial House. She had helplessly walked through Sky Fortune City for an entire day. She was too ashamed to return home, and she did not know where to go or what to do. In the end, she decided to set her foot down in Sky Fortune City. Therefore, she pawned some of her jewelry and opened up this small fabric shop. All of the neighbors ridiculously loved this new young girl. The girl wore simple blue clothes every day, and she was always busy at work in her small fabric shop. Such a delicate and juicy young girl that was actually willing to endure such hardship was rare. Not only that, but this girl's hands and feet were deft, her strength was great, and she also cooked a good meal. It stood to reason that such a girl that had endured this hardship since childhood would have rough skin, and both her hands should at least have calluses, but they actually didn't think that both of this girl's hands would be soft and creamy like liquid jade. It was simply amazing. What kind of girl was this? After knowing that this girl was one person alone by herself, many of neighborhood ants' hearts were aroused with overwhelming sympathy. They curiously asked about the girl's life experiences, but the girl always ambiguously answered in vague terms. Some of these ants even wanted to act as a matchmaker for this beautiful young girl, but to these offers, the girl always faintly smiled and refused. "Young master, we're here." The middle-aged man pointed to a sign hanging over a fabric shop. That sign hadn't been hanging there for a long time. "Ha! What an elegant shop! Good!" Zhang Guanyu shook the fan in his hands, and his face revealed a pondering smile, as if was looking at a delicious prey. In order to break Lin Ming's heart of martial arts, he had to find the flaw in Lin Ming's heart of martial arts. To Zhang Guanyu, it seemed the only flaw in Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was Lan Yunue. When Lin Ming had spent half an incense stick of time to overcome the pass of desire, that person in the dream realm must have been Lan Yunue. Although Lan Yunue's matter had already passed, Zhang Guanyu still believed that Lan Yunue was a knot in Lin Ming's heart. If he could take Lan Yunue and cultivate his divine acacia power with her, what would be the outcome once Lin Ming found out? Zhang Guanyu very much wanted to know. In a matter like a duel, if one was defeated, they would be fine to fight a second time. There would not be a situation where their spirit would be suppressed and blocked. But a girl was different. As long as he got her in his bed, that was a forever matter. Zhang Guanyu believed that even though Lan Yunue betrayed Lin Ming, she still had a place within his heart. If he took Lan Yunue, then this would forever be a thorn in his mind. This thorn would be something he could never ever erase. Even if Lin Ming defeated him, that thorn would still remain. If one's spirit wasn't smooth, then their thoughts would be clouded and their cultivation would be blocked. When Lin Ming tried to break through a bottleneck of his martial arts cultivation, this would be a demon of his heart that stopped him. And the key to this was, could Lin Ming defeat him? It was true that the 7 profound martial house protected Lin Ming. But they did not protect Lan Yunue, and this girl had already withdrawn from the 7 profound martial house. If Lin Ming knew that he had obtained Lan Yunue for himself, would he rush towards him, head full of anger, and ask him to a duel? If Lin Ming came to his front door, that would simply be too good. At this moment, Zhang Guanyu had a 100% assurance that he could defeat Lin Ming. Even if he waited 4 months, he still had 90% assurance that he would win against Lin Ming. This was because recently, his divine acacia power had reached the large success stage of the first layer, and his strength had grown by a large margin. This was something that Lin Ming did not know. Zhang Guanyu expected that on the day of that decisive battle, Lin Ming, because of anger, would ruthlessly attack him, with each move desperately aggressive. In Zhang Guanyu's imagined scenario, that would be perfect. He would be perfectly justified to use some of the sinister and sadistic styles of the divine acacia power and leave Lin Ming to suffer with irreversibly severe injuries that would seriously impact his future cultivation. Even if he could not reach that point, he could still make it so that Lin Ming would be confined to bed for at least half a year. If Lin Ming had to recuperate in bed for half a year, then what would happen? Could he still pass the 7 Profound Valleys Core Disciple test? The test's deadline was in little more than a year. This was his only chance. As long as Lin Ming did not pass the test, in Zhang Guanyu's eyes he had nothing to fear. In addition to his future achievements and the disparity in their influence, Zhang Guanyu had full confidence that he could suppress Lin Ming for a lifetime. Chapter 128 Liao Wenyuan. Chapter 128 Liao Wenyuan. First, he would snatch the jade virginity of the woman that Lin Ming had loved and use her to enhance his own cultivation. Then on the stage in front of the eyes of everyone, Lin Ming would be defeated by the man who had stolen his woman and also experience a severe wound that would take half a year to heal from. This would cause him to fail the 7 Profound Martial House Core Disciple test. With so many attacks concentrated together, what would happen to Lin Ming? Would he ever be able to calm down his spirit? Would he be able to maintain his perfect heart of martial arts? Zhang Guanyu self-reflected. If he was placed in that situation, he would be wild with rage, and his spirit would be disrupted. If his spirit couldn't flow well, then one's cultivation would be hindered. Since ancient times, the frustrated geniuses everywhere that had never recovered from a setback all had one common characteristic. This was that before it had happened, everything had been smooth sailing, and then they would suddenly suffer a disastrous defeat. You think your future prospects are limitless, but these are all things given to you by your martial intent. If I take away your martial intent, then you will be nothing. Wait for me to plunder the virginity of the woman you once loved, shatter your martial intent, grievously wound you, and waste your future. Thinking of Lin Ming's inevitable fate, Zhang Guanyu really wanted to let out a hearty laugh. He looked again at Lan Yunue in her small fabric shop, and the corners of his mouth flashed with a ferocious macabre smile. He lifted his foot and walked forwards her. "Hello, two customers, are you looking to purchase something?" Lan Yunue sweetly greeted with a smile as she saw the two silk-robed men walk into the shop. Although she and Zhang Guanyu had both attended the Seven Profound Martial House at the same time, Zhang Guanyu rarely appeared in front of others, so Lan Yunue did not recognize him. But as they approached Lan Yunue, her eyes gradually sharpened. The silk-robed man who was waving a fan was not some common or trivial person. Not even mentioning the richly brocaded silk fabrics he was wearing, but the jade pendant that he was wearing at his waist was worth no less than 5,000 gold taels. It was a top-quality white translucent jade pendant. Not only that, but it had delicate red veins within. It was a very beautiful blood jade. She remembered that not even Zhu Yan had such a high-quality jade pendant. To so casually wear a jade pendant that was equal to one or two treasures on his body, the young man's family background was simply too terrifying. Lan Yunue could not see through this young man's cultivation, but she could easily see that the middle-aged man accompanying him was at the viscera training stage. To have a follower at the viscera training stage, just who was this man? But the key was, why would the son of such a wealthy person come to such a small hole-in-the-wall shop to buy fabric? Although her fabric was decent, it was not something that this young man would ever deem worthy to be glanced at. This kind of person from a wealthy family probably used precious snow silk as his fabric. Also, those who bought fabrics were usually women. What would two men possibly be buying fabric for? Lan Yunue's mind flashed with all these thoughts, and in her heart she became secretly alert. Zhang Guanyu looked at Lan Yunue and revealed a faint smile. He joyously laughed and thought, what a charming and juicy young beauty. Even though she's wearing coarse homespun clothing, it doesn't hide her exquisite makings. No wonder Lin Ming and Zhu Yan were both infatuated with this girl. Moreover, I can tell that this girl truly has the body of a virgin. This is perfect. I'll settle her within my manor and thoroughly cultivate my divine acacia power with her. I will certainly enjoy this. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, according to customs, a man and woman wouldn't have sexual relations with each other before marriage. Certainly, this logic did not apply to concubines and maids because one did not need to marry them. Are you Miss Lan? Zhang Guanyu asked straight to the point. Lan Yunue's heart chilled. Sure enough, they were looking for her. Since they've come to her door, they have already verified her identity. She nodded and said, Yes, I am. What matter do you two have with me? Haha, I've seen Miss Lan before. The truth is, the first time that I saw Miss Lan, I was already attracted to Miss Lan. Whether it is appearance or temperament, Miss Lan is truly very charming. Lan Yunue unconsciously stepped back half a step, opening up a distance between her and Zhang Guanyu. The wariness in her heart became heavier. Zhang Guanyu saw Lan Yunue step back, and also quickly stepped back himself to show respect. He said, My apologies, I hope that I was not too offensive and therefore scared Miss Lan. I do not have any other meaning. Honestly, I just want to say that I very much admire Miss Lan, but before, Miss Lan was already engaged. My only regret is that I did not meet Miss Lan sooner. I recently heard that Miss Lan has broken her engagement, so I took the liberty to visit. I hope that Miss Lan is not offended by my brashness. Lan Yunue saw Zhang Guanyu's respect and felt a little more at ease. She calmly replied, My engagement was not broken, but divorced. Haha, Miss Lan is too serious. I actually already knew that Zhu Yan had been expelled from the Zhu family. How could he possibly be worthy of Miss Lan? I do not know why Miss Lan decided to open such a small fabric shop in this remote area. If Miss Lan does not mind, how about coming over to my house for a visit? I have some gifts that I must give to Miss Lan. Lan Yunue's heart began to race. This young man in front of her, his words were appropriate, his smile was gentle, and by all appearances he was a modest and classy gentleman that didn't give off any ill feelings. However, Lan Yunue suddenly felt that there was something wrong about him. Lan Yunue knew how sensitive her status was. She was Lin Ming's former girlfriend. Just on this point alone, even if there was a son of a rich family who had taken a liking to her, they wouldn't be so crazy as to come here and try to take advantage of her. Although Lan Yunue knew that Lin Ming no longer had any relationship with her, those nobles would not think such a thing. This was something that they would never dare to do. In their opinion, this was the same as insulting Lin Ming. But this young man actually dared to be so flagrantly blatant to court her. There were only two possible meanings to this. He was completely crazy, or he was completely opposed to Lin Ming, or even had a grudge with him. Thinking of this, Lan Yunue had a very bad feeling, like an unlucky premonition that was slowly creeping up behind her, that someone would try to kidnap her and use her to threaten Lin Ming. Although she could not see through this young man's cultivation, she knew without a doubt that she was not his match. In addition to that old servant that stood behind him, she had no chance of escaping. Zhang Guanyu saw Lan Yunue tense up and go on high alert, smiled, and said, "I heard that Miss Lan has already withdrawn from the Seven Profound Martial House. It's really too bad. With Miss Lan's talent, with good pills supporting, it would be possible to break through to the pulse condensation period. Once someone breaks through to the pulse condensation period, their youth will be lengthened by decade. Isn't this something that Miss Lan desires?" Zhang Guanyu lightly coughed, and the middle-aged man immediately handed him a box. He opened it. There were 2 bottles of pills inside. Zhang Guanyu casually took out a bottle and opened it. The rich and fragrant aroma of high-quality medicines immediately wafted out. These were clearly top-quality medicines. Zhang Guanyu smiled and handed the pills to Lan Yunue. He said, "These are high-grade soul-gathering pellets, just a trivial little gift not worth mentioning. Miss Lan, please do not reject them. These are only a small gift that I prepared for our first meeting. In the future, I can give you anything you want. With my status, I will not bring disgrace to you. How about it?" Zhang Guanyu knew of Lan Yunue's past. He knew what Lan Yunue desired, and had always wanted. She was divorced now. It was impossible for her to remarry into any respectable family. He did not believe that if he appeared in front of her when she was in such a dire situation and offered so many pills, and even offered to help her break through to the pulse condensation period, that Lan Yunue would not be tempted by this. However, he hadn't expected that Lan Yunue would simply not take the bottle of pills. She refused them and directly said, "This young lady understands and thanks good sir for his kind intentions, but must decline. I no longer wish to cultivate the path of martial arts, and would like to live out the rest of my days as an ordinary person. I thank good sir for his kind regards, and ask that good sir please never return." "Oh, is that so?" Zhang Guanyu's smiling visage slowly fell, and an imposing aura from his body slowly began to grow. The middle-aged man behind him stepped forward, blocking the rear door. Lan Yunue immediately became flustered, and her pretty face began to pale. What do you want to do?" Zhang Guanyu said. "It's a pity that Miss Lan does not seem very interested in returning to my home, but I think that as long as I bring you there, I can make you change your mind by fulfilling your interest of sex." As Lan Yunue heard Zhang Guanyu bite out this word sex, she immediately turned ice-cold. This person, he dares to rape her? He was insane. Was he completely ignoring the threat of Lin Ming and abducting her to his own house? Was he not afraid of Lin Ming's retaliation? Lan Yunue knew that even if she no longer had any relationship with Lin Ming, if some person was to rape her, Lin Ming would absolutely never let that person off. Lan Yunue's back was already soaked in cold sweat. Her eyes glanced at the booth, and she saw not a trace of the scissors she used to cut fabric with. Haha, such a young girl and also so beautiful. Don't take things too hard, look at the bright side. Zhang Guanyu's smiling face became all the more intense. Zhang Guanyu took a step forward. He revolved a bit of his true essence, and was just about to make a move, when at this moment a hearty laughter suddenly came from the entrance. "Haha, is that not Sir Zhang? Sky Fortune City is such a small place. I can't believe that I would bump into you here." Zhang Guanyu frowned and he turned around. He was surprised to see a man with thick eyebrows smiling at him as he walked over. With every step this man took, he was emitting a strong aura that suppressed him. Liao Wenyuan. Zhang Guanyu recognized this person. He was a pulse condensation period master who was a subordinate of the Crown Prince. Not only that, but he was already at the middle pulse condensation period. Even if there were 4 of 5 or him, he still wouldn't be this man's match. The Crown Prince actually sent Liao Wenyuan to protect Lan Yunue? No, that's not right. It should be that there was someone following her, and as soon as this shadowy saw that he had come, had used a sound-transmitting talisman to immediately notify Liao Wenyuan. With a pulse condensation period master's speed, catching up so quickly was not a problem. Damn! Mr. Liao. What a fortunate meeting! Zhang Guanyu said as he cupped his hands together in greeting. Fortunate meeting, fortunate meeting. Liao Wenyuan clasped his hands together and returned the courtesy. He calmly asked, "Is Sir Zhang also here to buy fabric?" "Oh, it's for the beginning of winter. My family wishes to purchase a batch of winter clothing." "Haha, I also have this plan for the coming winter. I came early, but didn't think that I would meet Sir Zhang also choosing out fabric. This is such a fortunate coincidence. How about Sir Zhang chooses fabric with me?" He, Zhang Guanyu suddenly smiled, but his smiling face contained a faint trace of murderous intention. He coldly said, "Do not trouble yourself, Mr. Liao. Mr. Liao should feel free to choose his own fabric. When the winter comes this year, it will be best if you do not freeze to death." After Zhang Guanyu said this, he waved the fan in his hands, flicked his sleeves, and left the shop. Hearing Zhang Guanyu's apparent threat before he left, Liao Wenyuan only smiled and yawned. He was a pulse condensation period master, and did not fear the Allied Trade Association. He was also a subordinate of the Crown Prince. What could Zhang Guanyu possibly do to him? Chapter 129, Medium-Grade Human Step Sword. Chapter 129, Medium-Grade Human Step Sword. It was only when she could no longer sense Zhang Guanyu that Lan Yunue let out a breath of relief, her fingers trembling. A moment ago, did that man say Sir Zhang? Was it possible that the youth was Zhang Guanyu? Although she no longer kept thoughts of Lin Ming in her mind, Lan Yunue had still unintentionally heard news of Lin Ming. She knew that 4 months from now, Lin Ming would challenge Zhang Guanyu. Was it because of this reason that Zhang Guanyu had wanted to do something so ruthless to her? But it was nothing more than a challenge, so why would he do this? Lan Yunue didn't understand. It was not only Lan Yunue who didn't understand. It had never even occurred to Lin Ming that Zhang Guanyu would be demented to such a degree, that this person wished to obtain everything in the world. Glory, status, woman, all were his, and anyone who threatened to encroach on these would be a thorn in his side. Any normal person, such as the 10th prince, even if they regarded Lin Ming as a thorn in their side, they would never dare to move against them. They would outwardly smile and show goodwill. But Zhang Guanyu was different. Anyone that threatened him would receive his mad retaliation. "Miss Lan, are you all right?" Liao Wenyuan smiled. Although he knew Lan Yunue and Lin Ming's past, he did not look down on this girl. In this world, there were 2 kinds of companions that were worth feeling grateful for. The first was a woman. When everything went downhill, they would still stand by their man and cross the hard times with their husband. The second was a successful man with a rising career who would cross life together with just his first wife. Running into these 2 kinds of companions would be one of life's great fortunes. But, if one cannot meet someone like this, then no one can be blamed either. Thank you, Senior. May I ask Senior's name? Lan Yunue bit her lip and bowed. Without a doubt, this intimidating man with thick eyebrows had come to protect her. To be a martial arts master that would protect an ordinary female, he must have some sort of relation to Lin Ming. Miss Lan does not need to be polite. My surname is Liao, my name is Liao Wenyuan. Just call me Mr. Liao. Senior Liao's graciousness, this young lady will never forget. Haha, you don't need to thank me. I was just doing as I was instructed. Lan Yunue hesitated, and could not help but ask, May I ask how Senior Liao and Mr. Lin are? Liao Wenyuan heard Lan Yunue say this and smiled. Mr. Lin? Haha, Miss Lan, when you say it like that, how could I not respond? It's Lin Ming, right? Lan Yunue awkwardly nodded. She was now a commoner, and this Liao Wenyuan in front of her was probably a master at the pulse condensation period, and a titled aristocrat. She should refer to him in a respectable manner and call him Mr. But Lin Ming's status was that of a core disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House, so his status was actually higher than Liao Wenyuan's. Lin Ming also didn't have relations with her anymore. That's why in front of Liao Wenyuan she had called him Mr. Lin as a show of respect. Only someone who was incomparably intimate with Lin Ming, such as his younger sister or girlfriend, could call him Big Brother, or call him directly by his name. I was sent by His Highness the Crown Prince. But before this, Brother Lin has also asked me about you. Miss Lan, your status is quite sensitive now. It is probably impossible for you to ever live a quiet life again. How about this, you come with me back to the Crown Prince's palace, and the Crown Prince will guarantee your safety, so that something like this will never happen again. Lan Yunue nipped her lips and nodded. In this situation, she had no choice. So like this, Lan Yunue arrived at the Crown Prince's palace in awe and trepidation. Unexpectedly, she was personally received by the Crown Prince, Yang Lin, who politely inquired about her situation. Lan Yunue was then arranged into an elegant room within the Crown Prince's palace, and some maids were specially sent to take care of Lan Yunue. Here, there was a pavilion with a collection of rare books, rooms to practice calligraphy and painting, and masters that would teach her how. There were martial arts cultivation rooms, and also martial arts teachers. When Lan Yunue arrived here, her mood was extremely complex. She did not expect that so many things would happen within a few months, and that in the end she would finally be admitted to the Crown Prince's palace. In the Inscription Association, the guest inscription master would tailor their inscriptions based upon the customer's request. Each customer had different requests. Some only wanted an inscription symbol, some wanted their treasures repaired, or some wanted to improve their treasures. Every day, Lin Ming was exposed to a variety of strange materials, and he would face a number of different requests. In the drawing process, Lin Ming's understanding of the nature of various materials began to slowly become perfect. He also began to further comprehend and achieve mastery of the memories and theories in his mind. Meanwhile, the soul force also experienced significant growth. His use of the overbearing soul tactic became more skillful, even almost as well as his use of the true primal chaos formula. He would frequently push himself to the limit of his ability, then enter into the ethereal martial intent and rely on the true essence stones. He had to restore his true essence. This caused Lin Ming's true primal chaos formula to steadily progress. Like this, it would only be a matter of time before he achieved the small success of the second layer. He had continuously been drawing inscription symbols for 3 days, and Lin Ming began to become famous. More and more martial artists of Sky Fortune City came to know of the new guest inscription master at the Inscription Association. They knew that he was young, but his inscription technique approached the pinnacle of Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription masters. The flame brand that Lin Ming placed in his inscription symbols also became a hot commodity. If a treasure had this flame mark on it, its value would increase tremendously. To a martial artist, a treasure that came from a famous expert was similar to a priceless mink coat to an aristocratic woman. It really was just as addictive and hard to let go. In the Seven Profound Martial House, Murongzi saw Bai Jingyun's treasure sword, and with eyes shining, said, "Wow, big Mr. Jingyun, a medium-grade human step treasure sword." In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, a medium-grade human step treasure was very rare. There were many pulse condensation period martial artists who did not have a medium-grade human step treasure. But Murongzi and Bai Jingyun were only marital artists at the altering muscle stage. To an altering muscle stage martial artist, a low-grade human step treasure was already sufficient. A medium grade was simply overly extravagant. It's made by Huolua Nation's Master Jade Lotus. They've been open for less than a year, and my uncle gifted this to me. Murongzi said, "So that's it, it must be great to have such a nice uncle. That sword probably cost 20,000 gold taels." "Probably. But this money to you, Murongzi, is just some drizzle on a rainy day. Haha, younger sister, if you want to order a medium-grade human step treasure sword, it's not so easy. Come on. Our family would never be so lavish. Besides, my father is the worst cheapskate of all time. Only if I enter the top 10 of the ranking stone would get buy something like that for me. To enter the first 10, it's hopeless to think it will happen in the next year." Bai Jingyun smiled and said, "You're lazy. As long as you work hard, with your talent it's very easy." "Oh, I hope so. But big sister Jingyun, how come I've never seen you take out this sword before?" Bai Jingyun said with a smile, "Because I couldn't find a suitable inscription before, so I never took it out. But this time, I heard that there is a guest inscription master at the Inscription Association. He is young, but his inscription technique level has already reached the pinnacle. This person also can create an inscription symbol that suits my attribute. So I want to bring this sword and go to the Inscription Association to have a look." Bai Jingyun said as she inventoried some materials. These materials had been arranged long ago, but she had never found a time to use them. Usually a person would be very particular about a medium-grade human step treasure's inscription symbol. A lower-level inscription master was simply insufficient to draw an inscription symbol upon a medium-grade human step treasure, and even those inscription masters whose skill was high enough, often because of some reason or another, they could not meet the owner's demand for what inscription symbol to put on the treasure. For instance, Bai Jingyun wanted an inscription symbol on her sword that had a water attribute or ice attribute. However, in the Sky Fortune Kingdom School of Inscription Technique, there just weren't many inscription symbols with attributes, and the only water attribute inscription symbols were the water parting symbol and a few others. But Bai Jingyun did not like these inscription symbols, and therefore had put this matter on hold. Murongzi curiously asked, "A young inscription master whose technique has reached the pinnacle? How young is he?" "It is said that he is younger than 20 years old, but I'm not too clear of just how young." "What a joke! That's simply too fabulous a tale. These rumors that people make up are become more and more odd. I don't believe that there can be a 20-year-old inscription master with such a high level of technique. I think that this guest inscription master is an old man who just looks a bit young. Either that or he's not so high level as people have blown him up to be." Bai Jingyun smiled and said, "Ah Z, you are just too dismissive of geniuses. When Lin Ming had emerged, you had also looked down on him. What kind of person is he now? Lin Min will become a core disciple soon. Your temper just isn't good, your jealousy is too strong. You just can't see those at your age that are better than you." "Hey, just who is jealous? This young lady has already begun to try her hardest. Big sister Jingyun, you just wait and see. Even if I cannot compare to that farm animal Lin Ming in the future, I will compete in the 10,000 killing array match 3 months from now, and I will not lose to him. If he can really enter the top 10, Then I will also enter the top 10 and show you just how cool I am. Haha, who was it that just said a moment ago that they would not be able to advance to the top 10 within a year? Bai Jingyun asked with a teasing smile. That's because, Murongzi blushed and had nothing more to say. Bai Jingyun laughed. Okay, I won't make fun of you. Do you want to go with me to the Inscription Association? I'm too lazy to go. This thing is just a rumor, even if I go there's no point. You might as well ask Yuhan's grandfather to draw an inscription symbol for you. Yuhan's grandfather is the best inscription master in Sky Fortune City. If he is willing to help you, then what's not to like? Bai Jingyun said, I want a water attribute inscription symbol. President Wang does not excel at them. There were specializations within the inscription industry. Although Wang Xuanji had many attainments in inscription techniques and was very proficient concerning the 5 elemental inscription symbols, he only excelled at fire and metal attribute inscription symbols. Then I'll go first. You practice well. I will wait to see you in the top 10 3 months from now. Bai Jingyun teased. Alright, I'll go with you. I was just joking around, why are you so serious? Murongzi grumpily said. She sent a bullied look towards Bai Jingyun. I will show you how kind I am at heart and go with you to the Inscription Association. I want to see just how good this guest inscription master is. Okay. Chapter 131 Tale of Star Obsidian. Chapter 131 Tale of Star Obsidian. Chapter 131 Tale of Star Obsidian. Inscription Association. When Murongzi saw Wang Yuhan in the distance speaking to guests in the Inscription Master Hall, she immediately ran up with joy. Yuhan, long time no see, did you miss me? Murongzi called out from afar. Hey you! It's really been a long time since we saw each other. Wang Yuhan, Murongzi, and Bai Jingyun were 3 girls of similar age, status, and outstanding natural talent. In Sky Fortune City, besides Qin Xingxuan, the most talked about girls were these 3 proud ladies. These 3 girls had known each other since childhood and were close friends. However, Bai Jingyun and Murongzi later left to attend the 7 Profound Martial House. Since Wang Yuhan favored inscription technique and was not interested in fighting, she gave up on her opportunity to enter the 7 Profound Martial House. Bai Jingyun asked, Yuhan, how come you aren't studying with your grandfather today? Why are you in the hall greeting guests? Oh, that's right. Isn't there a very fierce guest inscription master who's come recently? Is he here today? Wang Yuhan slightly hesitated and immediately understood that there were many people who didn't know that the guest inscription master was Lin Ming. Murongzi and Bai Jingyun were disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House. How else would they not know that it was Lin Ming? A sardonic smile crossed her face as she said, He's in. I'm his assistant, so it's my duty to greet guests in the hall. Wow, an inscription prodigy that managed to have young Lady Wang as his personal assistant. He must be extraordinary. I must certainly experience this person. Murongzi said with a flare of exaggeration. Wang Yuhan, still smiling, said, Being his assistant, I can learn many things. Would you like to see him now? Haha, yes, I must see. At this moment, Bai Jingyun commented, I came to little sister's place today because there is a matter I'd like to ask of the new guest inscription master. As she said this, she took out the medium-grade human step treasure long sword. I came this time to ask for a water attribute inscription symbol. I'd like to ask if the gentleman inscription master has time. Wang Yuhan covered her mouth and chuckled. Yes, he has the time. He's just restored his condition. Here, I'll lead you there. Lin Ming looked into the hall from the inscription room, and saw Wang Yuhan bringing in 2 women. As they opened the door, Lin Ming had just withdrawn from his ethereal martial intent state. His true essence and soul force had not yet restored to their optimum condition, and he heard some people come in. Lin Ming sat in meditation and said, "Please write down your request on paper, lay down the materials and treasure, and you may leave. After the inscription is finished, someone will call you. During this period, please do not come in." Lin Ming spoke these words, but hadn't actually gotten a response. He slightly frowned and slowly opened his eyes. He looked back at Murongzi and Bai Jingyun staring at him with wide, round eyes. Also, Wang Yuhan was standing to their side, her smiling face filled with a happy expression. It's you." Lin Ming naturally recognized these girls. They were the 7 profound proud pair of the 7 profound martial house. It's you? You are the guest inscription master?" Murongzi did not know if this was simply a Lin Ming lookalike. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at him like 2 large quail eggs. She looked at Lin Ming's face with an unblinking expression, as if he was an illusion that would disappear at any time. "Yes, I am." Now that Lin Ming had sufficient status and influence, he no longer needed to conceal his status as an inscription master. You, Murongzi stuttered. She had heard that the new guest inscription master was young, but she had never thought that this man would be Lin Ming. Heavens, this is just so damn depressing. Is this some joke? This kick-ass elder sister has already recognized your strength. When you comprehended a martial intent, this elder sister did not have any words to say. When you had that evil monstrous perception, I just took you as some hard-working farm animal, but damn, this is so depressing. Since when were you an inscription master? I'm going crazy. This is just too damn shocking. Even this elder sister can't stand this. This is a joke, right? Yes? Yuhan, did you plot with this fellow to tease elder sister so you can be happy? Good. I admit that your joke is a bit creative, but this can't be real, right? Murongzi saw Lin Ming's serious face and heard his words, but still simply could not accept this fact. Wang Yuhan shrugged and said, "I might tease you for fun, but do you think that Lin Ming would join me in teasing you?" Murongzi squinted her eyes. Yes, this Lin Ming fellow, besides cultivation, did not have the slightest interest in anything else, otherwise he would have already messed with countless young ladies. How could he join with Wang Yuhan to play a joke like this on her? Not to mention they didn't really know each other. When did you start to study inscription technique? When I was 12 years old. Lin Ming nonsensically said. When I was 12 I ran into my master, and I studied under him. Lin Ming said this lightly with some superficialness, but his tone made Murongzi extremely unhappy. It was just like a poor person asking a super wealthy man with 1 million gold taels where he got that much money, and the wealthy man finally said, "I casually earned it when I was young." With this kind of indifferent tone, Murongzi had an impulse to beat someone up. Certainly, once she considered whether or not she could beat up this farm animal, and thinking that she might not necessarily win, Murongzi was forced to give up on this idea. By now, Bai Jingyun had recovered from her initial shock. She unnaturally smiled and said, "It's you. I see, every time I thought I'd seen the full height of junior apprentice Brother Lin, in the end, I find that I have underestimated junior apprentice Brother Lin. This inscription technique, junior apprentice Brother Lin only studied for 3 years to be at the level of a master?" Lin Ming responded, "I don't dare to call myself a master, but I can draw out some simple inscription symbols. This is all because of the help of my master." Ha! Bai Jingyun let out a hollow laugh twice. Some simple inscription symbol? She had heard that when Lin Ming had drawn the Ice Frost Guard symbol and placed it on some armor, the armor had changed color. Could this still be called a simple inscription symbol? 3 years to reach the point of being a master-level inscription master. Bai Jingyun could only attribute it to Lin Ming's monstrous perception that could comprehend a martial skill like the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist, with a 70% loss rate. To become a master-level inscription master in 3 years, This also she could reluctantly accept, however, for Lin Ming to be an inscription master was his sole talent much more outstanding than this martial arts talent. "What business do you two have here today?" Lin Ming opened his mouth to ask. His time was very tight these days. He didn't have any to waste. "Oh yes, I have a matter," Bai Jingyun responded, and then drew out her treasure long sword to hand to Lin Ming. The treasure sword was more than 3 feet long, and the shining blade was dazzlingly bright like snow. Moreover, it was extremely soft and could easily circle around one's waist. At the center of the sword pommel, there were 2 characters written in symbols. It wrote, "Blue Water. Good sword." Lin Ming praised as he probed the blue water sword with his soul force. He discovered that the array structure was very subtle and exquisite. It was superior to most medium-grade human steppe treasures. Bai Jingyun said, "Junior apprentice Brother Lin, I would like you to inscribe a water attribute or ice attribute inscription symbol on this sword. The true essence increase should be at least 36%. Water or ice attribute 36%. Anything else?" "No, no more." Bai Jingyun listened to Lin Ming's casual tone. He obviously thought this request was very easy. She thought for a moment and said, "If junior apprentice Brother Lin can do better, that would be for the best. If the materials are insufficient, I can add more." Lin Ming glanced at the materials on the table. Although these materials were precious, they were useless to him. He could only use them to trade for points, but no matter how many points he had, there were some materials that were impossible to buy because the Inscription Association did not have them. Remembering his early plan, Lin Ming came to a decision. He would use this time to utilize all that he had recently learned, and see if he could draw up an inscription symbol that even Hotian stage masters would covet. Then, after he had attracted the attention of all the Hotian masters in the nation, he could have them help him find these rare materials. If so, they might even be collected in a short time. Thinking this, Lin Ming said, "1 tael of star obsidian. If apprentice Sister Jingyun can find 1 tael of star obsidian, then I will use my own materials and draw the highest level inscription symbol that I can. I can guarantee that apprentice Sister Jingyun will be satisfied with the end result." 1 tael of star obsidian? Bai Jingyun hadn't spoken, but Murongzi already cried, You are way too black. 1 tael of star obsidian costs 15,000 gold taels, and not only that, but it's very difficult to find in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. If you really wanted to buy it, then 15,000 gold taels might not be enough. Star obsidian was not only used in inscription, but also in refining. It was an extremely precious and rare material. Lin Ming said, "My true essence has recently thickened and condensed even more, and the level of my inscriptions has risen. But I can still only barely draw up this inscription, and there is a risk of failure. Moreover, the value of the materials will not be less than 6 or 7,000 gold taels. I can guarantee that as long as I succeed, it is absolutely worth it. Were it not for the fact that the Inscription Association did not have any star obsidian, I would not have proposed this request." This, Bai Jingyun clenched her teeth and said, "Okay. My uncle in the Huolua nation has some influence. I think he can find it. I promise you." Bai Jingyun had a very high status within the Bai family. Although 15,000 gold taels was not a small amount, if it was just one time, she was able to bring this much out. "Well, then I will thank apprentice Sister Jingyun," Lin Ming said. He took out a pen and immediately began to write down a detailed list of materials. "For these materials, spend the money and points from my account," Lin Ming said as he handed the list to Wang Yuhan. This time was Lin Ming's personal business. Normally, according to the regulations of the Inscription Association, the guests had to pay the guest inscription master and Inscription Association in a 60/40 ratio. The Inscription Association provided the materials, and the guest inscription master provided the service. However, with Lin Ming's current status, the Inscription Association wouldn't haggle over him, occasionally taking advantage of his reputation as a guest inscription master and using the Inscription Association's materials to take on a personal request. Wang Yuhan read the rows of materials, and she was slightly startled. The value of these materials was not low. Generally speaking, even tedious high-quality inscription symbols would only cost 1,000 gold taels in materials. But the cost of this inscription symbol that Lin Ming wanted to draw up was 7,000 gold taels, and there were also several materials that were fairly rare. After the materials were collected, Lin Ming did not immediately start drawing the inscription symbol. Instead, he took up a true essence stone and once again entered the ethereal martial intent state. He sat in meditation and adjusted his condition for half an hour to restore his true essence and soul force back to their peak condition. Afterwards, Lin Ming began to formally draw the inscription symbol. What he was going to create today was the complete version of cold ice fragments. Chapter 131 Resurgence of Wind and Clouds. Chapter 131 Resurgence of Wind and Clouds. Chapter 131 Resurgence of Wind and Clouds. The difficulty of cold ice fragments was quite a bit higher than the Ice Frost Guard symbol. Even though the level of Lin Ming's inscription technique had progressed by leaps and bounds, there wasn't a guarantee that he would be able to draw it up successfully. Crush 1 crystal ice quartz, mix it thoroughly with 1 cup of water and filter out the residue. Lin Ming began to tell Wang Yuhan how to process the necessary materials. After a few days of coordinating with each other, Lin Ming and Wang Yuhan had formed a unique, tacit understanding. As long as Lin Ming gave the directions, Wang Yuhan was able to quickly and perfectly handle the materials. As Wang Yuhan's 10 slender fingers danced like spirits in the wind, each material began to be quickly processed by her one at a time. Lin Ming looked on, took a material, and revolved his overbearing soul tactic as he began his inscription drawing. Inscription symbols began to appear in the air, one after another. Some were round and luminescent like the moon, and some were small like pearls. They shined with a fantasy light, and seemed to breathe as if they were conscious beings given life. Lin Ming's inscription symbol drawing success rate was very high. From the start, almost none of the runes or symbols failed. But later, as Lin Ming's soul force and true essence began to steadily decrease, there were occasionally glistening inscription symbols that fell apart and turned onto grains of light like twinkling stars. These failed inscription symbol shards hovered in the air like scattered fireflies dancing in the night sky. In the light of such unreal beauty, Lin Ming's expression was one of incomparable focus. His eyes were like black gems as they stared with dedication at the gorgeous inscription symbols in the air. There was almost a feeling of instant addiction when looking at him. Wang Yuhan's hesitant heart jumped. She quietly gazed at Lin Ming's profile, staring as the rays of light shadowed the contours of his face. For a moment, both her cheeks flushed red. She always thought that Lin Ming's most appealing and interesting time was when he was concentrating on drawing an inscription, and it was only at this time that Wang Yuhan had no fear of being discovered by Lin Ming. She would secretly watch him from her own angle. This scene continued for a long time, and soon the sun began to drop below the horizon of the Zhou Mountain. The light within the inscription room began to gradually dim. This only served to accentuate the inscription symbols' light and make them appear even more enchantingly brilliant. Lin Ming's inscription plan was quite complex. He had continuously drawn more than 150 symbols and lines. The overlapping runes were like layers of ice-blue light that wove together into a blissful picture, as if the curtain of night had fallen with shimmering stars glittering within. This was a scene that had never appeared within the Sky Fortune Kingdom's school of inscription technique. Even the usually heartless and mindless Murongzi, when she saw this magnificent display of shining light, was unknowingly enchanted. This was simply too beautiful. After a quarter hour, Lin Ming had approached his limit. he clenched his teeth, and forced himself to draw up the last inscription symbol. As both of his hands gathered together, the innumerable blue lights instantly fused into one like a woven piece of blue dream. Lin Ming took Bai Jingyun's blue water sword and directed the ice-blue-colored flame symbol onto it. That inscription symbol fell onto the snow-white blade of the blue water sword. With a chi-chi sound, the blue-colored symbol mark on the blue water sword began to emit waves of sapphire flames that spread out from the center and covered the entire sword. Soon, there was the sound of cold air condensing, and a layer of frost settled on the blue water sword's blade. This sword seemed as if it was swallowing all the heat around it, and the temperature of the inscription room plummeted by several degrees. Murongzi helplessly looked on as the cold frost on the sword thickened, her beautiful eyes perfectly round. "This is," Bai Jingyun swallowed a mouthful of saliva, her eyes shining as she looked at the blue water sword. She hesitated for a moment, not thinking of picking up the sword. After Lin Ming rested for a moment, he concentrated a small amount of true essence and poured it into the inscription symbol. He casually swung the sword, and a crescent beam of blue light, visible to the naked light, was sent forth from the sword's blade. It was like a thin piece of tissue paper as it entered into a stone platform in the inscription room and vanished from sight. At that moment, the stone platform was cut apart by that blue light, the two halves neatly sliced apart. As the stone platform was falling, at that moment, a layer of ice suddenly froze the stone platform, and thus the stone platform maintained its original appearance. Skill of inscription. Yang Yuhan cried out in alarm as she saw this blue light. A skill of inscription was when an inscription master would use inscription symbols and place a miniature array formation that would change the treasure's flow of true essence, finally turning that true essence into a skill. This skill was similar to a martial skill that could wound an enemy. It was the equivalent of giving a martial artist another martial skill. In the School of Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique, the skill of inscription had basically been lost. Even many nearby countries did not have any inscription masters that were capable of this technique. Only some inscription grandmasters of Huoluan Nation had even the faintest possibility of understanding this technique. Thinking this, Wang Yuhan was short of breath. To Wang Yuhan, who was obsessed with inscription techniques, this was something that she had only ever read of in the ancient records. To be able to see this in front of her caused her to feel incomparably excited. When Lin Ming had drawn up his first inscription symbol, the overwhelming rune, had also come with a skill of inscription instant violent strike. When a martial artist concentrated their true essence into the inscription symbol, the array formation within would absorb the true essence and compress it to the limit. In that instant it would erupt and create an extremely lethal close-range attack. At that time, Tai Feng had relied upon this inscription at the field to defeat his opponent, Li Qi, and become the unexpected winner of the tournament. Because of this, Lin Ming's inscription symbol was brought to Mui's attention, and that was how Lin Ming eventually met Mui as a result. However, a skill of inscription like instant violent strike was quite preliminary and simple. It was only equal to an ordinary low-grade human step martial skill. Its value was not very high. When Lin Ming had drawn up the inscription symbol, the cost of the materials had only been 100 gold taels. The reason that the effect of instant violent strike was able to help Tai Feng turn defeat to victory was because Tai Feng had been enlisted in the military since his childhood and his family circumstances were very poor. He had never had a formal education on cultivation methods or martial skills, thus a low-grade human step martial skill was very precious to him, and allowed him to raise his battle prowess to another level. This was the reason that Mui had paid Lin Ming 3,000 gold taels to purchase his inscription symbol. This was already a very high price. To put it plainly, the skill of inscription instant violent strike was something that someone like Tai Feng, who had never had a formal martial arts training, could ever hope to afford. However, to wealthy individuals like Bai Jingyun and Murongzi, they had no need for such a weak martial skill. But this current cold ice fragments supplementary skill of inscription was different. This skill of inscription was equal to a medium-grade human step martial skill, and it was also at the very top of that grade. What is the name of this skill of inscription called? Wang Yuhan asked somewhat excitedly. It's called ice cold cut. Apprentice sister may feel it. As long as you pour your true essence into the inscription symbol, you can activate it. Lin Ming handed the blue water sword to Bai Jingyun as he said this. Bai Jingyun took a deep breath and carefully took the blue water sword into her hands. As soon as she touched the sword, Bai Jingyun immediately felt a cold chill spread up her arms, as if it were part of her flesh and blood. She then brought forth a small amount of true essence and injected it into the blue water sword. The entire process was lossless and incomparably smooth. The increased true essence effect is at least 40%. Bai Jingyun was startled. To her knowledge, only Wang Xuanji was at this level. Not only that, but this sword had a skill of inscription attached. Bai Jingyun concentrated her true essence into the inscription symbol as Lin Ming told her. She felt her true essence go through an amazing transformation as it turned into an icy air. As she continued pouring her true essence into the blade, the cold air around the blue water sword became increasingly terrifying. Little by little, the blue water sword began to excitedly ring, and the blade violently shivered. Bai Jingyun did not doubt that as long as she slashed her sword now, she could split apart the entire inscription room. This ice-cold cut is probably superior to the 2 medium-grade human step martial skills that I chose from the 7 profound martial houses depository. Although Bai Jingyun had yet to wield her sword, she knew what the result would be. After listening to Bai Jingyun's appraisal, even though Wang Yuhan was mentally prepared, she was also surprised. One must know that the martial skills and cultivation methods in the 7 profound martial houses depositories were already the best one could find within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. There were many martial artists in the Sky Fortune Kingdom that were unable to enter the 7 profound martial house. Or, even if that had entered the 7 profound martial house, if they hadn't entered the heavenly abode, they would not be able to choose a medium-grade human step martial skill. And even if they did enter the heavenly abode and were given an opportunity to choose a medium-grade human step martial skill, this choice was also limited by their ranking. Most of the time, they could only choose a martial skill that received little attention. Bai Jingyun was ranked 22, and the martial skills she could choose from were very good. Still, those choices were actually inferior to the ice-cold cut. How could Wang Yuhan not be startled by this? As one could imagine, if news of this kind of inscription symbol spread throughout the circles of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial artists, it would inevitably cause uproar. Maybe even most pulse condensation period martial artists or even Hotian experts would come and pay a visit to ask for this inscription symbol. Wang Yuhan lightly estimated that this inscription symbol could sell for at least 20,000 gold taels. Even if it costed 30,000 gold taels, there would be a high demand. However, no matter how high, it couldn't be much higher. After all, only a medium-grade human step treasure would be worthy of such an inscription symbol. The treasure added together with the cost of materials would easily cost more than 50,000 gold taels. This was a price that the majority of pulse condensation period martial artists could not afford. So, after deducting costs, an inscription symbol could earn Lin Ming 20,000 gold taels. Although the consumption of true essence and soul force was very high, with Lin Ming's frightening resilience, he could most likely draw 2 a day. 2 of these inscription symbols were 40,000 gold taels. As long as there were customers that could afford this, he could earn 2 million gold taels in a month. That was simply mass robbery. An estimation of the number of martial artists that could afford more than 20,000 gold taels was no fewer than 100. In light of this, Lin Ming could gain more than 2 million gold taels with just this one inscription symbol. If Wang Yuhan thought of this, then Lin Ming had too. With his practice till now, coupled with his cultivation of the peak third stage of body transformation and the crazy amount of training he had done in inscription technique these days, Lin Ming had just barely been able to draw this inscription symbol. What Lin Ming lacked now was not gold, but materials. There were many materials that simply could not be bought with gold. Therefore, Lin Ming had planned to trade the inscription symbol for those rare and precious materials that he needed. He would ask those that wished for his services to have the materials he wanted ready. He did not believe that with the help of all of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial artists, he would not be able to collect all the materials he needed for the body inscription symbol in a short period of time. The news of Lin Ming trading top-quality inscription symbols for rare and precious materials was like a bomb. It rapidly spread throughout all of Sky Fortune City. True essence amplification factor of 40%, coupled with a top-tier skill of inscription. In Sky Fortune City, this inscription symbol could possibly be called an incomparable treasure. Even Wang Xuanji did not have the means to draw this inscription symbol, because in the Sky Fortune Kingdom School of Inscription Technique, this skill of inscription had already been lost. Chapter 132. Let's see who is more cruel. Chapter 132. Let's see who is more cruel. Usually, a pulse condensation period martial artist wouldn't have much interest in a preliminary skill of inscription. Because they had more advanced and stronger martial skills, these skills of inscription were just too weak. But once they knew that this skill of inscription was equal to a top-tier medium-grade human step martial skill, they became filled with jealousy. Of the Sky Fortune Kingdom's many martial artists, almost none of them knew a medium-grade martial skill. And even if they did, it certainly would not be a top-tier one. Which martial artist didn't hope that they would know several different kinds of martial skills? When the time came for them to fight their enemy, even if their first move was seen through, they would still have a second one. However, the most explosive part of this news was not the inscription symbol itself, but that the character who was creating inscription symbols turned out to be Lin Ming. He was the 7 profound martial houses genius of a century. He was also the Sky Fortune Kingdom's most dazzling star. Not only did he comprehend a martial intent, but he also possessed an exceedingly monstrous perception. Now, it seemed, he was simultaneously an inscription technique grand master who could draw up top-tier inscription symbols with skills of inscription. And his age was still several months shy of 16. Was this even possible? To Lin Ming's diehard fans, as long as it happened to Lin Ming, there was nothing impossible. To learn inscription technique was truly difficult. However, with Lin Ming's monstrous perception, even this kind of shocking miracle of becoming an inscription grand master at the tender age of 15 was not unexplainable. However, there were also those who had some understanding of inscription technique, in particular inscription masters, that were not willing to believe this. After all, inscription technique was an art and experience that one slowly accumulated over time. Even with godlike perception, that was still insufficient to reach such a stage. But just 2 days later, the Inscription Association gave a categorically clear response. This rumor was, without a doubt, true. The next day, Sky Fortune City's official government newspaper explicitly wrote, "The 7 profound martial house heavenly abode disciple Lin Ming, while working as a guest inscription master for the Inscription Association, is trading an inscription symbol supplemented with a top-tier skill of inscription for rare and precious materials." The materials that Lin Ming wanted to find were listed in the newspaper. The official government newspaper was generally only used to send official statements and news of the government. It was very rarely used for matters outside of the government's jurisdiction. This time, they had written about Lin Ming in order to help him find all the materials he needed as soon as possible. So, people could not help but believe. As far as pulse condensation period martial artists were concerned, a top-quality inscription symbol placed on a medium-grade human step treasure would greatly increase their combat prowess. With a medium-grade human step treasure, it would be able to completely absorb their true essence, and it might even cut off an enemy's low-grade human step treasure. If they had no weapon, then how would they fight? A medium-grade human step treasure was common. As long as one was willing and able to prepare 20,000 gold taels, they would always be able to buy one if they spent some effort. However, an inscription symbol that was worthy of such a treasure was actually extremely rare. In particular those with an appropriately matching elemental attribute, those could only be discovered, they could not be sought. Therefore there were some pulse condensation period martial artists who had come to the Inscription Association to ask for an inscription symbol, even though they hadn't yet found a medium-grade human step treasure. Soon, martial artists all over began to utilize all of their connections to seek out the materials that were listed out in the government newspaper. Those martial artists that could afford this type of top-quality inscription symbol all had large fortunes, great strength, assets, aristocratic backgrounds, or deep family histories. Being such, it was only natural that they all had a wide web of influences and contact. There were many large and respected families who had influences and connections that were even superior to those of the crown prince. With such a large force being launched to look for these rare and precious materials, its effects could be imagined. However, there were some individuals whose hearts pained to part with so much gold. Thus, they maintained an attitude of wait and see, hoping that the inscription symbols would be reduced in price. But they soon began to quickly regret this. The materials required on that newspaper's list became fewer and fewer, and those that remained were the most rare and precious of all. As the required materials were slowly collected, Lin Ming's inscription technique became more skillful. Every day he would use high-quality materials to practice. In addition to the pure true essence stones he was using to restore his energy, it was burning through money. Lin Ming's inscription technique was becoming increasingly perfect. Before, he had just barely managed to draw up the top-tier inscription symbol, cold ice fragments. But now this process was already familiar and easy to him. Aided by his ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming did not neglect his true primal chaos formula. He had now reached the small success boundary of the second layer of the true primal chaos formula. His vitality grew stronger, and his true essence became increasingly thick. Lin Ming believed that if he and Ling Sen both made an all-out effort to compare fist strength, he would not necessarily lose now. After 3 more days passed, Lin Ming only needed a few more materials. But these materials were actually the most precious and difficulty to find. For instance, the invaluable 5th-level vicious beast blood had still not been found. Lin Ming looked at the list of materials that had been crossed out one by one, and felt a great sense of achievement. But as he looked at the last few, several of the most precious materials he needed, he felt some worries. If he did not find these within a short time, it would be somewhat troublesome. At this moment, a sound-transmitting talisman from the Crown Prince lit up and caused Lin Ming's complexion to fall. "Brother Lin, there's a matter that might affect your state of mind in practicing martial arts, so I did not want to tell you. However, I thought over it and reconsidered that I must bring up this issue with you. Several days ago, Zhang Guanyu brought people to where Miss Lan lives. His intention was malicious, but Mr. Liao promptly rushed over and rescued Miss Lan. I have arranged for Miss Lan to stay in a safe place at my palace. I suspect that Zhang Guanyu wished to use Miss Lan to provoke you into anger and attack your heart of martial arts, and in your duel 4 months from now, to use cruel and despicable methods and severely wound you so that you cannot pass the 7 profound martial house core disciple test. This Zhang Guanyu is someone who cultivates the divine acacia power, this cultivation method will cause one's possessive instincts to grow out of control. Moreover, Zhang Guanyu is a demented individual that has sunk into madness. I fear that in the future, he will try to do something detrimental to Brother Lin. Brother Lin must be careful by all means possible. I have already sent some masters to guard the Lin family, and have also sent over some sound-transmitting talismans to help protect the safety of your mother and father. The sound-transmitting talisman stopped there. Lin Ming deeply frowned. A foreboding look crossed his eyes. Zhang Guanyu. He did not know this man. Although he had heard the name many times after entering the Seven Profound Martial House, he had never seen him, not even once. He had frequently seen Ling Xin and Ta Ku appear together. Obviously these two young men were good personal friends. Zhang Guanyu didn't seem to be very familiar with those two. I no longer have any connection to Lan Yunue, and I will not interfere or question how she will live in the future or whom she will marry. But Zhang Guanyu, if you want to deal with me by moving against her, you are simply courting death. Even if you are a disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House and an elite of the Allied Trade Association, I cannot kill you, but I will make you pay a painful price. Wang Yuhan noted Lin Ming's gloomy expression and guessed that the reason was because of the sound-transmitting talisman from earlier. She hesitated and could not help but ask, "Mr. Lin, is there something wrong?" "It's not a big deal. After my last match against Zhu Yan, the Seven Profound Martial House pushed me to oppose Zhang Guanyu. Zhang Guanyu wanted to put his dirty hands on Lan Yunue and attack my heart of martial arts. He probably thinks that 4 months from now he will absolutely win, so he wants to cope with me before I grow, and give me a severe wound so that I fail the Seven Profound Martial House test." Lin Ming did not conceal anything from Wang Yuhan. His story with Lan Yunue had already passed. Naturally, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Put his hands on Miss Lan? Miss Lan, only a few people in the circles of the aristocracy knew of the matter between Lin Ming and Lan Yunue. Wang Yuhan was a member of the Inscription Association, so she was also clear about this matter. She unconsciously covered her small mouth in alarm. If Zhang Guanyu had done anything nefarious to Lan Yunue, then it would be too tragic. This Zhang Guanyu was someone who practiced the divine acacia power. This cultivation used women as objects in order to increase one's cultivation. It absolutely did 100 harms without anything good. Lin Ming shook his head and said, "Mr. Liao arrived there in time, so everything's all right." Fortunately, Wang Yuhan let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest with her small hand. "That Miss Lan is now. She's very safe." "Oh, that's good." Wang Yuhan wanted to ask Lin Ming about his view of love, but hesitated. She thought that might be too abrupt or offensive, and after thinking about it for a long time, still didn't how to start, so she didn't open her mouth. But at this moment, another sound-transmitting talisman lit in front of Lin Ming. It was once again a message from the Crown Prince to Lin Ming. "Brother Lin, I would like to say some words of advice. According to my sources of intelligence, after Zhang Guanyu started cultivating the divine acacia power, he has made no small amount of progress. His strength has greatly improved from the past. Brother Lin, if you don't think you can fully grasp victory, it's better if you do not challenge Zhang Guanyu rashly. The divine acacia power is a very sinister and ruthless cultivation method, and its moves are the same. If an internal injury is left behind, I fear that Brother Lin may have some difficulty in passing the Seven Profound Martial House's Core Disciple Test. The Core Disciple Test only requires Brother Lin to achieve the peak-altering muscle stage before you are over 16 years old. It does not require you to defeat Zhang Guanyu. This Zhang Guanyu is a very mad, crazy man. He will not hesitate in mutually wounding you. Brother Lin, please carefully think things over twice before acting, or else you might ruin your own future." The flame extinguished and coldly snorted in his mind. The divine acacia power is sinister and ruthless? I wonder if it is more sinister and ruthless than the pulse-cutting palm? I did not think that I would have to study the pulse-cutting palm so quickly. Now you have forced me to learn this. I feel really sorry for you. Since you want to give me a severe wound so that I will fail the 7 profound martial houses core disciple test, then I will waste your martial arts and destroy your manhood, so that you can peacefully and safely live out the rest of your sad days as a eunuch. This will also be a good deed for all of the girls in Sky Fortune City. This Zhang Guanyu was originally very strong. If his cultivation in the divine acacia power has progressed again, then I cannot lower my guard or take him lightly, or I might be defeated. After this body inscription symbol is complete, I must earnestly cultivate the heretical god force and golden rock shattering the void. With this 3-pronged attack, no matter how this Zhang Guanyu progresses, I will crush him so that he will never recover from this defeat. As Lin Ming was thinking these dark thoughts, Wang Yuhan suddenly became cold. She turned to Lin Ming and told him in a low voice, Zhang Guanyu, it's him. Lin Ming was surprised. Zhang Guanyu had actually come to the Inscription Association of his own initiative. Well done, Zhang Guanyu. You dare wish to lay your hands on Lan Yunue, and you still have the courage to see me. Lin Ming followed Wang Yuhan's gaze. He saw a smiling young man wearing a silk snow brocaded gown with a Kirin design. The young man had a 7-gemmed crown on his head, and he was holding an ornate fan. The young man's skin was clear and fair, with a slightly ruddy complexion. His eyebrows were slanted upwards and his mouth was red like a cherry. He carried around a bit of a woman's comeliness, but without losing the smooth grace of a man. He was overall a very beautiful and handsome man. His looks combined with his warm and congenial smile gave the impression that he was a true gentleman prince. With this appearance, it was hard to think that his innermost feelings were so demented and full of malice. Chapter 133 Digging Your Own Grave. Chapter 133 Digging Your Own Grave. Chapter 133 Digging Your Own Grave. Early bone forging stage. Lin Ming instantly judged. His cultivation was not too far off from Zhang Guanyu's, and he was able to see through his cultivation level. In the 7 profound martial houses' heavenly abode, there were only 2 disciples at the bone forging stage. One was Ta Ku, and the other was Zhang Guanyu. Their true combat prowess outside of the 7 profound martial house was absolutely stronger than regular peak bone forging stage martial artist. Oh, Mr. Lin! What a fortunate meeting, fortunate meeting! After Zhang Guanyu saw Lin Ming, he closed his fan and walked forwards with a bright smile plastered on his face. Lin Ming smiled as he saw Zhang Guanyu's acting. You're a good one, Zhang Guanyu. Much better than Zhu Yan. At most, Zhu Yan was just sinister, vicious and subject to changing moods. But this Zhang Guanyu, not only was he demented, but his skin was so thick to the point of making one's blood boil. I really wouldn't have thought. Zhang Guanyu pulled up his robes and sat down on a stool in front of Lin Ming. I didn't think that Brother Lin would actually be an inscription Grand Master. When I heard this news, I just couldn't believe it. Wow. A 15-year-old inscription Grand Master. What kind of concept is that? It's such a pity. The legacies of the 7 profound martial house don't include an inscription master among them, otherwise with Brother Lin's amazing ability, you would have already been slated to be a core disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Zhang Guanyu began to swing his fan while he familiarized himself with Lin Ming's appearance. After Zhang Guanyu had discovered that the rising star Lin Ming was the guest inscription master of the Inscription Association, he was truly quite shocked. This Lin Ming's perception was just too terrifying. In such a short period of studying, he had already become an inscription Grand Master. This caused him to feeling all the more uneasy, but since he was now enemies with Lin Ming, he could not retreat. Lin Ming had not spoken, but Wang Yuhan was already angry. In her life she had seen two kinds of men she hated the most. The first were the womanizers, and the second were the vicious brutes. But this Zhang Guanyu just happened to be both. Zhang Guanyu, you are not welcome within the Inscription Association. I ask that you leave immediately. Coming from an aristocratic background, Wang Yuhan's self-control was very finely tuned. Even if she spoke words in anger, there wasn't a trace of anger in them. Zhang Guanyu simply disregarded these words. He would never be mad against beautiful women, especially beautiful women that he had yet to conquer. Zhang Guanyu looked at Wang Yuhan and smiled, saying, "Miss Wang is so charming. I also like this straightforward temper. How about Miss Wang comes to my place another day, and we can have a little chat and drink together?" Listening to Zhang Guanyu's words, Wang Yuhan flew into a wild rage. Not only did he ignore her, but he was also propositioning her straight in her face. Then, Lin Ming coldly said, "Sir Zhang, if you have no business here, then please leave. After 4 months, I will naturally pay a visit, but right now I am very busy. Please do not bother me at my job." "Haha, Mr. Lin, I heard that Mr. Lin is collecting the most rare and valuable of materials. I just so happened to bring some with me today." As Zhang Guanyu said this, he took out a small jar from his spatial ring. That small jar was filled with a dark, garnet liquid, very thick, as if it were some sort of heavy mercury. 5th level vicious beast blood? Lin Ming's eyes shined. He had already been looking for some 5th level vicious beast blood for a long time, but still hadn't found any. The Allied Trade Association, who had existed since before the Sky Fortune Kingdom was founded, truly had a profoundly terrifying capability. Haha, Brother Lin has such great eyes. This truly is 5th level vicious beast blood. I came here today to ask Brother Lin about a matter concerning inscription technique. Zhang Guanyu extracted a long sword from his spatial ring. The sword was 3 feet 3 inches in length. The handle was simple, and the sword edge was shimmering cold. Above the blade was a blue-colored flower pattern that looked as if it had been traced from 10,000-year cold ice. One could see with just a glance that this was an excellent sword. Lin Ming probed with his soul force, and was immediately shocked. High-grade human steppe treasure sword. This was the first time that he had seen a high-grade human steppe treasure. Perhaps in the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, only figures like Mui and Wang Xuanji, who were Hotian masters, would have the qualifications to wield such a treasure as their weapon. This kind of treasure could not be bought in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Brother Lin really has some extraordinary experience. Indeed, this is a high-grade human steppe treasure. I hope to have an inscription symbol placed on it. I need in true essence increase of 50% inscription symbol, that also comes with a skill of inscription. If Brother Lin can achieve this, I can have the Allied Trade Association help Brother Lin look for several materials that Brother Lin is missing. 50% true essence amplification inscription symbol? Lin Ming frowned. I can't do that. Right? That's really too bad. But perhaps Brother Lin is looking for these materials for his master. Perhaps Brother Lin can request his master to do this? I will reward him greatly. Zhang Guanyu said with a bit hesitation and waved his fan. Lin Ming immediately understood Zhang Guanyu's intentions. The reason he came today was to investigate the matter of his master. Yes, even if Lin Ming's perception was astonishing, it was simply impossible for a 16-year-old to become a self-taught top inscription Grand Master. Lin Ming's inscription technique was not part of Sky Fortune Kingdom's School of Inscription Technique. It was clearly from somewhere else. This was what Zhang Guanyu was dreading. Lin Ming said, "You do not need to worry about why I am collecting the materials that I am. As for my master, he is usually wandering the world. I cannot find him. So you do not need to count on him to help you." Oh, so it's like this, Zhang Guanyu's thoughts raced. Although he was demented like a rabid dog would still not dare to bit a tiger. He was indeed probing what sort of person Lin Ming's master was. He guessed that Lin Ming's master should have been a Hotian stage martial artist whose strength would be comparable to Mui. But this person's level of inscription technique actually surpassed Wang Xuanji. As for the Xiantian masters, he never thought of that. Xiantian stage martial artists were simply legendary existences. If they took in a disciple, how could they possibly have their disciple enter into the Seven Profound Martial House and have them struggle for the Seven Profound Martial House's resources? Not only that, but also compel them into a situation where they would have to undergo a core disciple test. A Xiantian master, even if placed in the third-grade sect, the Seven Profound Valleys, would be an extraordinary character. The Allied Trade Association, with their deep history and influence, would not fear a single Hotian stage martial artist. This because the Allied Trade Association had their own Hotian stage master. And it seemed that this Hotian master did not have a deep connection with Lin Ming. Before this, Zhang Guanyu had already investigated Lin Ming's past just to be sure. Lin Ming had always been living a very frugal and lonely life. He had used the most basic medicinal cures for a very long time. He had tried to sell his inscription symbols at the 100 Treasure Pavilion, but the 100 Treasure Pavilion was actually one of the Allied Trade Association stores. What was most likely was that Lin Ming had encountered a fortuitous opportunity and found the inheritance of a peak Hotian master. Relying on his amazing perception, he had become a self-taught inscription grand master. This would explain why he had such strength at his young age, but was still poor and had to enter into the Seven Profound Martial House. Zhang Guanyu was insane and demented, but he was not stupid. With just a few clues, he was able to come close to deducing Lin Ming's true situation. It was just that what Lin Ming had found was not the inheritance of a peak Hotian master, but the inheritances of the topmost powerhouses within the realm of the gods. Thinking this, Zhang Guanyu smiled, but within his smile was hidden a ferocious intent. He decided not to change the plan he had to deal with Lin Ming. He would make Lin Ming suffer an incomparably pitiful fate, so that his spirit would never be smooth again. Ah, that's such a pity. I missed a chance to meet such a senior expert of inscription. But, Mr. Lin, since I have already taken out this bottle of 5th-level vicious beast blood, I have no intention of taking it back. I would like to ask Mr. Lin if Mr. Lin can personally help me and guarantee me a top skill of inscription along with the highest amplification that Mr. Lin can achieve. If you request a specific attribute, then I can go up to 41%. If there is no specific attribute, then I can go up to 43%. Hearing Lin Ming say this, Wang Yuhan anxiously said, Mr. Lin, do not help him. He will use your own inscription symbol that you place on that sword to deal with you. This was undeniable. The reason that Zhang Guanyu came today was first to inquire about Lin Ming's master, and second was to find an inscription symbol for his high-grade human step treasure sword. At this time, within the Sky Fortune Kingdom, Lin Ming's inscription technique was second to none. Haha, if Mr. Lin is afraid of helping me with an inscription symbol, then I may have the Allied Trade Association use their connections and go to Huoluan Nation to look. Although it will take a great deal of effort and a very high price, I think I will be able to find an inscription master that can conform to my need. There were many powerhouses within the Huoluan Nation. Their level of inscription technique was correspondingly higher than Sky Fortune Kingdom's. But, to find an inscription master that knew the techniques to add a top-tier skill of inscription was simply impossible. At best they would have a few masters that could surpass Lin Ming's true essence amplification. Lin Ming smiled and said, You don't need to taunt me. Since I've already decided to fight with you, then naturally I want to defeat you in your strongest condition. This is my Tao of martial arts. Lin Ming was certainly willing to draw an inscription symbol for Zhang Guanyu. He had just said a moment ago that the most important material he needed was some 5th-level vicious beast blood. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when the next time that he would find any was. It was not wrong that an inscription symbol could increase Zhang Guanyu's combat prowess, but a body inscription symbol would increase one's strength even more. Zhang Guanyu would never have even dreamed that the 5th-level vicious beast blood that he brought to Lin Ming's hand would be able to directly improve his strength and cultivation speed. Then I'll trouble Mr. Lin. Zhang Guanyu licked his lips. He did not think that Lin Ming would really have complied. His original intention was to have Lin Ming refuse him, and then frustrate his proud heart a little. After all, the might of a high-grade human steppe treasure coupled with the power of a top-tier inscription symbol was simply terrifying. Even facing Lin Ming's dark purple elastic iron spear, if he poured enough true essence into his sword, he could simply cut that spear in half. If the weapon was sliced apart, then how would he continue fighting the battle? Zhang Guanyu said, "I do not need a specific attribute, and 43% amplification is good. But what if Mr. Lin cannot achieve this, or if Mr. Lin places some sort of hidden secret within the inscription symbol?" Lin Ming lightly coughed and said, "Humph, if you don't believe me, then why look for me? Doesn't your so-called Allied Trade Association have an inscription master? Even if they cannot draw up a skill of inscription, they can still examine the truth of the inscription symbol that I draw up. I won't ruin my proud work merely to ruin some high-grade human steppe treasure of your Allied Trade Association." "Good. Then I'll be waiting here." Seeing that this matter had come to a foregone conclusion, Wang Yuhan sighed. Lin Ming was just too impulsive. Now was not the time to be swayed by personal feelings. Zhang Guanyu's strength was very formidable, yet Lin Ming was actually helping him create a top-tier weapon. Nicely putting it, he was simply being impulsive with his own emotions, but crudely putting it, he was just digging his own grave. Chapter 134 Small Success of Movement. Chapter 134 Small Success of Movement. Chapter 134 Small Success of Movement. Lin Ming took a short period to prepare, and then began the drawing process. Lin Ming had become increasingly skilled at creating these inscription symbols, but because this was his first time working with a high-grade human steppe treasure inscription, he was a little slower than usual. Altogether, he had used half an hour of time. As he completed the last rune of the inscription symbol in one breath, the nearly 100 glistening runes congealed into a flame-marked inscription symbol that fell upon the high-grade human steppe treasure sword. Zhang Guanyu picked up the treasure sword and tested it. He poured his true essence into it, and found that it really did have a 43% increased amount of true essence. Afterwards, the true essence congealed into the skill of inscription. It was simply a magnificent power. "Ha ha! Good sword." Zhang Guanyu laughed. "This Lin Ming is such a sucker. I really cannot wait to see, for months from now, just how Lin Ming will come to regret when he is brought to grief under the blade of this treasure sword that he personally placed an inscription symbol upon. I'm going to enjoy his expression and the way his mind breaks. I can't wait to see his expression and state of mind when I use this sword and show him the most vicious moves of the divine acacia power. When I find the right opportunity, I will give him such a severe wound that even his cultivation will drop. I wonder just how you will pass the 7 profound martial houses core disciple test then." However, what Zhang Guanyu did not know was that Lin Ming was actually having similar thoughts. Lin Ming looked as Zhang Guanyu flourished that skill of inscription and inwardly sneered. "This Zhang Guanyu is such a fool. He's really saved me a great deal of effort. I'll wait for the 4 months to pass, to see how Zhang Guanyu will suffer a miserable defeat at my hands because of these 2 body inscription symbols." What a pity it will be that Zhang Guanyu will never know the reason he suffered a defeat, and that the 5th-level vicious beast blood he brought to me would play a major role in his downfall. I want to see his expression when I use the most ruthless martial skill, pulse-cutting palm, on his body. Not only will I sever all the meridians in his body, but I will destroy his virility. Then, I wonder just how you will cultivate that divine acacia power of yours when you're with a woman. Although these two people's thoughts were diabolically dark, it was impossible to tell from the surface. Especially Zhang Guanyu. His brilliant smile was beaming to the extreme. Right. Mr. Lin, I think there were some misunderstandings with Mr. Lin about Lan Yunue. About Miss Lan's matter, I visited Miss Lan at that time to pay my respects, and it seems Mr. Liao was too excited and misunderstood my intentions. Is that right? So that's the case. Lin Ming sneered in his heart. He wanted to have a good luck at just what this Zhang Guanyu was up to. Let me speak the truth, I really, truly do admire Miss Lan, otherwise I would not have visited. Towards beautiful girls that I like, I will never use underhanded means. I will only pursue them. As Zhang Guanyu said this, an angry voice suddenly resounded. Zhang Guanyu, do you not even care about face? The pure-hearted Wang Yuhan had finally reached the limit of what she was able to bear. She immediately wanted to kill this beast in human skin. However, Zhang Guanyu's cultivation had already reached a high enough level that he was able to completely disregard Wang Yuhan. He self-servingly said, before, I heard that Mr. Lin liked to make bets with the people that he dueled, like Wang Yanfeng, Zhang Tsang, and so on. Then, with this match of mine against Mr. Lin, how about we also make a gambling bet? How about this? Mr. Lin needs materials, and I just happen to have one 7-star Oregon. How about I use this to bet with Mr. Lin on who Miss Lan belongs to? If I lose, then I will turn over the 7-star ore to Mr. Lin, and I will not disturb Miss Lan again. If I win, then I will also turn over the 7-star ore to Mr. Lin, but about Miss Lan's matters, Mr. Lin cannot meddle in them again. Whether or not I can move her heart will depend only on my own ability. So, regardless of the outcome, the 7-star ore will be given to Mr. Lin. But only if Mr. Lin loses will Mr. Lin never meddle in Miss Lan's matters again. How about it? Move Lan Yunue's heart with your own ability? Lin Ming brightly smiled. It seems that no matter what, this Zhang Guanyu wanted to use Lan Yunue to attack his heart of martial arts. If he lost in the battle 4 months from now, then it would be a defeat so horrible and appalling that he wouldn't be able to lift his head proudly anymore due to shame. He sneered in response to Zhang Guanyu, even if I'm sure to defeat you, I will never use a woman to make a bet. Lan Yunue already has nothing to do with me. Who she marries is her own choice, it's none of my business. If your moral character was any good and you decided to pursue Lan Yunue, then fine. But if you plan to deal with me by encroaching on Lan Yunue, then I will not sit idly by and do nothing. It's true that I lack several materials, but I do not need the Allied Trade Association, nor will I ever. If I cannot find what I need, then it's just a bit of trouble to me. Now you can roll out of here. Hearing this, Zhang Guanyu's expression finally sunk. Oh, it seems that you really are determined to win against me? Good. Very good. Zhang Guanyu, you think that 4 months from now you will crush me so I cannot stand up from the failure, but what a coincidence, I also have the same intention. When the time comes, let's see just who is suppressing who. Haha. Very good. Since that's the case, 4 months from now, I will have you regret ever being born into this world. Zhang Guanyu received his longsword, flicked his sleeves, and departed. Lin Ming thought little of Zhang Guanyu's threat. He took out a true essence stone and prepared to restore his true essence. At this moment, Wang Yuhan could not help but say, Mr. Lin, you were too reckless. Although 5th-level vicious beast blood is rare, It's not something that cannot be found. If we waited a few days, it would have been fine, but you actually helped that despicable Zhang Guanyu inscribe a symbol on his treasure sword. Even in the entire Huolua nation, there might not be anyone that can create an inscription symbol of your caliber. That Zhang Guanyu has probably cultivated the divine acacia power for several months. In these months, who knows how many women have gone to his manor. It's impossible to know just how far his strength has progressed. Mr. Lin, you. Wang Yuhan was genuinely concerned. This battle between Zhang Guanyu and Lin Ming would definitely be a death match. If he lost, he would pay a truly terrible price. Zhang Guanyu had long been famous for his sinister and ruthless tactic. If something was to happen to Lin Ming smiled and said, "Miss Wang, please be assured that I know all of this fairly well." But, I think that, Wang Yuhan simply didn't know what to say. She knew that Lin Ming constantly created miracles in front of her. She thought that nothing was impossible concerning Lin Ming. But in this duel involving his Lin Ming's personal safety, Wang Yuhan worried, afraid of what would happen. "Thank you, Miss Wang, for worrying over me. The truth is, if I really am not a match for Zhang Guanyu, then I'll simply withdraw. I'm afraid that there is no one else coming this afternoon. I will go back first." Lin Ming only drew the high-quality inscription symbols these days. However, he would only do so as long as someone brought one of the rare materials on the list. The materials were getting fewer and fewer now, and the customers that could find them were also less. So in the past couple of days, Lin Ming had only received a few jobs. He spent most of the time cultivating. All the time that Lin Ming had at the 7 major killing arrays was spent so that he could gradually become more aware of the concept of wind. Now Lin Ming had increased the difficulty from the 6th level to the 7th level, but even so, he still practiced in the violent wind tunnel every day until his appearance was miserable. Many of the disciples of the 7 profound martial house were aware of this strange phenomenon. As soon as this century genius of the 7 profound martial house entered the violent wind tunnel, at only 7 levels of difficulty, he would be beaten up until he was black and blue. This kind of matter was simply inconceivable. Those people that were jealous of Lin Ming said that Lin Ming's foundation was not solid, and his lower body was unstable. However, those that held this view were completely drowned out by the massive amount of frothing saliva from the Lin Ming fanatic. Did those insulting idiots not see how Lin Ming was motionless like a mountain on the battlefield? With which eye did they see that Lin Ming's lower body was unstable? These crazy fans believed that Lin Ming was using some sort of special method to practice. But what exactly was this special method of training? Nobody could actually explain it. A little girl that worshipped at Lin Ming's altar patted her heavy chest, wanting to understand. Senior apprentice brother Lin Ming is definitely practicing his get-hit ability. To let the violent wind blow against one's own body so that they freely hit the wall over and over again. This was the only explanation for the get-hit ability. To come up with such ridiculous reasoning, that young girl had a truly vivid imagination. This opinion rapidly spread. Regarding this rumor, Lin Ming could only force a smile. He did not want the publicity, but it was impossible to conceal the fact that he was turning black and blue from the bruising every day of hitting the walls in the violent wind tunnel. Even if he had very good healing medicine, it was futile to think that all his wounds and bruises would instantly heal. He could only bring his heavily injured body back to his room, soak in a medicinal bath, and then take the evening's time to remove the bruises and heal the hidden wounds. However, people began to gradually discover that Lin Ming's injuries were becoming less and less, even as the difficulty grew higher and higher, until a month later. Lin Ming had opened the 9th level of difficulty, but after he had stayed in for several hours, he had come out in perfect condition with no injuries. To a normal heavenly abode disciple, this didn't have much meaning. With someone at Lin Ming's ranking, they would easily be able to handle the 10th level of difficulty. But to Lin Ming's ardent Lin maniacs, their first impression was that he was practicing the almighty get-hit ability. He did not use any true essence or bodily strength to resist the force of the wind, and let his body repeatedly and wildly hit the walls over and over again. Since he now reached the point of not having any injuries, was his head now made of copper? They were afraid that if this was true, then Lin Ming had already become invulnerable to all damage. But if this were so, why would Lin Ming only open the 9th level of difficulty? What exactly do you think Senior Apprentice Brother Lin is really doing inside? He only opened the 9th level of difficulty. If Senior Apprentice Brother Lin displayed his true strength, that wind would only tickle him. I already told you that Senior Apprentice Brother Lin is cultivating his get-hit ability, you just don't have faith. The young girl who had been the first to propose this theory grunted, showing her discontent at those that dared to doubt her. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin's get-hit ability is just too fierce, and it's not an exaggeration. To have that powerful wind of the 9th level blow him against the wall, and yet he still doesn't have a single injury. His body is simply steel now. He is invulnerable to all. Humph, this is nothing for Senior Apprentice Brother Lin. Did you forget that he had used his empty palm to fend off Zhang Tsang's saber? That's because he had used the body-tearing bone-shattering fist. That was also the reason that Zhu Yan lost to Senior Apprentice Brother Lin Ming. The disciple that was speaking seemed to be aware of many things. At this moment, another person also commented, "Have you seen that Senior Apprentice Brother Lin's clothes when he goes in and out of the violent wind tunnel only have a little damage?" After this third disciple inadvertently reminded the other two, these two felt a chill in their hearts. Yes, when Lin Ming had gone in and out, he had worn the same clothes. His clothes only had a little damage, so he hadn't needed to change. It had to be known that when the violent wind tunnel reached the 9th level of difficulty, a common disciple could rely on their true essence and strength to resist the strong winds. However, because the wind speed was too quick, the clothes on their bodies would be torn. Chapter 135 Body Inscription. Chapter 135 Body Inscription. Chapter 135 Body Inscription. When the violent wind tunnel reached the 9th level of difficulty, a common disciple could rely on their true essence and strength to resist the strong winds. However, because the wind speed was too quick, the clothes on their bodies would still be torn. Soon after, their clothes would be ripped to shreds. If they were to choose the 10th level of difficulty, their clothes would even become completely split apart until they were finally stark naked. But Lin Ming's clothes were only a little damaged. He didn't need to replace them. This was simply an inconceivable matter. In the violent wind tunnel, the howling wind was like the roars of dragons and tigers. At the 9th level of difficulty, there were 10 feet tall rolling boulders that haphazardly tumbled around. Lin Ming's body seemed weightless in the forceful gales as he danced in the air. What was strange was that even though the whirlwinds were like a pack of surging ruinous beasts, Lin Ming's body only moved at a slow speed, as if he was a fish that was swimming against a mighty current. Lin Ming's eyes were closed the entire time. He felt the force of the chilling wind with his heart and soul, stabilizing his body as he balanced himself in the Mistral air. The wind that fell upon Lin Ming naturally parted around him. Suddenly, a powerful wind vortex appeared around Lin Ming, causing his body to shake and fall towards a boulder. Under this kind of forceful wind, if an ordinary person hit the rock, they would have immediately suffered a painful death. Even a viscera training stage martial artist would have been heavily wounded. But as Lin Ming approached this boulder, he suddenly waved his sleeves and followed a breeze that flowed over the rock. Lin Ming's body drew beautiful arc as he bypassed this rock wall before coming to a stop in midair. This continued for several days. With each day, Lin Ming was increasingly like a fish in water as he hovered in the violent wind tunnel. As long as he used his true essence, his feet would not touch the ground, and he was able to sail through the wind. Only when his true essence was exhausted would he fall to the ground. After that, Lin Ming opened the 10th level of difficulty, but he was still able to barely keep his balance firmly in the wind. Even if there was suddenly turbulence from a whirlwind, Lin Ming was still able to maintain his form. He was just like a kite. Despite the howling wind blowing upon him, he was always steadily flying through the air. After several days, Lin Ming began to do all kinds of various movements and actions as he faced the strong wind, moving slowly as he borrowed the gentle force of the wind. At the start, Lin Ming's movement was slow, and the range of his motions was limited. The next day, his speed had increased, and the range of his movement had extended to dozens of feet. Afterwards, Lin Ming's speed grew with each day. The sphere of action which he could move encompassed the entire violent wind tunnel, even approaching the innermost depths of the violent wind tunnel where it was narrowest. 10 days later, Lin Ming had gained a basic understanding of the concept of wind, officially entering the first layer of golden rock shattering the void. Now, Lin Ming was able to move anywhere in the violent wind tunnel at will. The wind wasn't even able to influence him in the slightest. I've spent all 120 hours of this month's time at the 7 major killing arrays cultivating the golden rock shattering the void. Fortunately, my golden rock shattering the void has reached the small success level. Starting from tomorrow, I must practice the heretical god force and pulse-cutting palm, and also attempt to break through to the altering muscle stage. I just don't have enough time. Lin Ming had already reached the peak viscera training stage. Although he hadn't set aside time to break through to the altering muscle stage, these days he had practiced his inscription technique, and during that time he would often deplete all of his true essence. Following that, he would enter into his ethereal martial intent state while revolving the true primal chaos formula. Under this sort of extreme state, it had been surprisingly good cultivation for his true primal chaos formula. Lin Ming's talent was average, but he would still be able to reach the altering muscle stage soon. This was all thanks to the true primal chaos formula and his ethereal martial intent. As he walked through the back mountains of Zhou Mountain, with every casual step that Lin Ming took, he was able to cross dozens of feet. His toes gently tapped the thin blades of grass, and he would soar into the sky. By revolving his true essence, he was able to swiftly rise into the air. Like this, he could easily cross over a 20-foot wall. Feeling light with not even the slightest weight to his body, Lin Ming felt a great happiness. This concept of wind is simply too marvelous. Normally when a martial artist cultivates a movement martial skill, it would depend on the coordination of their true essence and bodily strength to increase their speed. Once they jumped up, they would not be able to maintain their speed and would inevitably slow down, but, with this concept of wind, I can actually increase my speed in midair. If I can cultivate the golden rock shattering the void to the 3rd or 4th layer, if I combine that with my increasingly thick true essence, then I might be able to fly. Usually only a Xiantian stage master would have the ability to fly, but I can as long as I achieve the pulse condensation period. As Lin Ming was basking in his excitement, a sound-transmitting talisman lit in front of Lin Ming, and the sweet voice of Wang Yuhan sounded in Lin Ming's mind. "Mr. Lin, we have finally found all of the materials that you want." Hearing this news, Lin Ming rejoiced. This was a double celebration. He could finally start drawing up the body inscription symbol. Lin Ming took a detour straight to the Inscription Association. After completing several scheduled inscription symbols, he finally received all the materials he needed. The materials were collected through the combined efforts of the Crown Prince, the Inscription Association, and the influence of numerous powerful families within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. This nationwide search for materials had finally finished after nearly an entire month. For these materials, the Crown Prince, the Inscription Association, and the various major families had spent a mind-boggling amount of manpower and financial resources. When he was collecting the materials from the Inscription Association, Lin Ming had a certain smug feeling as he saw the piles of materials worth hundreds of thousands of gold taels. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry to begin. He knew that his current mentality was not suitable for drawing the body inscription symbol. The body inscription symbol was incomparably precious. It would take a very long time to create, and he absolutely could not afford to be even the least bit careless. Once Lin Ming had collected all of the materials, he first took a nap. After waking, he closed his door and placed a "Do Not Disturb" plaque on the outside. He washed his hands, burned incense, bathed, and finally entered the ethereal martial intent state. He sat in meditation for almost half an hour, and relaxed as his mind became completely calm. There were many martial arts that, after obtaining a top-tier cultivation method, would practice a similar ceremony. This was in order to eliminate their distractions, and let their minds become calm. But unless they were monks, while facing such a top-tier cultivation method that could affect the destiny of their entire lives, who could truly remain calm? However, the nature of Lin Ming's heart was much purer than a normal martial artist's. With the support of his ethereal martial intent, he was able to adjust his condition its perfect state, so that his heart and mind were able to singularly focus on a task. When Lin Ming finally opened his eyes from meditation, his eyes were shining bright like stars. He took the first material, the 7-star ore, and ground it, extracted it, and mixed it. The tools that he used were the best ones that could be found within the Inscription Association. These black-silver inscription tools would not injure or alter the nature of the materials in the least. Not only that, but these tools were able to perfectly work in conjunction with soul force, so that an inscription master could clearly feel any changes in the materials. Of these black-silver tools, each one had a value that was similar to a treasure. The entire set of inscription tools had a value above 20,000 gold taels. This set of tools was a gift to Lin Ming from the Inscription Association. As he processed the materials, Lin Ming was already completely immersed in the world of inscription technique. Each inscription symbol that emerged from his hand was like a living spirit that jumped out. Because of this month-long practice, Lin Ming was able to freely control his soul force like never before. He could divide his soul force into hair-thin strands and guide the materials together so that each one formed a beautiful inscription symbol. This feeling was like sliding on ice. There was no hitch in the fluid process. Lin Ming was already completely immersed within a rapturous realm. In this state, he had reached an unprecedented extreme of skill. The sun set, the moon rose, the stars fell, and the rose-colored clouds of dawn reflected the new day. Lin Ming had unknowingly drawn the inscription symbol for an entire night. In the past, he was able to complete the symbols and lines in a very short time. But now, each symbol and line took at least an incense stick of time. In drawing these complex structures, he did so gingerly. In this period, Lin Ming also failed a few times, but he had already anticipated this situation. He had left the most precious materials for last. There were backups for everything else. Unconsciously, Lin Ming's soul force had already surpassed his natural limit. However, because his spirit was in such a state of high concentration, Lin Ming had entered into a state of self-hypnosis. He did not feel himself overdrafting his soul force, but this state was also extremely dangerous, because he had gone past what his body could bear. There were stories of earthquakes, where children would be caught in the collapsing ruins. But, because of maternal love, a child's mother would be able to exert a godly strength and abruptly lift fallen walls that weighed 1,000 genes, thus rescuing their child. The reason this was possible was because of self-hypnosis. At the end, the mother would often exceed the limits that could be placed on her body, and she would be disabled or even die. Time passed 1 second at a time, until it was late morning. Lin Ming had drawn up the last symbol that he needed. As he gathered his hands together, the complex inscription symbol in the air began to superimpose upon itself, layer after layer, until it became one organic whole. It sent out a sparkling light as if it were a newborn star, and this star gently fell onto Lin Ming's left chest. There was a slight stabbing pain, as if he was being pierced by scalding hot needles, and then a mysterious six-pointed star appeared on Lin Ming's left chest. Then, Lin Ming could only see black as dizziness erupted in his head, and he slumped to the ground. His exhausted soul force had resulted in a bone-aching sleepiness. As the body inscription symbol was finally completed, Lin Ming almost instantly fell into a deep slumber. In this deep sleep, he had severed all perception of the outside world. This sleep lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. An intense feeling of hunger finally woke up Lin Ming. He stumbled around as he crawled up on his knees. He only felt a splitting headache. This pain was what followed an overconsumption of soul force. He casually took out some food from his spatial ring to eat, his expression sluggish as he sat on the ground. He sat there for a long time and then finally, slowly mumbled, "This is how." Trying to remember, he vaguely recalled the process of drawing up the body inscription symbol. He lifted his hand and traced his left chest. On the originally smooth skin, there were some uneven lines. He lowered his head to look. On his left chest was a mysterious six-pointed star mark. It had fused into one with the mark left from the magic cube. Chapter 136, The Altering Muscle Stage. Chapter 136, Altering Muscle Stage. Body inscription symbols. I see, it was because I overtaxed my soul force from drawing up the body inscription symbol, so I fell asleep for such a long time. What time is it? The large hourglass in the cabin had already streamed cleanly to the bottom. He had apparently slept for at least an entire day. It's a good thing that I succeed. I misjudged the difficulty of the body inscription symbol. I didn't expect for each symbol and line to have taken such a long time. The one that I drew was the essence gathering symbol. The 2 body inscription symbols that Lin Ming had planned to place on himself were the essence gathering symbol and the strife seal. The essence gathering symbol was placed on the chest, and could enhance the speed at which true essence was gathered, thus increasing a martial artist's cultivation rate. The strife seal was placed on the right hand, and by improving how true essence would flow, it could increase the strength of true essence, and improve a martial artist's martial skill or striking power. Lin Ming's cultivation was the most important right now, so he had first drawn up the essence gathering symbol. Lin Ming sat in meditation and tested how much better he could gather true essence. Really, it seemed because of the presence of the essence gathering symbol, he was able to more easily absorb the strength of the world, and the speed at which he gathered true essence had increased significantly. It's increased by at least 40%. It seems because of the self-hypnosis state, I overdrew my body and injured myself because my soul force was too lacking. But now that I've completed the essence gathering symbol, it's exceeded my expectations. Lin Ming felt a great happiness. A 40% increased rate was simply astonishing. It had to be known that a normal medium third-grade martial artist, if they started cultivating at the age of 12, and were not supported by any special top-quality pills, then they would be able to reach the early bone-forging stage by the time they were 40 years old. This period was at least 30 years. But for a medium fourth-grade martial artist, if they started in a similar situation at 12 years of age and also didn't utilize any top-tier pills or cultivation methods, they would reach the early bone-forging stage when they were 30 years old. This period was 20 years. The truth was, this 10-year disparity between a single grade of talent could also be considered a 50% difference in the speed of cultivation. But this 50% difference was actually of great importance. A 30-year-old martial artist was in the prime of his youth. They had a hope of breaking through to the pulse condensation period, thus extending the period of their growth, and their strength would also greatly improve. They would be like a carp that became a dragon. But a 40-year-old bone-forging stage martial artist would often have to face the dire consequences of physical aging. Their body strength would decrease, and they would be weaker compared to younger martial artists at the same level. Moreover, it would be much more difficult for them to have any progress, let alone break through to the pulse condensation period. So this essence-gathering symbol, that could increase one's cultivation speed by 40%, was simply extraordinary. The essence-gathering symbol is only the most simple of body inscription symbols. Later, when my cultivation grows, I also have the possibility of drawing up even more formidable body inscription symbols. When that time comes, my talent will no longer be a barrier. When I drew up the essence-gathering symbol, I almost damaged my soul. This strife seal can wait until my strength increases again before I draw it. In any case, the strife seal is only a body inscription symbol that enhances one's own strength. As long as I successfully draw it up before my match with Zhang Guanyu, then it's not too late. Day after day, Lin Ming would go to the icy pond waterfall to cultivate the true primal chaos formula. He was able to sit within the 10th level of difficulty in the ice pond waterfall for 4 to 5 hours at a time. Under the dual abilities of the essence-gathering symbol and his ethereal martial intent state, Lin Ming's cultivation speed experienced a tremendous leap forwards. In addition to the top heart mantra of the true primal chaos formula, Lin Ming's true essence had been polished to a rich and pure state. In the past, because he had taken the top-tier pills, there had been some impurities within his true essence. But those pills had already been completely refined by Lin Ming. Lin Ming's true essence was pure to such a degree that it was even better if compared to most peak bone-forging stage martial artists. After half a month passed, it was the second month of the 4 months before the match. As Lin Ming immersed himself within the ice pond waterfall and entered into his ethereal martial intent, he discovered that his true essence had already completely spread throughout his viscera and had begun infiltrating deep into his muscle and bones. Fourth stage of body transformation, altering muscle. Lin Ming was absolutely delighted, but he was not too surprised. The Martial House Core Disciple test required that Lin Ming reach the peak altering muscle stage before he was over 16 years old. But if he continued at his current rate of cultivation, that was a goal he would be able to effortlessly achieve. Normally, when a martial artist was advancing to a new stage, they would experience a bottleneck. The reason for this bottleneck was usually because their foundation was not solid. For instance, a normal viscera training stage martial artist, if they did not have a top-quality cultivation method, or were not able to go to the ice pond waterfall and have true essence temper every part of their body, then they would experience a bottleneck when breaking through to the altering muscle stage. If there was only a small amount of true essence that permeated their organs, then it would be even more difficult for that true essence to sink in any further. Even if they barely managed to break through to the altering muscle stage, if their altering muscle stage foundation was not steady, then the result would only be that breaking through to the bone forging stage would be that much more difficult. Finally, they would be completely unable to take that final step into the pulse condensation period. If one's foundation was not solid, then as they strived towards greater heights of cultivation, it would become increasingly difficult. But Lin Ming did not have this kind of problem at all. His true essence had already penetrated deep into each and every nook and cranny of his internal organs, and had even entered into the innumerable tiny units within his body. For him, he would be absolutely successful in breaking through to the altering muscle stage, bone forging stage, or even the pulse condensation period. As long as he managed to accumulate enough true essence, he could break through. As he pushed the true primal chaos formula to its limit, Lin Ming was able to clearly feel the wonderful feeling of true essence sinking into his muscles and bones. There were many martial artists that did not have a steady foundation and would only have bitter experiences during their attempts to break through their bottleneck. If they wanted to enter the altering muscle stage, they would often need to push their true essence inwards and forcefully fuse their true essence into their muscles and bones. They would have to repeat this process slowly as they fused one little part at a time, and very slowly reach the altering muscle stage. This was the reason why so many martial artists were stranded at the peak viscera training stage for several years. But this did not apply to Lin Ming. His internal organs had already reached the maximum of how much true essence could be absorbed. This was just like a reservoir that was already filled with water. Because the reservoir could not accommodate more true essence, then that true essence would leak over and naturally seep into the muscle and bones, fusing with them. Of these two different methods of breaking through a bottleneck, it was easy to see which was good and which was bad. Lin Ming's breakthrough lasted for 3 full days. During these 3 days, Lin Ming would cultivate at the icy pond waterfall for 6 hours every day. He used a grand total of 18 hours in order to fully integrate the true essence into his muscle and bones. What the so-called altering muscle stage cultivated were the tendons and the periosteum. As he recovered from his long meditation, Lin Ming felt that the true essence within his body moving incessantly, like an endless river. Resisting the frosty chill of the icy pond waterfall had become an easy task for him. As he emerged from the icy pool, Lin Ming casually flicked his palm. The edge of his palm formed an indistinct faint blue ripple, just like waves in water. As Lin Ming saw this rippling blue wave, his eyes shined. True essence realization. I didn't expect that I would have reached the boundary of being able to realize my true essence. Usually only a martial artist at the pulse condensation period, who had extremely thick true essence, would be able to manifest their true essence. Or, there were also some heaven-gifted rare genius peak bone-forging stage martial artists that could just barely achieve this. But Lin Ming had been able to manifest his true essence as soon as he reached the early altering muscle stage. Throughout the entirety of Sky Fortune Kingdom's history, he was the first one to be able to do this. Lin Ming clenched his fist and felt a sense of smugness. I've just reached the early altering muscle stage, and yet I've achieved the boundary which normally only a pulse condensation period martial artist could achieve. I wonder just how far I am compared to an ordinary pulse condensation period martial artist. When I step into the peak altering muscle stage, will I be able to defeat a normal pulse condensation period martial artist? Lin Ming was not sure whether or not he could defeat the strength of a powerhouse of the pulse condensation period, but to defeat Lin Sen, who was at the peak altering muscle stage, Lin Ming had a degree of confidence. Even though Ling Sen had his Ashura martial intent, how could that even compete with the chaotic virtues combat meridians? To Lin Ming, reaching the peak altering muscle stage from the early altering muscle stage was only a matter of time. Oh, junior apprentice brother Lin. What an infrequent visitor. The deacon's senior apprentice brother, who was in charge of the wood puppet lane major killing array, saw Lin Ming, and immediately welcomed him with a laugh. Of the 7 profound martial house's 7 major killing arrays of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, the wood puppet lane killing array belonged to the wood element. Lin Ming had only cultivated at the icy pond waterfall and the violent wind tunnel. This was his first time coming to the wood puppet lane. Therefore, the deacon's senior apprentice brother who managed the killing array was especially enthused and warm as he greeted Lin Ming. One never knew, perhaps several years from now, this Lin Ming might even become the martial house master of the 7 profound martial house. If that time ever came, then this Lin Ming would be his superior. It was natural that he would want to curry favor and flatter him. Senior apprentice brother, forgive me, but this is embarrassing to say. I just decided to come here, without having made an appointment in advance. I wonder if you have any spots that are open yet? After Lin Ming had broken through to the altering muscle stage, he wanted to test his own strength. In the 7 major killing arrays, Golden Soldier Hall and Wood Puppet Lane were the 2 major killing arrays where one could practice their combat skills. Of course there is a spot open for you, haha. Whenever Senior Apprentice Brother Lin comes, there will always be a spot open just for you. The Deacon's Senior Apprentice Brother said with a congenial smile. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother. Then, if I could trouble the Senior Apprentice Brother to help me open the 11th level of difficulty. 11th level of difficulty? The Deacon's Senior Apprentice Brother stared at him with wide eyes. Generally speaking, those disciples that were in the top 10 of the ranking stone would enter the 11th level of difficulty. Did Lin Ming's strength already enter into the top 10 rankings? The Deacon Apprentice Brother felt this was inconceivably incredible, but suddenly he saw Lin Ming's cultivation and his eyes widened even more until they were like giant white circles. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, you've already broken through? Altering muscle stage. Yesterday I had a lucky breakthrough. The Deacon's Senior Apprentice Brother unconsciously gulped. The bottleneck between the viscera training stage and the altering muscle stage was not too big nor too small. To a genius, breaking through this bottleneck was bound to happen sooner or later. But it shouldn't have happened so quickly. He vaguely remembered that Lin Ming had broken through to the viscera training stage just a few months ago. To only use a few months to break through to the altering muscle stage from the viscera training stage, what the hell was this kind of speed? This Deacon Senior Apprentice Brother's talent was already quite good, but it had taken him nearly 3 years to achieve this. This young man had already reached the altering muscle stage when he was only 15 years old, and still had more than a year left to reach the peak altering muscle stage. Lin Ming might even be able to reach the bone forging stage. It was already 90% guaranteed that he would pass the 7 profound martial houses core disciple test. A core disciple of the 7 profound martial house that came from Sky Fortune Kingdom. The Deacon's Senior Apprentice took a deep breath. With just a nod of his head, Lin Ming could become the absolute overlord of the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom. Senior Apprentice Brother, please open the 11th level of difficulty. Lin Ming saw the Deacon's Senior Apprentice Brother in a daze, and politely reminded him. Oh yes, yes. The Deacon's Senior Apprentice Brother responded, and then fiddled with an array disc to open the 11th level of difficulty for the Wood Puppet Lane. Chapter 137. The Might of Golden Rock Shattering the Void. Chapter 137. The Might of Golden Rock Shattering the Void. Wooden Puppet Lane was built into the face of a mountain. There were altogether 12 caves, and each could be opened by themselves. These caves were created by Xiantian masters cutting through the mountain themselves. One could still see glaring sword marks. Wood Puppet Lane was filled with wooden puppets. The deeper one went, the more formidable these puppets would be, and the more there were. These wooden puppets were from one of the 7 inheritances of the 7 profound valleys, the masterpieces of the puppet faction. The puppet faction was a very mysterious faction within the 7 profound valleys. Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound martial house did not have any of these factions' cultivation methods or secret techniques, so they had never had much exposure to it. Seeing the crowds of wooden puppets increase, Lin Ming did not hurry to attack. He hadn't even taken out the penetrating rainbow spear. After he had reached a location with more than 20 puppets, Lin Ming rushed in, unarmed. Cha! A wooden puppet aimed a club at Lin Ming. The weapons that these wooden puppets all used were completely made of wood, such as wooden clubs or wooden sabers. A wooden weapon may not have seemed like a very dangerous weapon, but even so, if one was pounded by a wooden club or saber, they would still be dealt a crushing blow and vomit blood from a severe wound. Lin Ming watched as a wooden club came at him and waited until it was just in front of him. He closed his eyes and gently pushed with his toes. His body flickered backwards half a step, and as a result, the descending club that would have smashed Lin Ming's nose was just avoided with not too much or too little distance. Whiz! Another wooden puppet cut towards Lin Ming's waist with a wooden saber. This time, Lin Ming leapt into the air. His body floated in the air, and because of inertia, he floated backwards. Another wooden puppet cut towards Lin Ming's waist from behind, and this attack didn't seem as if it could be evaded. But then Lin Ming gently waved his sleeves, and his body became like a leaf that was blown away by a gently breeze. It seemed as if he completely violated the rules of physics, and he appeared 2 feet to the side, dodging that hidden saber by just a hair's width once more. Swish, swish, swish. The wooden puppet continuously attacked Lin Ming, but Lin Ming did not counter. Instead, he dodged the attacks from the wooden puppets as if he was taking a leisurely stroll through a park. There were more than 20 puppets, but only 7 or 8 were able to attack Lin Ming at the same time. But these 7 or 8 puppets had very scary attacks. Their moves and combinations interwove with each other, and there almost wasn't an angle to dodge. However, Lin Ming was able to mysteriously avoid all these attacks. It was as if the puppets did not have a weapon in their hands, but instead a fan. Lin Ming was like a light feather. Each time the wooden puppets brandished their weapons at him, the wind of the passing weapons would blow him away. This was the concept of wind that Lin Ming had comprehended. A waving fan would never be able to touch a floating feather, and like this, a wooden puppet's weapon would never be able to touch even the hem of Lin Ming's robe. Wonderful! Very good. Come again. Lin Ming wholly immersed himself in the depths of the concept of wind. This was the first time that he had applied the golden rock shattering the void movement ability to actual combat. These fellows are just a bit too weak. As Lin Ming thought this, his body rose like a rock, rising several dozens of feet before he landed on a cliff and flew towards the depths of wooden puppet lane. At this time, outside of Wooden Puppet Lane, the Deacon's senior apprentice brother was still in shock, as he stared unblinking at the true essence stones in the heart of the major killing array. Every array formation had an array heart. This was often where the array was supplied with energy from. The puppets of Wooden Puppet Lane were able to self-repair and regenerate, but this regeneration required the consumption of true essence stones in order to power it. There were some abnormal individuals, like Ling Sun and Ta Ku, who would cause a quick consumption of true essence stones after entering Wood Puppet Lane. Sometimes, just looking at this wasteful sight made the Deacon's senior apprentice brother's heart hurt deeply. But Lin Ming had already gone in for such a long time, yet he had only consumed a small number of true essence stones. Obviously Lin Ming was struggling in dealing with these wooden puppets, and had only managed to take down a few. Realizing this, the Deacon's senior apprentice brother let out a soft sigh of relief. Fortunately, junior apprentice brother Lin isn't that abnormal. Indeed, it seems that he still isn't able to challenge the 11th level of difficulty of Wood Puppet Lane in such a short time. Junior apprentice brother Lin is just too impatient. His strength isn't high enough yet for him to jump straight to the 11th level of difficulty. But in this Wood Puppet Lane killing array, if the difficulty is too high, one could be easily injured, or might even die. I estimate that another half-incense stick of time will pass before junior apprentice brother Lin decides that he cannot last in there any longer, and comes out to change the difficulty to the 10th level. The Deacon's senior apprentice brother picked up the array disc, and waited for Lin Ming to come out and ask him to change the difficulty. But after waiting half an hour, there was no news of his exit. What do I do? The Deacon was a bit confused. The array heart was still only consuming true essence at a very slow speed. He even suspected that Lin Ming had encountered some troubles inside and been killed by the wooden puppets. What's going on? Is it possible that junior apprentice brother Lin is hiding in some corner of Wood Puppet Lane? Was that the reason that he had opened the 11th level of difficulty? At this moment, Lin Ming had already reached the deepest depths of Wood Puppet Lane. Here, the wooden puppet's strength was at a much higher level, and they were also large. What was most peculiar, though, was that the surface of their bodies was a strange dark red, as if they had been dyed in blood. Facing so many more advanced puppets, Lin Ming felt an intense amount of pressure. As he dodged the wooden puppet's intense attacks for a long time, he was beginning to gasp for breath even with the support of the true Prima Chaos formula. Almost there. Lin Ming had practiced his movement for almost an entire hour. He felt that this was enough, and thinking this, he turned his hand and extracted the penetrating rainbow spear from his spatial ring. Holding the spear in both hands, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. The countless tiny units in his body began to synchronize their breathing to the same frequency, as his thick true essence began to shake like a mountain. In that moment, his imposing aura instantly erupted. Total annihilation! Boom 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 boom! With the formidable strength of altering muscles cultivation level, combined with his fiercely vibrating true essence, there was an explosion of sounds in succession, as the penetrating rainbow spear swept out, and the puppets were all sent flying backwards. Oh, not dead? Lin Ming found that besides the puppet that had borne the majority of his attack and shattered to pieces, the other puppets had only fallen to the ground, and were beginning to crawl back up. Good resilience! No one understood the terrifying destructive power of flow like silk more than Lin Ming. Back when he was at the Viscera training stage, a single strike from his spear was able to turn a thick stone column dozens of feet high into nothing more than crumbled rock. Now that his strength had increased even further, he might even be able to split apart a hall with just a few spear moves. But now that he had struck at these wooden puppets, only one had died. The more resilient they are, the better. Today I will enjoy this fight. After officially stepping into the altering muscle stage, in addition to reaching the large success of Golden Rock shattering the void, Lin Ming really needed a battle to examine his own strength and also allow his body to adapt to the change in his true essence and physical strength. Bang bang bang! Wooden puppets began to blow up one after another. The penetrating rainbow spear was like a purple-black dragon that was churning in the ocean waves. Ha fun! Come on, more! Lin Ming flourished penetrating rainbow with grandeur. Each spear move was imbued with the flow like silk concept, and every hit would cause a wooden puppet to explode into pieces. In fact, what Lin Ming did now know was that when other martial artists entered Wood Puppet Lane, most could not even injure these puppets. They could only knock them down. Even if it was Ling Sen, who had such an abnormally overwhelming combat strength, he could only cut apart a wooden puppet with his sword. He simply could not be like Lin Ming, whose every spear thrust would cause a wooden puppet to burst into fragments. The wooden puppets could repair themselves, but this repair required the consumption of true essence stones as the energy source. If a wooden puppet was knocked down, it would only be slightly damaged, and be able to repair itself with very little energy. Even if they were cut apart by Ling Sen, it wouldn't require too many true essence stones to repair. But when Lin Ming had shattered them his spear, this was truly a tragedy. Not only did the repairs take time, but the consumption of true essence stones would be terrifying for a long time afterwards. Outside Wood Puppet Lane, the Deacon's senior apprentice brother was still waiting for Lin Ming to come out and lower the difficulty to the 10th level. As he casually glanced at the true essence stones in the array heart, the scene scared and dumbfounded him. He could only helplessly look on at the true essence stones' energy levels plummeted. The true essence stones began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. Starting from its original lustrous crystal-like appearance, It gradually turned a dull white, and then after some time, purring, it exploded. The array would automatically replace it with a new true essence stone, but the result was still the same. In less than half an incense stick of time, another true essence stone exploded. What was happening? Even if Ling Sen was here, the consumption rate would not be so high. Was it Lin Ming? No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The deacon's senior apprentice brother looked at the true essence stone at the center of the array heart and constantly swallowed as he panicked. Although logic told him that it was impossible for Lin Ming to be so abnormal, the truth was already placed in front of him. This, just what the hell is this? The deacon's senior apprentice brother cried in his heart. With so many true essence stones being suddenly consumed, he simply could not find a good explanation. Where'd they all go? Lin Ming had been enjoying destroying all the wooden puppets, but now the originally threatening and aggressive wooden puppets had been reduced to just 2 or 3. They were just as dangerous as cats now, and the rest that still hadn't shattered yet were missing arms and legs. This wood puppet lane sucks. Is this everything? It's the 11th level of difficulty. Lin Ming was speechless. In his mind, this 11th level of difficulty was unworthy of the name. If the deacon's senior apprentice brother knew Lin Ming's thoughts, he probably would have wanted to smack his head against a wall and kill himself. The puppets of Wood Puppet Lane could repair themselves after they were destroyed, but Lin Ming had exploded them with his spear, and turned them completely into scattered pieces. This repair would just take a long time. Although I couldn't fight to my heart's content, I've about gotten a good grasp on my current strength. Right now I still might not be able to compare to Zhang Guanyu, but I should absolutely not have a problem entering the top 10 of the 10,000 killing array rankings. First, I'll participate in this coming 10,000 killing array assessment, and take the heavy profound soft spear before planning my next move. Lin Ming put away his penetrating rainbow spear, and walked out of Wood Puppet Lane. Chapter 138 Heavy Profound Soft Spear. Chapter 138 Heavy Profound Soft Spear. Chapter 138 Heavy Profound Soft Spear. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was a bit sluggish as he watched Lin Ming come out of Wood Puppet Lane. He still hadn't figured out just what the hell had happened inside a moment ago. Was there a malfunction in the Wood Puppet Lane array? How come the true essence stones were consumed so quickly? Junior apprentice brother Lin, are you alright? The deacon's senior apprentice froze for a long time before he hesitantly asked him. If there was a breakdown in the array formation, then did junior apprentice brother Lin encounter any problems in there? Me? I'm fine. Lin Ming asked, somewhat puzzled, but he didn't dwell on this much. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. I will leave first. I'll come by another day and thank you for your hospitality. Lin Ming turned around and departed. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was still in a daze. He thought about the possibilities for a while and then suddenly moved. He picked up his robes and scurried into the Wood Puppet Lane cave that Lin Ming had just been in a moment ago. This scene left him petrified on the spot. He only saw scattered parts all throughout Wood Puppet Lane. There were broken wooden puppets everywhere, with hands and feet haphazardly tossed around or pulverized to little splinters. This is what the hell did Lin Ming do? His throat violently spasmed. This array formation had broken down. This was certainly an array formation breakdown. But if the wooden puppets were broken like this, could they still be repaired? After Lin Ming had reached the altering muscle stage, he hadn't invested too much of his time in cultivating the true primal chaos formula. Instead, he had focused all of his energy on cultivating the heretical god force and pulse-cutting palm. The pulse-cutting palm was quite simple. This martial skill was only able to deal with opponents with a far inferior strength, or those who had already lost all their ability to resist an enemy. Lin Ming only took a few days to learn this skill. In short, the pulse-cutting palm infiltrated one's own true essence into an enemy's body, blowing out all of their meridian channels. Before a martial artist reached the pulse condensation period, the meridians in their body hadn't yet opened and connected. But this did not mean that they had no meridians, only that the meridians were blocked and body points were dried, thus they showed no effects. But the pulse-cutting palm was able to forcefully pour true essence along these depleted meridians, ravaging them as they passed. Eventually, all the meridian channels would be destroyed. The meridians were the path that a person's qi flowed. If one did not have meridians for the qi to pass, then they would be called a natural non-meridian born. These non-meridian borns would usually not survive past the age of 25. The pulse-cutting palm was able to destroy the meridians and simulate the effect of a non-meridian born. It would cause a martial artist to gradually lose their cultivation, until it was finally all obliterated. Cultivating the pulse-cutting palm was simple. However, cultivating the heretical god force was a completely different level of difficulty. The heretical god force was divided into 6 layers. Lin Ming had cultivated this ability for 10 days, but still hadn't even been able to touch upon the first layer. The essence of the heretical god force is compression of true essence. The first layer compressed true essence by 50%. The second layer compressed true essence by 100%. The third layer, 150%. All the way until the 6th layer, where true essence was compressed by 3 times. If true essence was compressed, then its power would naturally be multiplied. The heretical god force could only compress a portion of one's true essence, and then store that in the body. In a battle, one could bring out this compressed true essence. What Lin Ming needed to cultivate was the seed of the heretical god force. As long as this heretical god seed existed, true essence would automatically be compressed and confined within this seed. Lin Ming would not need to consciously manage it. I'm not in a hurry to cultivate this heretical god force. This is only the end of the 2nd month. I should participate in the 10,000 killing array assessment first, and take the heavy profound soft spear. The heavy profound soft spear was a medium-grade human step treasure. If Lin Ming poured his true essence into it, it would be able to flow through unimpeded. With his penetrating rainbow spear, only the spear head was a low-grade human step treasure. The spear shaft was made from ordinary iron. Although this iron was the dark elastic purple iron, the flow of true essence would still be greatly reduced within. For flow like silk, Lin Ming needed to pour true essence into the spear in order to display its power. So if Lin Ming was able to take the heavy profound soft spear, he would become that much more powerful. There were only 3 days left until the 10,000 killing array assessment. He would attain a top 10 spot within the ranking stone in one fell swoop, and finish the first reward task from the 7 profound martial house and obtain the heavy profound soft spear. With this spear in hand, he would be much more confident against Zhang Guanyu. 3 days later. Today marked the 4th month since Lin Ming had entered the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ming had participated in the 10,000 killing array assessment twice. The first time he had been ranked 126, and the second time he had been ranked 62. The time between these 2 rankings had only been 1 month. During the 3rd 10,000 killing array assessment, Lin Ming had been wholly absorbed in preparing for his decisive showdown with Zhu Yan, so he hadn't participated. As for the 4th assessment, Lin Ming had already obtained privileges and resources equal to the top 3 ranks of the ranking stone, so he hadn't felt the need to participate. But now this would be the 5th 10,000 killing array assessment. For this 10,000 killing array assessment, there weren't many disciples attending. In the entire Ashlar Square, since the sun had risen, there were only a handful more than 20 people. Moreover, within these disciples, most were ranked below rank 100, and there were only 6 or 7 disciples that were ranked in the top 100. As for the top 50, none of them had come. This deserted and lonely scene was mainly because the majority of the 7 profound Marshall House's disciples had planned to attend the next 10,000 killing array assessment. Next month's assessment was set to be highly anticipated, because that day would mark the 3rd month since the 7 profound decree was issued. Lin Ming would definitely challenge the top 10 of the ranking stone during that time in order to obtain the heavy profound soft spear. At that appointed time, there would no doubt be countless powers that had their eyes and ears on scene, and powerhouses from all around would converge. Naturally, one could not miss such a grand event. But nobody would ever think that Lin Ming would challenge the top 10 rankings of the ranking stone at only the end of the 2nd month. Since the opening of the 10,000 killing array, it had only been half an hour. The Ashlar Square was very peaceful. Most of the early arriving martial artists sat in the bamboo grove and meditated. The early morning air was rich with life and energy. It was very suitable for breathing. Moreover, controlling one's breath during meditation could assist with adjusting a martial artist's mental and bodily condition. Of course, all disciples hoped to enter the 10,000 killing array in their best state, and thus achieve the best result they could. Because there weren't many disciples attending this 10,000 killing array assessment, and those who did were mostly new disciples, the deacon's senior apprentice brother responsible for the 10,000 killing array seemed to lack interest. He strolled around with an air of boredom as he received the true essence stone from the participating disciples. Each disciple that wished to enter into the 10,000 killing array had to pay a deposit of 1 true essence stone. The deacon's name was Liang Guangfeng. He had already served as a deacon at the 7 profound Marshall House for a long time, and his mind was thinking about his hopeful future promotion to a human hall elder. Of the 7 profound Marshall House elders, there were the heavenly abode elders, the earth hall elders, and the human hall elders. The human hall elders had the lowest status of the 3. As long as they were a pulse condensation martial artist, they could hold this post. Liang Guangfeng was a pulse condensation period martial artist. Although the deacon of the 10,000 killing array was of a somewhat higher status than most other deacons, he was still only a deacon after all. A deacon would always be inferior in status to an elder. If I can get on good terms with Lin Ming, and he possibly becomes the Marshall House master someday, then it would just be a matter of a few words to become a human hall elder. What a pity that the number of people that wish to befriend Lin Ming are high enough that they can line up into their own army. When would it ever be my turn? Liang Guangfeng ruefully smiled and shook his head. But at this moment, he saw a young man wearing black clothes, carrying a dark purple-colored long spear on his shoulder, come out from the bamboo grove. Liang Guangfeng's eyes widened. Lin Ming. Did he wish to participate in today's 10,000 killing array assessment? This was only the 2nd month. Not only was Liang Guangfeng surprised, but many of the disciples present noted Lin Ming's arrival. Lin Ming was the current shining star of the 7 profound Marshall House. Many of the young junior apprentice brothers and junior apprentice sisters of the human hall were Lin Ming's adoring fans. To see Lin Ming was the same as seeing a lifelong idol. Look quickly, that's senior apprentice brother Lin. Senior apprentice brother Lin has come. Lin Ming would soon reach 16 years of age. In the 7 profound Marshall House, he was still considered relatively young. But, even those older than Lin Ming would still refer to him as senior apprentice brother Lin. Those that cultivated the martial path respected achievements first and foremost. For instance, Ling Xin would always be the elder senior apprentice brother of the heavenly abode. Does senior apprentice brother Lin want to participate in today's 10,000 killing array assessment? No way. This is only the 2nd month. Maybe senior apprentice brother Lin wants to warm up? Che. How could someone like you predict the actions of someone at senior apprentice Brother Lin's level? I think today he will try to enter into the top 10 rankings. Don't just wildly guess. Maybe senior apprentice Brother Lin is just taking a walk around. As the disciples discussed this, a young 15-year-old girl timidly edged towards Lin Ming and asked, "Senior apprentice Lin, may I ask if you are participating in today's 7 Profound Martial House assessment?" "Yes." Lin Ming nodded. Lin Ming's reply caused all these low-order Earth Hall disciples to be excited to the point of fainting. Some even took out sound-transmitting talismans and quickly relayed messages to their friends to come see this grand event. Lin Ming's participation in the 10,000 killing array assessment was an extraordinary matter. If he could smoothly enter the top 10 of the ranking stone, then would he be able to defeat Zhang Guanyu in the 4th month, and then subsequently defeat Ta Ku and Ling Sen? To the disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House, the trio of Zhang Guanyu, Ta Ku, and Ling Sen had acquired too heavy a reputation over the years. To defeat individuals like them, these disciples simply dared not imagine such a scenario. Moreover, if Lin Ming really could defeat Zhang Guanyu, then the matter of passing the 7 Profound Valleys core disciple test could be considered settled. A local-born 7 Profound Martial House core disciple of the Sky Fortune Kingdom had the possibility of becoming a 7 Profound Envoy or the Martial House Master in the future. These were simply legendary figures. Lin Ming moved towards the 10,000 Killing Arrays altar and took out a true essence stone as payment for entrance. Liang Guangfeng apologetically smiled. Junior apprentice Brother Lin may directly test. It makes no difference whether you place down a true essence stone deposit or not. The last time Lin Ming had participated in the 10,000 killing array, he had been ranked 62. Now, after such a long time, his true strength was at least several dozen ranks above that. Even if he paid down a true essence stone, he was sure to take it back. Lin Ming was expressionless as he said, "Then thank you, senior apprentice Brother Liang." The urgent news traveled quickly. After some people heard this, they immediately rushed to the 10,000 killing array. The previously lonely Ashlar Square was now lively and full of people. Even several elders had arrived. Lin Ming. Haha, do you plan on challenging the top 10 positions of the ranking stone so quickly? A hearty voice called out. Lin Ming turned and saw that this person was an elder of the 7 Profound Martial House's heavenly abode, Sun Sifan. Chapter 139 Two Geniuses. Chapter 139 Two Geniuses. Chapter 139 Two Geniuses. Lin Ming turned and saw that this person was an elder of the 7 Profound Martial House's heavenly abode, Sun Sifan. Before, during the entrance examination at the start of fall, Lin Ming had managed to pass all 3 trials in first place. However, because of the limit of his talent, some elders did not agree that Lin Ming should have the first place spot. But this Sun Sifan was actually one of those who had supported Lin Ming. After that, Lin Ming had severely wounded Wang Yanfeng, and Elder Su, and rushed on stage to look for trouble with Lin Ming. That time, it was also thanks to Sun Sifan helping Lin Ming that Elder Su was forced to back down. Because of his timely help and graciousness, Lin Ming had a very good impression of Sun Sifan. He respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Sunday." Sun Sifan quickly held Lin Ming up and said, smiling, "There is no need to be so polite between us. Soon when you become a core disciple, our statuses will be the same." Sun Sifan paused. "You already reached the altering muscle stage." Sun Sifan's eyes were like a torch, and he immediately saw through Lin Ming's cultivation. Before, Lin Ming had restrained his true essence within him, so the many young junior apprentice brothers and sisters, who were mostly at the second stage of body transformation, did not see that Lin Ming had already made another breakthrough. "Yes, I had a lucky breakthrough yesterday," So that's why I have the confidence today to challenge the top 10 spots of the ranking stone. Good, good. The young are truly great. There is still more than a year left in the 7 Profound Valleys Core Disciple Test. Since you are at the altering muscle stage, you must have easily broken through the bottleneck from the viscera training stage to the altering muscle stage. With your fast progress, it is only a matter of time until you reach the peak altering muscle stage. This test has already been decided. A 15-year-old altering muscle martial artist was simply extraordinary. Even a 5th-grade talent would be mediocre by comparison. This young disciple has confidence to pass the test, but to defeat someone like senior apprentice Brother Lin, this young disciple does not truly have the confidence to win. Haha, passing the test is already a wonderful achievement. If you could also beat Ling Sun, that would be a true miracle. Ling Sun was known throughout the Sky Fortune Kingdom as being invincible within his own cultivation stage, and even undefeatable to those below the pulse condensation period. There were even some weak pulse condensation period martial artists that Ling Sun would be victorious over. If Lin Ming could defeat Ling Sun, then that would mean he would be a 15-year-old at the early altering muscle stage with strength equivalent to a pulse condensation period martial artist. In the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, there were only a mere 100 or so pulse condensation period martial artists, and most of those were concentrated in the 7 Profound Martial House. If Lin Ming could defeat Ling Sun, then that would mean that in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, his individual strength would be in the top 100. This ranking, at such a young age, really caused one to feel alarm and horror. At this moment, another elder entered the Ashlar Square. It may have been a coincidence, but this elder turned out to be Elder Su, the Su Fengyuan who had made things difficult for Lin Ming. Not even in Su Fengyuan's wildest dreams would he have thought that Lin Ming would achieve this level of fame 4 months ago. Now that he was a 7 Profound Martial House Core disciple, he might even become the Martial House Master in the future. That would make him his own immediate superior. When he remembered the entrance examination and how he had tried to meddle with Lin Ming, Su Fengyuan felt such a deep, aching regret that even his intestines turned blue. Recently, Su Fengyuan had been having difficulty sleeping and eating. Although Su Fengyuan loathed this to his heart, he reluctantly came today for a chance to meet with Lin Ming and come to terms with what happened. If they could bury their past animosity, perhaps this Lin Ming would not retaliate against him in the future. For the martial house to get rid of a heavenly abode elder, it wasn't a small matter, but it also wasn't too difficult. Choosing this time to come, he didn't anticipate that he would bump into his old rival, Sun Sifan. Su Fengyuan immediately complained of this hardship in his heart. This was a time when he was already planning on losing face, but he had actually managed to run into an old rival. Would this guy not just make a joke of him? Lin Ming also remembered this elder Su. The spatial ring that he had was from Su Fengyuan. The spatial ring had been very convenient. Lin Ming did not even bear a grudge against Wang Yanfeng, much less Su Fengyuan. While Su Fengyuan had been unfair, it was still understandable. After all, it was a natural human reaction. Su Fengyuan was old friends with Yuelu City's Wang family, and Wang Yanfeng was from the Wang family. Lin Ming greeted him with the same respect. "Greetings, Elder Su." Su Fengyuan awkwardly coughed. He had immediately discovered that Lin Ming had broken through to the altering muscle stage. This caused him to not know how to react to this sudden development. Wang Yanfeng was still trying to reach the peak viscera training stage, but this Lin Ming was already at the altering muscle stage. At the beginning of fall, Wang Yanfeng's cultivation had been his greatest advantage against Lin Ming. But now he had already fallen behind. The test had only started 2 months ago, and he had reached the altering muscle stage. There was also more than a year left of time. To achieve the peak altering muscle stage would simply be child's play. If there wasn't some catastrophic accident, then Lin Ming would definitely become a core disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. Because Sun Sifan was present, Su Fengyuan didn't wish to tarry. He dryly coughed and said, "I just passed by and heard that Lin Ming was going to take the assessment. I came here to take a look, and well, good luck in the array. If you come across problems in your cultivation, feel free to come ask me anything." These remarks of Su Fengyuan were a tactful apology on his part. Lin Ming naturally would not argue for anything more. Su Fengyuan was still a Hotian stage master. Such a humble dialogue already showed much face to Lin Ming. Lin Ming said, "Many thanks to Elder Su. This young disciple will come pay a visit another day." Good. Listening to Lin Ming say this, Elder Su was finally relaxed. With the presence of the two elders, the lower-order disciples of the Earth Hall stood at a distance and did not dare to go forward. But at this moment, there was another stir within the Ashlar Square. This rippling wave of awe was no less than that caused by Lin Ming. Another person had arrived in the square. This person was unexpectedly Qin Xingxuan. If there was anyone in the Seven Profound Martial House who could compare with Lin Ming, then that person, without a doubt, would be Qin Xingxuan. When Qin Xingxuan's fame was rising, Lin Ming was still an unknown. Now, the halo of prestige that surrounded Qin Xingxuan was no less than Lin Ming's. With these two monstrous geniuses of the Seven Profound Martial House gathering together, how could it not be thrilling? Lin Ming was also quite a bit surprised at seeing Qin Xingxuan arrive. He hadn't thought that she would come. Qin Xingxuan was a core disciple, so there was no reason for her to participate in the 10,000 killing array assessment. That meant that the only reason she came here was to see him. Thinking this, Lin Ming felt a very unusual feeling percolating in his mind. Today, Qin Xingxuan was wearing a very simple martial outfit. It was neat, loose, and tied at the waist with a band. It perfectly served to accentuate her beautiful shape, and combined with both her slender legs, it gave off a very pure and valiant feeling. However, what Lin Ming noticed was not Qin Xingxuan's beauty and temperament, but her cultivation. Qin Xingxuan had already broken into the 5th stage of body transformation, the bone forging stage. When Lin Ming had first entered the Seven Profound Martial House, Qin Xingxuan was already at the peak altering muscle stage. Now, in 4th months, she had crossed the bone forging bottleneck. But Qin Xingxuan was also younger than Lin Ming by several months. A 6th-grade talent was simply too terrifying. Xingxuan greets Elder Su, Elder Sunday. Although Qin Xingxuan's status was similar to these elders of the heavenly abode, she still displayed the etiquette of a child to an elder, and bowed to these two elders. The two elders also noted Qin Xingxuan's cultivation. They exclaimed with surprise in their heart. The Sky Fortune Kingdom had never before in their entire history had a martial artist reach the bone forging stage at only 15 years of age. With such progress, Qin Xingxuan had the possibility of breaking through to the pulse condensation period at 16 years of age. At present, between this boy and girl pair, one's combat capabilities were unrivaled, and the other's cultivation speed went against heaven's will. These two youths were simply the true monsters among monstrous geniuses. Unfortunately, Qin Xingxuan had already made it clear to all that she planned to pursue the Xiantian path, and had no intention of staying in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Otherwise, in the future, Lin Ming could be the martial house master and Qin Xingxuan could be the Seven Profound Envoy. They could marry as one, and they would be the definition of a golden couple, simply a match made in heaven. Their children would inevitably be gifted with an astonishing natural talent, and there would be a new legendary family within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. With these two people, the destiny and future of the nation would be much more stable, and the nearby enemies would not dare to invade the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Lin Ming, long time no see. Qin Xingxuan faintly smiled. Of all his peers, only Qin Xingxuan directly called Lin Ming by his name, smoothly and naturally, with a nice ring to it. Others would call him Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, maybe Sir Lin, or even Mr. Lin. It's been 2 months since we've seen each other. Haha, you two chat first. We shall go sit in the bamboo grove. Sun Sifan saw these two youths talking, and created an excuse to leave of his own initiative. He knew that Qin Xingxuan would certainly not ask these two old men to leave. Elder Sun, Elder Su, please walk carefully, Qin Xingxuan sweetly said. Have fun catching up. Su Fengyuan hurriedly said. This was one of the few times that these two were of the same opinion. After seeing these two walk away, Qin Xingxuan brightly smiled and said, Lin Ming, I've recently been in seclusion for cultivation. When I came out, I heard that your inscription technique has already reached the pinnacle of Sky Fortune City. Since I was the first one to know of your status as an inscription master, can you give me a discount? I have a sword, and I would like your help with it. Qin Xingxuan's eyes twinkled like stars as she winked. It showed a rarely seen playful demeanor that only highlighted her peerless, enchanting beauty. Even Lin Ming was stunned speechless for a moment. He finally smiled and said, I am willing to serve Miss Qin. In fact, I can help you for free. Really? Then I am honored. Qin Xingxuan coyly smiled and continued, Lin Ming, please call me by my name, there is no need for us to be strangers. Since you came today, you must be confident in entering the top 10 ranks of the ranking stone, right? Lin Ming nodded. He had a 100% assurance that he could enter the top 10 ranks today. More and more people began to stream into the 10,000 killing arrays Ashlar Square. The originally lonely scene, because of the sudden appearance of Lin Ming, had become very festive, and some people were even rushing in. As the 10,000 killing array assessment was soon to begin, Bai Jingyun and Murong Zi also arrived. Seeing Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan having such an engaged conversation, Murong Zi curled her lips and plopped down. There was no way that she was going to go up and say hello. As Bai Jingyun saw Murong Zi like these, she laughed silently. In truth, Murong Zi was actually quite proud. But unfortunately, in the face of someone like Qin Xingxuan, she had lost all of her self-confidence and couldn't find it anywhere. Qin Xingxuan was younger than Murong Zi. When Qin Xingxuan's name was shaking the entirety of Sky Fortune City, Murong Zi had yet to be convinced. She wanted to compare herself to Qin Xingxuan. After a long time and much effort spent, she had discovered that the two of them were simply not on the same playing field. And now, as Murong Zi saw Qin Xingxuan and Lin Ming happily chatting with each other, she felt something in her heart that was hard for a little girl to explain. It was a somewhat inexplicable, bewildering jealousy that clouded her mind. Murong Zi had a very simple disposition. She was never one to hide her feelings, therefore she just sat down on the spot. Bai Jingyun smiled and said, Ah Zi, didn't you just say a few days ago that you had a medium-grade human step sword that you wished Junior Apprentice Brother Lin to help you with? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.